Pacific Standard Time LA, which opens in California museums in the fall. It's an exhibit on the work of Latino and Latin American artists.
People think they may know, or they may think they know Latin America.
Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the mayor's proposed budget for 2017-2018. We are ready to continue our consideration of the budget, but members, the first order of business, as it will be every day, is to review the list of reports back from yesterday, which you have before you. You know what I'm going to do, just to allow you a little bit more of an opportunity to look at it, because I'm seeing that maybe everybody hasn't looked at it. Why don't you go ahead and look at it. We'll go ahead and start taking some public comment, and then we'll come back and vote on that and make any changes you need to make on that after public comment. And to the members of the public who are here, I just want to remind you, as I did yesterday, the consideration of the mayor's budget is completed in a single meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. But that meeting extends over many days. And it's a special meeting of the committee. And so we will be taking comment on the budget each and every day that we meet. So you'll have an opportunity to come, you'll have an opportunity to comment. I will take that comment at the beginning of each day so that people don't have to sit through a marathon day in order to provide their public comment. There might be limited exceptions if somebody needs to come at a late hour where I might be able to squeeze that in, but that will be at the committee's discretion because we have a very tight schedule in considering all of our departments. We will only be hearing comment on the budget and on nothing else. This is not the time for general public comment. We will not be taking general public comment during this extended meeting of the committee. Comment will be limited to the 2017-2018 budget and nothing else. We just simply don't have the time to go into extraneous issues that have nothing to do with our work in this meeting. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and start calling up the members of the public who've completed cards. And if you haven't completed a card and you want to speak, please just pick up a comment card from one of the sergeants and turn it in, and we'll try to add you to the list. So the first speaker is Pablo Cardoso, followed by Mandy Carpenter, followed by Eric Previn. So come on up, and we take 1 minute for comment.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time. And my name is Pablo. I'm with the LA Conservation Corps. I want to start off by thanking each council office for their continued support of Clean and Green work experience for underserved youth in this year's budget. So far this fiscal year, nearly 150 youth ages 14 and 21 have benefited from the program and perform approximately 50,000 hours of community beautification work throughout LA. Work requested by constituents in each of your council districts and transformed hundreds of alleys. Grateful for the funding for the program for general funds and LA sanitation is included in next year's budget. Unfortunately, it won't go as far as next year as it does this year. We're requesting additional funding for Clean and Green, and we're committed to continuing to deliver high-quality services to the city's most underserved residents, and are hoping that you'll support our request to keep doing so at a level to which districts and constituents have grown accustomed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Mandy Carpenter, followed by Eric Previn, followed by Carmen Hayes Walker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mandy Carpenter, and I am the manager of Arts, Wellness, and Engagement Programming at Jewish Family Services of Los Angeles. As many of you know, JFS provides a comprehensive array of home and community-based services for older adults to keep them, to help them to remain healthy, active, and independent. At JFS, it is our mission to make sure that those in need receive the help they deserve, provided with respect and dignity. Our longstanding partnership with the City of Los Angeles and the City Department of Aging helps make that possible. Our city-funded multi-purpose centers offer meals, transportation, case management, mental health services, and educational programming for seniors. We appreciate your ongoing support for senior services, but are concerned with the proposed reduction to evidence-based program funding. While a $5,000 cut may not seem like much on the surface, EBP programs are already underfunded. This cut will lead to as many as 8 fewer instructors hired, which will reduce the number of classes performed during the year, leading to 100 fewer older adults being helped. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Previn, followed by Carmen Hayes Walker, followed by Teresa Sanchez.
Good morning, Council Member Krikorian and Budget Committee. I am very excited for the budget, and there are multiple departments. Today we have City Attorney, Ethics Commission, and Controller on the docket. To speak for 60 seconds without hearing the presentation from the departments is challenging, because that would be 20 seconds per. So what I would do is ask going forward, for those of us who follow the budget and in the public who are interested, if there is a presentation by a department, to provide a short period to comment would be great. We have a $9-point-something billion budget, but $25 billion when you consider all the voter-approved stuff. Now, I was up in HHH, and I wrote about it for City Watch coming up tonight. We need to do a better job of inviting the public to really have meaningful input. When we asked about what's the percentage that the city takes on a $3.5 million HHH project, the response was, we're not taking comments from the public, from the floor, which is crazy because it was a hidden meeting in the middle of the 15th floor. Anyway, so I would really ask, sir, I know you care a lot about transparency, to give people a little more time to speak on point. The Ethics Commission, Mitch O'Farrell, needs to return some contributions. I've been trying to get them to...
So, okay, you're off topic. And just, Mr. Previn, we're going to be taking public comment every single day. So if you hear something today, you want to come and comment any other day, feel free to come on and talk about it.
No, and I will.
This is not back and forth.
Thank you.
And then, in addition, we'll be taking comment before we vote on our reports back. We'll also be taking additional public comment later when we consider it in the council. So you'll have plenty of opportunities. Okay, Carmen Hayes Walker, followed by Teresa Sanchez, followed by Eleanor Penn.
Well, good morning. It's me, Carmen Hayes Walker again, President AFSCME Local 3090, representing nearly 5,000 clerical and support workers who work every day in this great city in every city department. Today I'm focusing on the Department of Public Works. There are multiple plans to fix sidewalks, repave streets, trim trees, the Clean Streets program, the franchise program, and the newest one I learned about, the free mulch program. All of these plans are awesome for the city, but they buy trucks and they buy equipment for the work. But there's no plan to staff the behind-the-scenes work. In sanitation, a special funded bureau, we had a meeting with the call center management. They wanted the union to agree to additional contract workers for the franchise program. They said they couldn't figure out the numbers for the staff for the call load. So I noticed that during that chart, though, there was existing staff numbers that showed the current call load, and the number of contract workers and exempt workers outnumbered the civil service workers 2-to-1. So my answer was, do you really you have the data for regular work, so let's staff up for that work first. Remind you, this is a special fund department. So instead of hiring full-time workers, they decided to create a rotating door of churn and burn workers and not staff the call load.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Teresa Sanchez, followed by Eleanor Penn, followed by Brandy Otten.
Good morning, Chairperson Krikorian and council members. Teresa Sanchez, AFSCME District Council 36 staff. I'd like to address the Los Angeles Police Department, which you'll be hearing from later this afternoon, on the issue of putting the right person in the right job, and in particular civilian employees in civilian positions. I would hope that you would ask the department how many sworn personnel are occupying civilian positions in the department right now. We know that we're down 30% civilian positions since the last recession. Just as an example, prior to the recession, we had 830 police service representatives, 911 operators. We are currently at 643 budgeted positions. We would like to know how the department plans to staff up to the appropriate level of staffing needed to serve constituents, particularly in these critical frontline positions. We would like to know further the overall plan for, again, we talk about this every year, civilianization of Los Angeles Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eleanor Penn, followed by Brandy Otten, followed by Beverly Ventris.
Good morning. My name is Eleanor Penn, and I've been a police service representative or 911 dispatcher for serving the city of Los Angeles proudly for the last 6 years. I come to you today with a heavy weight on my shoulders, a burden that I bear along with my fellow coworkers. That burden is being inundated with extreme call loads. In the past, we were able to answer calls within 12 to 15 seconds, which at the time was a standard. Unfortunately, today, the call time has increased almost tenfold. Citizens facing urgent and life-threatening emergencies wait on hold up to a minute and a half or longer. These stats are troubling. Not only does it do a huge disservice to the public who often questions once we do answer why they're on hold so long and verbalize that they feel the police do not care about them and their emergencies, which at times is life-threatening, they're not important. The lack of staffing has also put a large amount of pressure on emergency dispatchers to work beyond human capability. One person often does the job of three, as we know firsthand that every second counts in critical situations. While yes, our primary duty is to help ensure public and officer safety, the extreme pace ultimately affects our body has led to an increase in IOD claims, which places a strain on the city's budgets. It was brought to our attention that there were 89 fully budgeted PSR positions that were allowed to remain vacant for the 2016 to 2017 fiscal year. We asked why the city allowed these positions to remain unfilled. Okay. We have hired 5 classes in the past 2 years, and yes, this is a wonderful thing, but unfortunately it does not provide sufficient staff to make up for the severe deficit we've been dealing with for the past 10 years. Our city is facing a major public crisis issue. We beseech you to reevaluate the budget and allocate additional funding to hire more PSRs and properly staff our great city's emergency lines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eleanor Penn, followed by Brandy Otten, followed by Beverly Ventris. I'm sorry, that was Ms. Penn. Brandy Otten, Beverly Ventris, and then Taisha Amy.
Hi, I'm Brandy Orton with St. Barnabas Senior Services. We are one of the multi-purpose senior service providers in the city. I'm here to speak to the evidence-based health and wellness programming that was spoken of earlier. I'd like to remind the council and thank you for filling this budget prior and ask for the restoration of the $83,000. These classes for older adults empower older adults to take control of their own health, to live healthier, to manage their physical conditions. And more grandparents today are taking on the roles of raising grandchildren. So empowering people who are heads of family, who are expected to still stay in the workforce and care for young family members is something that affects the whole family. So I'd like to remind that this isn't just an older adult issue, that if we are empowering people to manage their own health, to live healthier, they are more available for their community, for their families, and for all of the different responsibilities that they're now being expected to take on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beverly Ventris, followed by Taisha Amy, followed by Elsa Moy.
Good morning, Chair, Council Member Krikorian, and other council members, committee members. I, too, am here to speak on behalf of the importance of the evidence-based program, Valley Interfaith Council, commonly known as VIC. We have 4 centers in the San Fernando Valley. The evidence-based program has become increasingly important across the spectrum, not only, as Brandy said, to older adults, but the entire family. And I wanted to point out in particular, we have different modules from memory to physical, but one of the most important I want to emphasize is the educational component for diabetes. Diabetes, too, has become an epidemic across the country. It is even more so in certain communities throughout the San Fernando Valley. The educational component is a very important one and teaches them, again, has been mentioned, to be empowered to make a difference within their lives. Thank you. And thank you for all you've done in the past.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Taisha Amy, followed by Elsa Moy, followed by Linda Whitford.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I'm here on behalf of Department of Aging, Community Development Block Grant. I offer health self-management programs, evidence-based programs in the Southwestern and West Adams area. My name is Taisha Amy, by the way. I forgot to say But I'm here requesting that the budget be restored to the $83,726. The funding threat causes us to lose impact in communities that we've been serving for the last 5 years. Our community is being healed. Individuals are being helped. They're able to be successful, happy, and remain in their homes feeling self-empowered. And we would really like the commission to consider allowing those funds to be restored to their full capacity so that we can reach and teach individuals in those areas for the 2017-2018 year. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Elsa Moy, followed by Linda Whitford, followed by Michael Menjivar.
Hello, good morning. My name is Elsa Moy, represent the Police Financial Advisor of Quest Capital. Regarding further comment on the aging, the city can help the people to have chronic illness policy or long-term care so that they can help the people and also to benefit the community. The second one will be the affordable housing. The credit itself of the affordable housing can be invested in potential Jennison Blend Fund that can help to grow the affordable housing fund. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Linda Whitford, followed by Michael Menjivar, followed by Daniel Berger.
Good morning, honorable council members. My name is Linda Whitford, and I live in Bel Air. We're fortunate enough to be served by Council Member Paul Koretz, who does so much to preserve our environment and wildlife habitat. I am also the chair and co-founder of Save Bel Air Trees, whose mission is to preserve our native trees in the hillsides. I'm here to urge you to provide as much funding now and to consider increased funding in future for the city's urban forestry division. Trees silently perform many practical services for our city. They provide shade and absorb greenhouse gases, which reduces the urban heat island effect, an issue the Mayor's Sustainability Office is working hard on, and this combats climate change. This improves public health also. Trees increase infiltration of stormwater, contributing to groundwater supplies and reducing polluted runoff and flood risk. Trees provide habitat for wildlife. With new pest threats, this city may be facing a holocaust for trees, as detailed in a front-page LA Times article on April 20th. Please enable the Urban Forestry Division to protect our trees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Menjivar, followed by Daniel Berger, followed by Don Casey Lovelace.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm with the North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council, and I had the honor of serving as one of this year's budget advocates. I had the opportunity to meet with the Ethics Commission this year, and I want to commend the budget for maintaining their budget from the previous year. And I would also strongly encourage the council and the committee to consider increasing it pretty dramatically. The Ethics Commission has one of the smallest budgets of any of the city charter departments, of just under $3 million, which allows them to have 25 staffed employees. We would strongly encourage you to consider increasing that budget to even just $1 or $2 million would have a dramatic impact for that department. We do recommend that they have 40 fully staffed employees. That would allow them to maintain a more proactive impact within the city, especially given there have been a lot of recent kind of potential violations. So I would just strongly consider you to increase their budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Daniel Berger, followed by Don Casey Lovelace, followed by Ida Talela.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name's Daniel Berger. I'm representing the nonprofit organization Tree People. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. For decades, Tree People has worked in partnership with the City of Los Angeles to advance a healthy urban forest for all of our communities. Just last week, the LA Times highlighted the unprecedented die-off in our region's trees. Together, we can still chart a course to address this critical situation. However, Tree People is concerned that this budget may fall short. Last year's BSS State of the Street Trees report outlined the vital challenges that our urban forestry division must take on. We need more funding to address the spiraling pest problems, hire more in-house staff to prune our trees on a healthier cycle, and ensure strong enforcement of the protected tree ordinance. We also need adequate funds to plant trees in communities that currently suffer from inadequate canopy coverage, low-income communities who we know will bear the worst health impacts. We look forward to working with you to make sure that we have the resources to address this and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dawn Casey Lovelace, followed by Ida Talela, followed by Jack Humphreyville.
I'm Dawn Casey Lovelace. I work with the SEIU Local 721. I represent MOUs 8 and 17, the professional and scientific units. I'm here speaking today on behalf of the SEIU Local 721's African American Caucus. We supported a coordinated and unified effort to recruit for engineers in public works from historical black colleges and universities. I've handed out information to the committee on what we did and what we're going to need moving forward. In the days prior to departure, we ran into so many budgetary issues concerning personnel with scheduling. So our biggest lesson learned in this pilot, if you will, of doing this in a coordinated way for an entire department with all 3 bureaus going. We realized that we need $60,000 set aside in the budget, and that this needs to be a scheduled and budgeted effort supported by City Council. So we hope that you can review we have letters of support from both the NAACP as well as the Los Angeles Association of Black Personnel.
Okay.
And we hope that you can put some money aside for that. Thank you.
If you haven't already provided them, could you please provide them so that we can all have a chance?
You need more?
We can make copies. It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Ida Talela, followed by Jack Humphreyville, followed by Molly Rhodes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to voice concerns in the community. I'm a senior advocate as well as a community activist. The demands made on you are monumental, but please consider the needs of community and the presence of government in communities. I speak of a public works program and the Department of Aging considerations. Graffiti abatement is essential in community. It's not a beautification and a luxury. It really contributes to quality of life in community. The anti-litter program, which has faced many cuts, is also very important in community, especially with the rising amount of trash. I also, just one second, Department of Aging, nutrition programs, and also the other programs, the evidence-based. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Jack Humphreyville, followed by Molly Rhodes, followed by Melissa McGriff.
My name is Jack Humphreyville. I'm a neighborhood council budget advocate. I'd like to talk about the Public Works Department. Public Works has a budget of about $1.2 billion. There's about over 5,000 employees whose average compensation package is $140,000. My concern is the lack of efficiency in the Board of Public Works. All you need to do is go and look at Ron Galpern's report in August of 2014 about street services, the lack of management information systems, the lack of labor utilization. All you have to do is come to my neighborhood and see how long it takes the Bureau of Street Services to either fix streets or to fix handicap ramps. My source in that, we have a number of people who are in the construction industry. They've watched these work crews. They think they're the most inefficient things they've ever seen. It's double the time and double the budget. I urge you to focus in on the efficiency of this department and, if need be, do some outsourcing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Molly Rhodes, followed by Melissa McGriff, followed by Sunday. I'm sorry, I can't make out the last name.
Good morning, council members. So I wanted to flag for you that you're hearing from departments who are part of the targeted local hire program today, especially sanitation and street services. Those are departments who were identified in the targeted local hire committee process as departments where we could bring in volume Angelenos who otherwise would not be able to make their way into the civil service system. So I hope you will ask about that. And also on contracting, this is not the place to be doing contracting. This is the place to be doing targeted local hire job creation. So I hope you will be asking about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Melissa McGriff, and as of right now, the last card that I have is Sunday on Aweru. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I couldn't make out the name. Ms. McGriff, welcome.
Hi, good morning. I come to you on behalf of the Bureau of Street Services. We participated in the effort to recruit from HBCUs, and we just want to say that we are very much in support, and we really hope that you would approve the $60,000 for the efforts. We've found that it's difficult to get the best of the best. It's very competitive, not just outside but within the city. And so the more we can do to get to outside of the city and recruit would be great for us. And also, it would also help us greatly with meeting our diversity goals that we have. So the Bureau really hopes you would consider that, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. I'm sorry about the last name.
You're doing very well. If it wasn't for my name, I probably wouldn't be able to pronounce it either. My name is Sunday Owairu. I represent the African American engineers and professional employees for the City of LA as president. I definitely have to stress the importance of increasing black engineers in the city. So as part of that, being part of an organization that was created by former Tom Bradley, former Mayor Tom Bradley, the African American Engineers and Professional Employees, I really want to urge this council to support and increase black engineers' employment in this city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, do we have any other cards? That was the last card that I have. Is there anybody who submitted a card that I didn't call? All right, then we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll move on to the approval of the motion memo, or the report memo, rather. So, members, are there any recommendations for changes in the report memo? Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay. On number 32, just a couple of additions. So it reads, how does the library department's general fund reimbursement compare to other similar departments? Insert including rec and parks and the zoo. And also, why does the city receive reimbursements from some employee and insert employee costs and employee and costs and related costs, but not others? Comma, because it's not just about the direct cost of the employee, but the pensions and all those other costs, and some other variable costs such as utility bills and others. So to add, because that was the idea, was to get a comparison from all these different departments, and then to finally insert at the end of that, is there a policy? Is there a unified policy that guides this? If not, is there a recommendation for one?
Okay, very good. It'll be so amended without objection. Mr. Blumenfield, the one thing I might suggest, and I take the blame for this because I kind of pushed you to make this a budget impact report. Yeah. With that breadth, it may be difficult for us to get a comprehensive report back before we have to finish this. Would you be all right with making that a special study?
How about if we break off the harder one, which is there a unified policy, and make a recommendation on that one, break that part off into a separate, keep the top line, because I think it is, you did convince me it is a budget. We talked about it a lot in the other departments. It's related to all those other items. And then break off the policy question for a special report.
Okay. All right. Well, then I would just suggest that that CAO do as much of that as you can within the short time frame. But I do think this is a conversation that's going to continue well after we're done here, right. And I might even suggest that we have a separate Budget and Finance Committee meeting specifically on this issue once we're done with the budget, because it's going to be an ongoing issue every year, and we're all very concerned about it. So any other recommendations for changes? Mrs. Martinez.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to add to the report list, to report back on how to make the position listed under Fire Department Blue Book, page 297, line item 37, youth programs and exempt position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, members? All right, with those revisions then, I entertain a motion to approve the list. Okay, it's been moved, seconded by Mr. Blumenfield. Without objection, the list for yesterday is approved. Okay, that brings us then to our first department for the day, which is the City Attorney's Office. I'd like to invite Ms. Kapoor to come up. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we have received your letter. Thank you. Everyone has reviewed that, but if you'd like to give a brief opening comment, we can get right then into questions.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Just to formally introduce myself, my name is Leela Kapoor, Chief of Staff for the City Attorney's Office. We very much appreciate the opportunity to present today on our budget. I would like to first express our Mr. Fuhrer's appreciation for the support that your committee over the years and the other elected officials in the city have shown for our office, and we are very, very proud of the collaboration that we've been able to develop with the city family members. Let me just take a quick minute to introduce who we brought with us today. I think you know most of these people, but Mary Claire Malador is the chief of our criminal branch, Dave Michelson, chief of our municipal law branch, and Jennifer Krieger and Michi Reyes are our leads on our budget team. So with those introductions, I just want to take a couple minutes to emphasize some of the points in the letter that we sent you. As you know, the proposed budget suggests a cut of $3.3 million to the city attorney's salary savings account, or the salary account. We are very concerned with the extent of that cut. Just to give you some context, $3.3 million translates to 20 attorney positions and or 43 staff positions, support staff positions, that we would have to keep vacant in order to make that cut happen. To give you a little further context, 43 support staff positions is 10% of our support staff. So that is a very, very hard cut for us to assimilate at this point in time. To reach that, to make that mark, what we would have to do is be looking at certain programs in our office where we could keep positions vacant. Programs that we think are extremely important, not just to the city attorney's office, they're priorities for Mr. Fuhrer, but we feel many of them are priorities for your council as well. And we'd be thinking about things such as safety programs, our neighborhood prosecutor program, the dedicated attorneys we have for our human trafficking needs, investigations and enforcement. We have a very robust now nuisance abatement program that deals with problem properties throughout the city, and that is something that we dedicate a lot of staff time to, and we think we've been really effective, and we would like to continue to be able to support that program. A couple of other areas that we are already very stretched as far as staff is concerned: civil litigation. I think all of you know that the civil litigation in the city has expanded, has increased, and has become more complicated. Our staff is working extremely hard, both on the support staff and the attorney staff side, to defend that litigation, and cuts in that program would be extremely difficult for us to assume at this point. And just a couple of other areas that we believe very highly in, and we want to be able to maintain. One is all of the work that our staff has done, and quite frankly, a lot of it has been done after hours and on weekends, in reaction to the ever-evolving immigration and other policies coming out of the new federal administration. We have no reason to believe that work is not and should not continue into the next year, but we really are dedicating a lot of staff to that, and I have to applaud our staff because, again, much of it is being done outside of their normal workload. And finally, something that I know Mr. Krikorian is very familiar with, which is our risk management program. We have devoted staff to that. We think that's extremely important. We are starting to see results in that area, and that's something we want to very much continue in the future. So with that context, I know that you know that Mr. Fuhrer appreciates the very difficult job you have. He sat on that side of the table, so to speak, in the years past. And so we wanted to come with a solution, not just the problem or just not the request. So what we are asking is that your committee take action today to restore 1/3 of that 3.3, and then we would assimilate the other 2/3 either through structured and conscientious hiring as far as throughout the year and how we fill the vacancies on a graduated basis, as well as we've been able to identify some revenue that we can use to shore up the gap. So again, the specific request is that you restore the 1/3 of it, $1.2 million.
Okay.
And then there's a subordinate request I just mentioned very quickly. I don't think it is as big of an issue, but the proposed budget removes 4 unfunded support staff positions that are already filled. We would ask that you continue the positions. We understand they would be unfunded, but we ask that you continue the positions so we can keep that support staff working to provide support for our civil litigation efforts. So that's it in brief. Any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. And again, thank you very much for your support.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for the collaboration that your office has had with mine on risk management. And that's what I want to start with, because a few years ago there was a fairly consistent liability expenditure on this part of the city in the $60 to $80 million range. And then that dramatically increased a couple of years ago. Now it fluctuates wildly depending upon the nature of a few large cases that can come in. And in recent years, we've had a couple of cases like 20 or 30 years of false imprisonments, something that happened in the 1980s and resulted in an enormous liability we can obviously have no control over whatsoever. But what I'd like you to do is speak a little bit to that apparent increase in liability exposure on the part of the city, whether we're appropriately budgeting for coming years, specifically this year, and then third on that point, I'd like you to give kind of an overview. You mentioned the risk management steps that are being taken within our collective effort within the city attorney's office and within the departments. So I'd like you to kind of give an overview of that and where that's going.
Of course. And as you mentioned, the 3 issues you raised are very, very much linked. Starting with the liability claims account, we have worked closely with the mayor's office and the CAO, provided them as much information as possible so that the projections they make for the coming year and the amount that they've budgeted is more realistic than past years. So I can tell you that I think that it is more realistic. I don't think any of us would say that we know with certainty whether that is going to be the final mark, but it's certainly a more realistic and let's call it educated projection than in past years. So I think that is a good step forward. But to go more towards what's driving those costs, first of all, as you pointed out, Mr. Krikorian, impossible to really synthesize it all. So many things are unpredictable as far as what liability we're faced with and what comes across 30 years later, 20 years later, or unexpectedly. We are working very hard to try to identify those by the kind of cases that we are getting filed against the city, as well as the environmental, for lack of a better word, factors such as the what's going on with law enforcement throughout the country, and certainly what's going on with the new administration in Washington and those type of issues. But it all comes back that I know you believe in very very strongly. Is it all comes back to good choices. And that's risk management. We cannot tell you how much we appreciate the assistance you've provided. I know that you know the individual in our office that leads our risk management effort, Kelly Porter, who I do need to mention by name because she's been phenomenal. And she has been, Matt Hale has been wonderful in working with her, and I think they have a great partnership going. And with your support and Mr. Fuhrer's support, I think for the first time and I can't say the first time ever because I haven't been here that long, But the first time, I understand it to be maybe the first time ever, and certainly since we've been here, there is a very concerted risk management program being developed, and I think it is now past the development stage and in the implementation stage. And what has been really rewarding and productive is that it involves just not our office and your office and other elected officials, but the departments are engaged, I think, for the first time. And that means not just the risk managers. Well, first of all, the departments now have risk managers for the most part, and that's the first step, but also the general managers and the assistant GMs. And the discussions that I'm aware of that are now happening are drilling down to those liability causes, root causes that we actually can identify and the city can correct. Obviously, there's a very tight link between remediation and correcting those issues and the budget, because often it requires resource, and that's where you, Mr. Krikorian, have identified that as an issue and that link having to be made. So the system that has been put in place brings the departments in, helps them identify the problems, helps them learn from their past experiences as well as their colleagues' past experiences, because often the liability is not unique to just one department. It can come from same root causes in the various departments. And then how they can have a voice with you in the room or your staff in the room as to how do we get funding in order to try to correct some of these issues, and how do we prioritize our risk management needs. And so that is in kind of a nutshell, where the program is going. And again, I hope you will agree, I think we are past the development stage and now in the implementation stage, and I think it's been a great effort.
I do as well, and I want to applaud the city attorney's commitment and everyone in your office for doing that, because this is one of the areas in our budget that we really can have an influence in reducing expenditures that we haven't already fully done. And it was just a few years ago when we couldn't even really get the data necessary to do the analysis of where is this liability coming from, even in broad categories. Mm-hmm. And now we are able to do that with the investment that we've made in the technology necessary to do that. So again, thank you for your efforts in that. Now, on the issue of this particular liability claims budget, mm-hmm. We have tried where we can in past years to defer payments that might be necessary under judgments or settlements where we can realistically get agreement on the part of a plaintiff to do that. That means that there's probably some payments that we know we will be making in this budget year mm-hmm. from prior year settlements. In addition, there will be the unanticipated cases that are going to be coming up, and there's the run-of-the-mill everyday cases. So in light of all that, I know it's difficult to ballpark this, but do you feel comfortable with where we are with $108 million set aside right now?
It is difficult, and again, the best I can say to you is what we've done when we've spoken with the mayor and the CAO's office is we provided them information and walked through that information as to cases that we have pending that we have an anticipation will resolve next year, and some projection as to how much the liability may be. All of that is much more of an art than a science, because so many things, both timing-wise and the amount, fluctuate and are unpredictable, especially if the case is somewhat early on in the process. We have also, you are correct in that we will enter into July with debts liability that we know that we have to pay July and August, so we already are walking in with a certain amount already in essence expended in that sense. So all I can say is that I believe it is more realistic. I cannot tell you that it will be sufficient.
Okay. Just to give a little bit of a heads up, members, one direction I would like to see us moving toward is to distinguish between routine litigation and extraordinary litigation, and budget for the routine liability, and then as for the extraordinary liability, create something equivalent to a budget stabilization fund, where when we approximate with a trend line what those extraordinary liabilities are going to be. When we exceed it, we can draw from that fund. When we come in below it, we fund it. to smooth those things out, so we never have to consider judgment obligation bonds and things like that because of extraordinary litigation. So I'd like to see us start to move in that direction. We are able to do that now because we can actually distinguish those categories of liability, and we haven't been able to do that in the past.
And I would say, Mr. Krikorian, that for those type of extraordinary situations you're talking about, when those happen, we know it. It's not something that necessarily is going to creep up on us, and all of a sudden we're going to get hit with something that we didn't expect mid-year.
Well,
those cases,
sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
I realize with certain, what I'd call more tort and general lit, but litigation cases, but cases such as the sidewalk case and some of those other more policy operational driven cases of that nature, those take a while to get to fruition, so we usually can identify those. I would also mention, just to put it out there, that in addition to the $109 million budgeted, my understanding is there is a $20 million set aside in the UB, so that kind of gets us more into
We're
the
starting in that direction, yes. Okay, so...
I'm sorry, it's 90 plus 20, I apologize.
So with that, thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about how long have the positions been vacant for? Is my mic on? Hello? Thank you.
Okay.
How long have the positions have been vacant for? Do you know how long they've been vacant for?
We don't have any vacant positions well, we have a few, but we don't have any specific vacant positions at this time. We are receiving a lot of positions, a certain amount of positions in the proposed budget, and so if you're asking where we would have to keep, how we would have to structure it, it would be probably that we wouldn't be able to fill those positions, or we'd have to use those positions for other needs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was under the impression that the 20 attorney positions and the 43 support positions have been vacant for a while.
No. They would be positions that we would not be able to fund through because of the salary cut, and therefore we could not fill them.
So how would you make up the difference? You said you're anticipating additional revenue?
We've been able to identify some money out of our 17,200 Consumer Protection Fund for past eligible costs that were actually paid for through the general fund. So we're now able to reimburse the general fund out of the 17,200. So that's revenue.
But I was under the impression that funding is limited. It's only to be used for enforcement of consumer protection laws. So how will you be able to use that to pay for salaries?
Council member, the costs that we identified in past years were eligible. They were consumer protection related, so they would be an appropriate use of that fund.
And my last question is regarding Proposition 47. What is the current workload for the 8 deputy city attorneys?
Mary Claire?
Stats when I get back to the office, but the Prop 47 drug cases probably comprised about 20% of the district attorney's caseload. Although the narcotics arrests have gone down since implementation of Prop 47, we saw about a 12% increase in our caseload. In 2016, we reviewed about 107,000 misdemeanor cases. They're very time-consuming because we've got to get the drug lab results in, search and seizure issues, et cetera. So we're very thankful for the Prop 47 infusion of staff for us after November 14.
Is there anything else we should be doing to ensure that the state is giving us our fair share of money for transferring these cases?
Well, we could always use more personnel, but we are spending a lot more of our efforts in setting up drug diversion programs, both post-arrest and post-filing, and have been successful in implementing what we call a court navigator program in downtown, which we are now going to expand over to the Van Nuys Courthouse, which would allow individuals who do plead to a drug-related offense and are willing to go into treatment, instead of being told, come back to the court in 30 days after you've seen a case manager who will assess your needs. Many of them cannot get there. So we've moved that navigator right physically into the courthouse, and we're seeing a huge percentage increase in people who are going through treatment.
And we're being reimbursed by the state for that?
Pardon me?
Are we being reimbursed?
We're using the county. Prop 47 did not include any direct funding to offices such as ours.
So we're passed through
right.
the county.
One thing that we are hopeful for is that Prop 47 did set aside money for grant programs to develop programs such as Mary Claire just discussed, diversion programs or things that could help with the Prop 47 population. We have submitted a grant to the state for that. We're waiting to hear from them, and we've come up with some, I think, very innovative, an innovative program that we want to pilot that we think that will help with that population.
Next year.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield?
Just following up on that, so both you and the mayor's office have separately submitted grant applications for some of that Prop 47 funding, which will be the first time that funding is available. Mm-hmm. It's long overdue, and hopefully you'll get that because it's critical. So thank you, Ms. Martinez, for bringing that up. Just a comment, you're talking about the extraordinary litigation, Mr. Krikorian. When we do start talking about it, I think it's a great idea. On one hand, I worry about having a big pot of money out there when they're settling these cases for judges to point to and say, oh, yeah, they can actually afford it. They have this pot of money there. That would be my only concern with it. But as we move forward, we should talk about that. We talked about the positions that you're asking for, and to me, they seem critical. You talked about neighborhood prosecutors. In my district, that has made a big difference. Human trafficking, nuisance abatement. I mean, these are all mission-critical stuff. So I didn't know if I heard it formally, but I want to, if not formally, ask that we ask for a report back on the restoring per the city attorney's request, the 1.2 million in a vacant position. So to formalize that. But I think you guys are doing an amazing job overall, and I'm very appreciative. And just as a last thing, although I could have waited for the GCP, but I want to get the conversation going, I want to ask the CAO for a report back on non-general fund options for the Justice Fund, including but not limited to the Consumer Protection Fund. And since it's potentially related to this area, I wanted to bring it up now to get the conversation going as we move forward. And that's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Englander.
Okay. Thank you very much. So just two things. One, I'd like to ask for two report backs. One is to restore the $1.2 million that was preliminary identified in the UB reserve for mid-year adjustments and return it to savings, to the salary savings rate, to the appropriate level. So I'd like to see a report back on the possibility of restoring that $1.2 million. And then on the risk management side, in employment litigation, I was looking at this, that's one of our largest exposures. And we're down to about 11 attorneys with 100 cases pending. And looking back, I was reviewing some previous budgets. In 2008, for example, we had 16 attorneys and far fewer cases. So I'd like to report back on the possibility of bringing in two additional attorneys into that unit, because that is one of our largest exposures. And I think that's critically important.
Thank you, Mr. Englander.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. And on that point, in years past, a lot of our outside counsel expense has been spent on employment cases, and it has always driven me crazy because this doesn't require any extraordinary expertise that we don't already have in-house. And this city attorney has done a creditable job of trying to bring more work in-house and reduce the amount of outside counsel expense. And in fact, this budget actually reduces our outside counsel expenditure. Continuing on that theme, some of the cost of that will almost certainly be offset by reduced outside counsel expenditures. So couldn't agree with you more. It's really important. It's one of the biggest, most rapidly increasing areas of our liability, and it's more often than not very much preventable. So thank you for that suggestion. The one other thing that you don't need to answer now, I'd actually like to get a report back so I could think about it a little bit more, is there are 26 attorney positions that are spread over 5 basic enforcement functions: ACE, Prop D, Prop 47, the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program, and the Nuisance Abatement Program. I don't know how those programs are coordinated within your office, and it seems to me there's substantial area of potential overlap, and I'd like to just have you report back to us on how you do that. How do you make sure that we're making the most efficient use of those attorneys in a targeted way to address those sorts of neighborhood enforcement problems that all of them touch upon in one way or the other?
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Anything else, members? Mr. Engleton?
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask for clarification. There were 2 report backs requested, both related to about $1.2 million in funds to restore the city attorney's budget, one from Councilmember Blumenfield. I just need the clarification that the 1.2 that Councilmember Blumenfield requested was the same proposal that the city attorney made with regard to using consumer protection funds versus the 1.2 that Councilmember Englander requested, which was using the UB funds in the mid-year.
Just go ahead and go with Bob's. That's fine. I just reviewed it again. And
if I could clarify, I think that our proposal was that the 1.2 that we'd be asking you to restore comes out of the general funds wherever you think is most appropriate, and to 1.2 out of for our salary savings.
To reduce our salary savings rate back to 2%.
And then what we were talking about as far as the 17,200 fund is how we as internally can close the gap on the other 2/3 of the salary savings cut, or the salary cut.
So, yeah, no, I'm fine with that. We'll go with the original language. It's fine.
That's fine with me.
Yes, Mr. Engleton, go ahead. No, we'll come back to that next week. So, very good.
Thank you very much.
Members? Great. Thank you very much. That brings up the Office of the City Controller. And I saw Mr. Galperin a moment ago. There he is. Wow. Thank you.
Can't be bought.
Mr.
Wow. We found the money.
Mr. Galperin, welcome.
Does he use this to fund his budget?
Mr. Galperin, if only it were so easy. Thank you. That's very nice.
Let it not be said that I haven't given you millions of dollars, right?
Good morning. We have received your letter. We thank you, but of course, we're delighted to hear any comments that you'd like to provide before we get started.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. First of all, I wanted to thank you so very much, thank the CLA-CAO Office of the Mayor, and of course the staff of the committee. And particular thanks to you, the Chair, for the thoughtful and orderly manner in which you always conduct these hearings. It's really great to watch. And I'm joined here by part of my team, Georgia Matera, who's my Chief Deputy, Jennifer Rivera, who is my Chief of Staff, as well as a number of other members of our staff who are here if any questions come up that they can help to answer. So I'm here to address the needs of the Controller's Office, of course, and to stress how this year's proposed budget falls short with regard to funding of my office's core operations. You'll, of course, find details in the letter to the committee. Knowing the challenging task at hand of this committee and for the city's overall budget, I'll focus my requests to you in 3 specific areas. Number 1, regarding PACER and our payroll system and payroll risk mitigation funding in the amount of $212,794. The city's payroll system, I think as everybody knows here, is increasingly at risk for a variety of reasons, including overdependence on one sole contractor. In coordination with the chair and with this committee, research and analysis is currently being performed by our office in partnership with ITA to develop a long-term strategy for what will be its replacement. But the most serious concern right now is that the city's sole consultant and architect of PACER intends to retire in 2018. That is a real problem. So in order to mitigate any risk prior to the eventual replacement, the payroll division really needs enhanced management of critical must-haves, more training, documentation, and that's why we're asking for the Senior Management Analyst 2 and the Fiscal Systems Specialist 1. The second item that I want to share with you is restoration of contractual audit services in the amount of $235,000. The proposed budget reduces our contractual audit services to $265,000, a very low number. It's a reduction of $235,000. It should be noted that back in 1999 it was $750,000. Now, by the way, since that time, we've also seen a significant drop, well more than 50%, in just the size of our auditing staff. So it's imperative that at the very minimum, we have the $500,000 for contractual services just to fulfill our mandate. Let me also note that what our auditing division is doing is not just audits, but also data reports, dashboards, special reports, white papers. We've really kind of branched out into a variety of different ways to present information. And the third that I'd like to bring to your attention is special funding or special funds funding for staffing. This is something I believe we can all agree is a priority for the fiscal health of the entire city, and it has some really long-term implications. The proposed budget asks the Comptroller's Office to conduct a comprehensive and long overdue reconciliation of city special fund balances. The budget also provides for 2 unfunded resolution authorities for 2 accountants. We're asking instead for 2 funded analysts to review, reconcile, analyze, and help effectuate a more strategic use of the special funds. And the work requires special skills and knowledge of the city, its department, and its processes. I'll take just a moment to share a few relevant facts. The city's treasury as of January 2017 held a total of $8.2 billion. Now, approximately $1 billion of this is general fund money. The remainder is special funds money. And as you know, the trend is that our general fund revenues are not growing at the same pace as our special fund revenues. A few examinations that we recently conducted. One is an examination of 76 key funds that we selected for a preliminary review. They showed an end-of-year cash balance of $1.6 billion, which had more than doubled in 6 years, had nearly quadrupled in 11 years, during a time in which many city services paid for by the general fund were, of course, cut back, as we know. Some departments have let revenues in some of their smaller special funds sit idle for years. For example, we looked at a group of 25 funds that we selected. We observed a cumulative $75 million cash balance of monies left over from capital improvement bonds issued more than 10 years ago, and in a few cases, more than 20 years ago. We also looked at 30 funds with a cumulative cash balance of $20 million that have seen no activity or almost no activity for at least 5 years. And in some cases, they've seen no activity for 10 years. All this paints a picture where the general fund is typically starving, as we know, while special fund balances have been growing. So this presents us with multiple challenges and opportunities, and here's what I would like these analysts to be doing. Number one is the need for forensic accounting, because the balances are based on what the departments report largely, and there's much accounting that these departments have not adequately reconciled. Next, dollars which are due to the general fund merely as a consequence of accounting. Also, dollars which could and would be reimbursable to the general fund under current rules. Dollars which could be reimbursable to the general fund with a revised cost allocation plan that we have been working on. Dollars which could and should be available within the fund, but for the fact that certain sums are supposedly encumbered or otherwise committed and really shouldn't be for one reason or another. There's also an opportunity to look at a more expansive use of the unused dollars under current rules of each fund. There's an opportunity to look at more expansive use of unused dollars should we change some of the existing rules, either retroactively or prospectively. And then, of course, there's the issue of allocation of interest. Each of these is an opportunity to better leverage the special funds, and, of course, these carry their own limitations and restrictions, but it's time that we think creatively and expansively about how we reconsider the restrictions thereupon. This has been a personal interest of mine since I came into office. It's actually been an obsession of mine. When I was chair of the Commission on Revenue Efficiency, there was a lot of discussion about this. You'll also recall that one of the first projects that we conducted in my office was a special funds report. We've also placed the special fund information, of course, online as part of our open data initiative with information about the purposes, the eligible uses, the governing documents, which we have links to. Kind of shocking. I remember when I came into office, some of the governing rules were in the basement of City Hall on onion paper, not the place that you would necessarily want them to be. We've been able to free some of this money up, but just a fraction thereof so far. The next step must be a thorough accounting and analysis, both by the departments and crucially by us, along with significant analysis by the city attorney to determine how to best leverage these funds. And to once and for all look into the funds and see what we can get out of them. Moreover, the departments must be instructed to change the way that they report these funds. I believe that there's tremendous opportunity here. And so that's why we're requesting these two analysts, a Senior Management Analyst 1, Senior Management Analyst 2. And I just wanted to close out by saying thank you so much to the chair, to council members for your work, for your consideration. I look forward to continuing our work together. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Controller. We're going to begin with Ms. Martinez.
Thank you for the gift. Do you know how many audits you anticipate being able to complete next fiscal year?
Oh, yes. We have a whole list of them. So first of all, let me just share briefly some of the ones that we most recently completed. One looking at police commission business permits and reforms that we believe are necessary around that. LADWP training programs and the tremendous costs of those programs, along with the fact that there was only a 50% graduation rate for many of these programs, and then many people not staying with the city after they've graduated. A look at the impact of density bonuses on affordable housing. We looked at EWDD contractor selection and monitoring, recycled water program of sanitation, and quite a number of others. Upcoming, we have one looking at employee health benefits and 19 different health care plans, and how we might be able to both save money as well as provide better care to the employees of the city. Another one about the DWP's pension system management, IT disaster recovery, one about the development tax incentive agreements.
These are all anticipated audits for the next fiscal year, or the ones you've already
Some
completed?
of them are going to be completed before the end of this fiscal year, and some of them will be done sometime this summer, most likely. We've also got one about the zoo, one about the condition of our parks, personnel recruitment processes, GSD maintenance and construction management. So I've got a ambitious list.
But do you have a number of how many do you anticipate to complete next fiscal year?
Next fiscal year, well, it depends on the resources that we finally have. Also, it's been a challenge, quite frankly, finding just the right kind of auditors that we can bring on to our internal staff. But probably about a dozen major ones, but also a number of other studies, white papers. We also do some that are more strictly financial versus financial and performance audits, so that's added to that number.
And you touched on finding the right auditor to be able to conduct these audits. So do you anticipate it's being done in-house, or will you be looking for outside audit
A combination
resources?
thereof. Some of them are done in-house, and some of them are done with contractual services, which is why contractual services is so incredibly vital.
And my next question is, what type of strategies are you considering for the pay SR replacement?
What kind of strategies are being considered? Well, first of all, we retained KPMG, which actually did a study for us looking at the current system, the vulnerabilities thereof, also laying out what some of the requirements of a new type of system would be. There are a variety of ways that this can be approached. One is something that would have to be custom built in some fashion. One is to have something that plugs into the current FMS system, which is actually one that is an architecture of CGI. CGI is also the company that has the financial management system for the county, and they have a payroll system that is plugged in, but that is also very expensive. So we'd be happy to share with you and with your office all of the various options that are being considered. The question also is how integrated this can and should be with personnel, with position control, which is absolutely necessary, and we don't really have that in the city. They have that in the county. So a lot of options, none of them particularly inexpensive.
And to follow up on that, when do you anticipate putting a plan together and presenting it?
Well, we've actually been in the process of doing that. Let me turn, by the way, to our Chief Deputy Controller, who is Georgia Matera, who's been working on this constantly, and perhaps you'd like to share a few more details.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me? So right now we are working closely with ITA, and ITA and our office are meeting regularly to report back to the City Council on what are the solutions for long-term and short-term and then long-term. Short-term, we know that we have an imminent retirement with our contractor in the next year, so we do have to get ourselves situated and prepared for him to want to leave the city. Part of doing that is to allow us to hire a couple of positions, which we've requested here, which will provide for us to do some immediate documentation of the work that he does. Because if you make what's been happening is as MOUs change, as things change, circumstances change in PACER, we have been relying on the contractor to do that. We need to actually train our city staff to enable us to be prepared to transition him out. Part of that preparation is also the documentation piece. There is no manual that I can point to say, pull it off the shelf and say to you, we know how to do all of these programming changes because it's documented. So documentation is a vital part of it. So that's our short-term solution. In the long term, we have a contract right now that is being executed with ITA that the council did appropriate funding for to allow us to have a consultant come in and design and figure out what the requirements would be for a long-term PACER solution. That long-term solution would be, do we replace the system completely? Do we come up with some modified approach to it or something? So we can come back to you with cost options and what it would look like. That documentation, those requirements are vital in the fact that we need to be able to understand the city departments and their needs in timekeeping. Every city department is different, especially when it comes to police and fire. Fire has their own timekeeping system, which is NSS, which you've probably heard about. LAPD has a different system. We need to understand what those requirements are, and that's why having another position that we've asked for in here is so vital in working with KPMG or whatever consultant does come in to allow us to do that. So all of those pieces, with several moving parts, all need to come together so that we can report back to you as to what a payroll replacement strategy would look like.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So, Mr. Herman, one time, go sit in the back row, first of all. Do it now. Do it now. Okay, can you ask Mr. Herman to leave, please? You're either going to sit in the back row in silence, or you're going to be removed from this meeting. It's your choice. Do it now. Do it now. Can you ask Mr. Herman to leave, please? The consideration of the city's $9 billion budget is waiting for Armando Herman, who's determined to disrupt the meeting. We're still waiting for Mr. Armando Herman to stop disrupting the meeting. I apologize, Mr. Galbraith. Ms. Martinez?
No need to apologize.
Are we done? All right. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate all the great work that Mr. Galpin is doing. Fantastic job as our controller and saving us money as a city, and that's appreciated, and that's what audits do often, and it's one of those departments where we actually see it's revenue saving, and a penny saved is a penny earned, so that's very positive. On the PSR system, like everyone, I'm scratching my head. How could we have gotten to the place where we have one person who knows how to do it, and now we need to come forward. So, but it certainly seems like we have to. Maybe I'll put the question out. What happens if we don't? I mean,
If we don't, the consequences could be really grave. You could have, in many ways, a potential collapse of the system in some fashion, or a situation where we're unable to deliver checks and payroll in a timely and accurate fashion. I will say that right now, despite the fact that it's an older system, the accuracy rate is extraordinary. This particular contractor, I think, has done an incredible job of really helping to make sure that the number of errors is almost non-existent. I want to make sure that whatever we transition into in the future is the same. There have been, as I'm sure you know, some very well-publicized payroll systems for government organizations that have gone really bad, and that's the last thing that I want us to be in a position of.
Yeah, no, everything you say is true, and the liabilities go well beyond not paying people. The court cases that we will see in Budget Committee, et cetera, could be through the roof. So we clearly need to fund the system. I know that there's also, ITA has a request, personnel has a request.
Yes.
A lot of different departments have requests for pieces of this. So I'd like to get a report back on how we restore the funding for your portion, but also more generally a report back on how all the pieces fit together, because we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, or pay Peter and Paul and Mary and the whole group, and then end up wasting money in that sense. So to get a more holistic look at the pay system, so that we know we're doing it right. And is there enough time? A year to create a whole new system here, or are you anticipating just getting these new folks up to speed on the old system?
For the next year, it's just about documenting and training the staff to be able to run the current system. The replacement will take years, dare I say.
If I might add something. The current system as it stands is actually a very stable system, and you'll notice, I'm sure you have no problems with paychecks right now. The accuracy rate, as the controller stated, is very exacting. The difficulty is going to be that as we continue, or as we make modifications to MOUs, and it's not just simple 2% or 3% COLAs, it's more like significant changes to the MOUs, you will start to see that if we do not invest in it, or we're not spending the time, certain things will start to erode over time. So it's not that the collapse is imminent, it's that we need to actually start to lay the foundation now in order to prepare us in the next 3 to 5 years for an eventuality of either we replace or we make modifications and we streamline our MOUs, make them simpler so it's not as complicated, because everything right now, any change requires hard programming. And that's what makes it challenging for us to sustain a system that was built actually in the year 2000. It's a 17-year-old system.
One example, by the way, is that pursuant to one of the agreements that the city entered into, there were retro checks that were due to one particular department. The amount of programming that went into being able to generate these retro checks, weeks of programming, plus testing to make sure that the numbers actually turned out to be correct. And each time there is something like that, it creates a greater burden on the system as well as on the people who are supposed to run the system.
Well, it also sounds like it's a circa 2000 system, and it's 2017, and there's probably a few clicks and systems that are well able to handle it now in a much more efficient fashion. So part of it is looking to not just train people in the antiquated system, but come up with a new system. So we've talked that one quite a bit, and obviously working with our labor partners to, in the interim, while we have this, to make those MOUs more simplified or uniform would
be wonderful.
Would help in that sense. The special fund auditing. Is there not a way to tag that to special funds? I mean, as an overhead cost or something where some of that function could be paid for out of an overhead to the special funds?
I think that's a really good question. The answer is, by the way, that it also depends on which special funds we're talking about, because each one has its own governing documents and its own rules. That's a question that's best posed to the city attorney's office, but I think that that's a good option, certainly as we go forward, because the two positions that we're looking for are for some of the basic analysis, but ultimately there's going to be more even that is involved, because it's not a process that's going to be done in a couple of months.
I guess then I would ask for a report back on potentially funding those positions through some sort of charge to the special funds themselves, an overhead, admin charge. That's going to be a legal question that will clearly involve the city attorney, but in an ideal world, that's how we would pay for these. There's a lot of money in these special funds, and the purpose of this is to maximize the efficiency of that. So.
I would agree.
Okay. Great. Other than that, I think everything else I wanted to talk about has already been asked and answered. So,
thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Englander.
Thank you, Ron. On the PACER issue, did we resolve it with a memo back, or figure out that your request on the funding? I know we talked a lot about it, but did we come to some resolution on what we're going to be reporting back on?
There was a report back on the PACER for...
Mr. Sehi, you need to speak right into the mic.
Yes, there was a report back requested by Councilmember Blumenfield on all of the PACER requests and how they kind of work together, the PACER requests.
Right. Okay.
Type from ITA, controller, and personnel.
So, controller, personnel, and ITA all oversee PACER.
They all have budget requests for PACER.
It creates quite a set of circumstances.
As part of the request back, a way to streamline that in the appropriate department and just not have this deck shuffle? I mean, it doesn't... That's been the conversation in the dialogue. I just don't know if that's part of the... Okay, we'll fund it, but let's fix it at the same time and line it to where it should.
I'd like Georgia Matera to address some of that.
Great.
But I'll also note that on the one hand, you want things as centralized as they can possibly be. On the other hand, personnel certainly has its set of needs and requirements and would like a more advanced system. ITA is our lead when it comes to technology. And then, of course, we understand the payroll needs better than anybody else does. But perhaps you'd like to comment on that a little bit more.
So just for clarity, Councilmember, is that you're asking why are there three different
I'm not asking
owners?
why. I'm saying that it doesn't sound like there probably should be. Even though all three touch it, there should be a lead agency, if you will, that it resides. I mean, we have a lot of examples of ITA, for example. They are repairing and fixing the phone systems in the police station. That all falls within the police department. But so somebody should be the lead agency on this issue, and it should reside in one department. It doesn't mean other departments can't work with the system.
Agreed.
Certainly that happens, so it sounds like it's just over the years been dissected, and I think it's time to put Humpty back together. So what do you suggest?
Pardon me. Your point is well taken, is that everyone has their own role in the administration of PACER. Payroll has a certain vested interest, as does ITA, and we all have different functions. One of the things that we've been working closely with is with Councilman Krikorian's office is to talk about the PACER system, who is truly the lead agency on PACER, on the implementation or replacement of PACER. ITA has taken that lead role. We are working closely with ITA and personnel department. The challenge is that although they have a lead role, we are as the controller stated, is we absolutely are the customers. We're the ones who produce the payroll checks, and we're the ones who actually deliver the service. ITA provides the IT support, and personnel, of course, needs it to track positions and do position control and onboard people, and so everything is integrated. And so as we go forward in launching a study with a consultant to take a look at truly what the needs are for a bigger payroll system, does it include an HR component, which is a large piece of what we do? Should they be separate? Should payroll be its own separate system? Should personnel be a separate system? Should they interface? We haven't quite come to that conclusion yet. And then who would own it? And so that's going to be the nature of the conversations we're going to be having back with the council, all of you, to decide truly what is this going to look like and ultimately where should it reside? Should it be the controller's office with ITA support staff on premise? We don't know that answer yet. So our hope is that when the consultant comes back, we'll have some good, definite answers for you, so you'll be able to make a good decision as to how to move forward.
Thank you.
I'll also note, by the way, that there is a PACER steering committee that exists now, and that is meeting on a regular basis in a way that brings the parties together. That wasn't quite the case in the past.
So we have this cutting-edge 1984 system with the PACER steering committee. It resides in 3 different departments. We've got a consultant looking at it and analyzing it, and they're going to all come back with, okay.
Agreed.
I wish I could say that we are at the point of a state-of-the-art system, but there's been discussion about this for a number of years, and obviously it's going to take a very significant dollar investment on the part of the city.
Well, hopefully this wasn't the portion of the meeting that the general public was listening to. All right, thank you.
If I can add, the analogy is
That's
best
great.
is we have an old car, a reliable 55 Chevy that runs great. The problem is we want Bluetooth, and we want to be able to use we want all of the features, and we want navigation. We want all of these great things to pay our people.
But
and
we don't
do
even
the
know
right
who's
thing.
driving it, right?
And that's part of the problem.
And it's broken down on the side of the road.
Yes,
okay.
that's
All right,
it.
thank you.
And there's only one mechanic, and he's about to retire.
Very good.
Yes.
Oh, don't rub it in, Ms. Martinez. Wow. All right. Anything
The only
else?
difference is, by the way, the 55 Chevy, you hold on to it long enough and it becomes a classic. This will not be a classic if you hold on to it long enough.
Okay. Anything else for the controller members? Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Gelfand.
Thank you so
Appreciate
very
your
much
time.
for your time and for your attention.
And that will bring up next the City Ethics Commission. There's no usual, but this is the special map. Yeah.
Oh, we have a schedule for this? Does it have time slots?
Good morning, Ms. Holt. Welcome. We've received your letter. Thank you. Feel free to start us off, and then we'll dive right into questions.
Thank you very much. Heather Holt, the Executive Director of the Ethics Commission. I'm joined this morning by Deputy Executive Director David Tristan. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about our budget. I'd like to thank the budget staffs in the CAO's office and the Mayor's office for their hard work on the budget. I'd also like to thank the members of the Ethics Commission and the Ethics Commission staff for their commitment to making the Ethics Commission an agency of excellence. It is a privilege for me to work alongside them. As mentioned in our letter, we are requesting an additional auditor, an additional education person, and status quo on our as-needed salary funding. We have a multitude of legal mandates and a very small staff of just 25. Accommodating all 3 of our requests would add less than $143,000 to our budget for next year, a small investment, relatively speaking, that will yield great improvements in our ability to meet our legal mandates. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, can we start off with you if you had something for ethics?
Sure. Thank you for all the great work that you do. The new election cycle, how does that impact your workload now that the next real city election is a longer term away?
It has several impacts. That's one of the key reasons that we're requesting the education position. What we have heard from those who are involved in city and LAUSD elections is that this will create more difficulty for people to comply with the laws that apply in our elections, because the treasurers will be working on campaigns not just in the city, but at the state level, the county level, the federal level. So their time will be divided pretty significantly. There will also be greater competition for the same amount of money in terms of obtaining contributions during when everyone is running at the same time. At the same time, the costs of elections are likely to increase because ad time and ad space will be at a premium. So we do anticipate, in addition, we have also heard from some treasurers that they would probably opt to not participate in city elections during that kind of a scenario. So we are anticipating that compliance will be a challenge, at least in the first couple of election cycles where the transition is happening. And so in anticipation of that, we would really like to have an education position on board to create educational materials, to provide trainings, and to enhance compliance during those elections.
But that's not going to happen for another couple of years.
The fundraising window for the 2020 elections actually opens in 18 months, so it's not that far off for us.
So help me understand. And I see the importance of this, and in fact, I think we ought to be separate than the budget discussion, talking about ways to streamline some of these things, to make compliance less of a challenge, so that we truly focus on the problematic behavior and not spend an inordinate amount of time on a lot of administrative stuff that doesn't yield those kinds of things. But if the window doesn't open for 18 months, why wouldn't this be an issue better for next year's budget than for this year's budget?
The change in election cycles is one of the reasons that it's important for us to have an education position. In addition to that issue, we also are in the process of redeveloping our website. We have a website for those who have visited it that looks like it emerged at the same time that the internet emerged, and we are in the process of significantly updating that to make it more user-friendly, mobile-friendly, ADA compliant, and to enhance the public's ability to search information. We process over 15,000 filings every year, and we have a significant amount of public information that is out there, and we want to make that more usable and accessible for the public. We do not have a social media presence at all because we don't have anyone who can manage our website, our technology, and we feel like it's important for us to be out there in terms of our website is our greatest educational tool, and making sure that is as helpful as possible is an important task.
Council member, just to add to that, the position would not only be focused on campaign finance education, but also providing live trainings to city employees, city departments, applying the specific laws that we have to the specifics of the departments. In addition, would also be involved in providing trainings to contractors, bidders, lobbyists, and the other various areas of law that we oversee.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in terms of the campaign finance side, how much of the resources are for the signature gathering, and did that increase a lot this last year in terms of verifying the signatures that not only are for getting on the ballot but for matching funds? Has that been a larger and larger portion of your staff time?
It has. It has created significant challenges both for committees and for the staff. It's a pretty high hurdle to comply with all of the requirements of the matching funds program that have been added in recent years. So we have fewer candidates who are qualifying to receive matching funds. We have fewer candidates who are maxing out on matching funds. We find a lot of issues in terms of meeting requirements such as the signature requirement, but also the requirement that matched and qualifying contributions come from individuals residing within particular council districts. We have to verify that. It is quite a bit of work for the staff to verify that an address is a residence and rather than a business, and we do get contributions that are provided, that are requested to be matched from entities rather than individuals, and from business locations rather than residences.
Yeah. Maybe it's not outside of this budget conversation, but maybe as part of the budget, I'd be curious how much that actually cost us, and whether we see the return on investment in that. And as this moves down the road, we may want to look into ways to make that easier for folks.
We would love to have that conversation. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Englander.
Thank you, Heather.
Good morning.
I think you're doing a great job. Again, another department that you do more with less than most.
Thank you.
I think that's over your door. So I know you've got one request at $100,000. I'm happy to support that. We don't need a memo back, so it'll end up in the general manager spreadsheet request items.
Thank you.
I'm good with that. But just wanted to thank you for everything you guys do. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I just want to get a better sense from you about the length of time that audits are now waiting. Because back in the late Middle Ages, when I was on the Ethics Commission, there was such a long delay in getting audits done that we were already in the next election cycle before the previous election cycle was done, which puts, it makes it almost useless as a tool for the voters to be able to make a determination about someone's ethical behavior in the last campaign when they don't have the results of your audit until after they've already reelected the person. It was a terrible situation, and you've made tremendous progress in reducing that, but where do we stand now with that level of delay?
You were part of a group that made huge strides in reducing the amount of time that was required in order to complete an audit cycle. We got to a really good place when we had an audit team of 8, and we were completing audit cycles within about 18 months. And that is extremely helpful, both for candidates and learning how to avoid the mistakes that they had encountered in the previous campaigns, and as well as informing the public about how well the candidates are complying. When the city faced its financial crisis, the last financial crisis, our audit team was cut to one auditor. That auditor and the director of audits are the only staff who completed the 2011 audit cycle. We completed that cycle 1 year behind the statute of limitations, which is 4 years. And we, in the process, gained an additional 2 auditors, but by the time we started the 2013 audits, we were already a year behind, and the 2013 elections were the largest in Ethics Commission history. There are 87 committees that have to be audited. We have released 78 of those, I think, so we're very close to being done. And we have started the 2015 audit cycle, but we have about 50 committees for that cycle that need to be completed, and we're anticipating for the 2017 elections an additional 60 committees that have to be completed. With our current audit team, we will not be able to complete either the 2015 or the 2017 audit cycles within the 4-year statute of limitations, and it's just a matter of bodies. We just need more auditors. We have an audit policy that creates a 45-day timeline or a 60-day timeline depending on the size of the committee. And so one auditor can complete 6 to 8 audits in the course of a year. And it's just bodies.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question. How are you when was the last time you updated your website, and how are you currently managing it?
We have an ethics officer who is in charge of all of our technology needs. He codes the electronic databases that we have created in-house, and managing the website is also part of his responsibility. We currently have 2 contract coders who are working with us right now with one-time funding in order to update the website. And so we have a team of 3 people who are working on updating the website. I don't believe the website has been updated since early 1990s.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
my observation.
Yes, I completely agree.
Right, it's very outdated, and it'd be so much easier for folks to get information on a timely manner and be able to navigate the rules a lot better if our website was updated. So.
Yes, we're very excited about that and hope to have a new launch later this summer.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you
for the work you do as well.
Thank you.
So just as a brief follow-up on that, I know that you had made a request for funding for updating that wasn't included in the budget. Have we explored the possibility of, assistance from ITA or any special funding opportunities or any grant funding opportunities that there may be to complete that work and complete that upgrade?
Well, I'm very pleased to say that since our budget request was submitted last November, we had some unexpected salary savings and were able to set aside money from this year's budget in order to provide funding for our contract coders through the end of this calendar year.
Good.
So we are well situated as far as we know at this point in terms of completing the update to the website. But thank you.
Okay, very good. And let me just echo the comments of my colleagues. You've been strapped for years in trying to keep up with an ever-increasing workload. It's a workload that is as important as any in this city because it ensures a proper implementation of democracy in the city and transparency for the public and accountability for so many. So you and your staff always seem to be able to be there to solve problems, to prevent violations from happening in the first place. And you do it with limited resources, and we appreciate it very much. And I know the public appreciates your work very much. So
Thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, so that brings us next to the Personnel Department. And members, this will also include our discussion of human resources benefits. Ms. Macy, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Krikorian and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I want to reiterate what other people have said, our great thanks to Matt Szabo and the rest of the mayor's budget team, John Chavez and all the rest, Rich Llewellyn and our CAO team, our awesome team, Ben, Leah, Janelle, Melissa. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, committee, for your support. We're very appreciative of some of the things that your committee has supported us with that have allowed us really to make great strides in hiring in both civilian and public safety. We really managed to work through our exam backlog, and we're appreciative of the continuation of those authorities to allow us to continue that work. But I wanted to just bring your attention to a few small items that we think would have some citywide impact that were reductions in our current budget. And they relate to the key areas of civilian hiring, risk management and training, and public safety hiring. So on the one hand, we're really concerned about a reduction in as-needed and contractual services in our examining function, which is what we use to be able to keep our lists up to date, to keep city hiring going smoothly. We've done about 400 lists over the past year. We anticipate the need to be just as large this year. And so we're very concerned that this will impact not only our current work, but also our ability to engage in initiatives to streamline the examining process, including our Anytime, Anywhere testing pilot. We're also concerned about reductions in our cornerstone budget, which is our learning management system, which allows us to provide important training to city employees on important human resources issues such as equal employment opportunity, reasonable accommodations, how to be an effective supervisor, and so forth. And finally, our recruiting dollars, as well as some background investigator positions in our public safety division, the reduction in that area would deeply cause us to lose our momentum, our positive momentum that we've been having in both police officer and firefighter hiring. So with that, I'd like to introduce my team that I have here at the table. I have Assistant General Manager Adam Kayumjan, who handles public safety hiring, Assistant General Manager Raul Lemus, who handles succession planning, Assistant General Manager Jody Yaxheimer, who has workers' compensation and benefits, and our budget expert, Susan Nakafuji. And with that, we're pleased to take any questions that your committee may have.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. And we're going to start our questioning today with Mr. Englander.
Thank you very much. Well, a couple things. I was going to go through some of the departmental requests here. But I think most of these are going to be captured in the general request that it exceeded the estimated departmental expenditures wrap-up. So with that, I do have a couple questions, though, on the anytime, anywhere testing. This was a pilot, as I understand it. And the whole idea was to have personnel be able to take testing for civil service from anywhere. Is that the concept behind it?
Yes, this is a concept that as you know, we have a succession planning issue, and a lot of our city staff are eligible for retirement. We're trying to make the city a more attractive employer of choice for millennials and other candidates.
I understand the concept behind it, but what is the checks and balance to make sure that it's the actual person behind the computer and the keyboard taking the test?
So there are different ways that you can implement this. One way would be to use off-site facilities in different remote locations that are more convenient to the candidate. That isn't exactly anywhere, but it's more places than we currently offer.
Such as?
That would be, for example, we use that for a firefighter candidate assessment. So we would use something like, we have some vendors that have remote locations where they have testing centers with computers. They have it's a secure.
Who are those
setup.
places? That's what I'm trying to get my arms around. It wouldn't be a library, so it would be.
No, it's something like a Sylvan Learning Center, a Prometric Testing Center, those type of things.
And they have the correct oversight to monitor that that's in fact the personnel that would be taking the test?
We can buy proctoring services, which they would offer. So what typically would happen is the person would identify themselves, they'd present their identification, they typically put their belongings in a secure location, and then they're in a cubicle that's monitored by someone either with a live feed, or what you can also do is after the fact feed and audit them after the fact, so that once the candidates pass the test, we can go back, review the videotape, ensure that nothing was awry. In our actual Anytime Anywhere, which we did pilot with one test, that's actually something where people can take a test from home. There are software out there. There's something called ProctorU, which allows you to have something on the computer, which then enables you to ensure that the person taking the test is not looking on the internet or looking at other materials that they're not available to access during the test. And they can only open the test. It monitors them. You could have a webcam. So there are other ways that you can protect the integrity of the testing process, and I appreciate that you understand the importance of that. Another thing you can do is, once you have the candidates who are successful in this initial sort of more open-ended process, is when they come in for their follow-up interview or so forth, is you can then give them a little mini test and kind of spot check the answers. And then these, again, are precautions that you can take to ensure that our testing process, which is very strict, it does not have any opportunity.
And we're actually talking about utilizing this for sworn personnel as well?
Sorry?
For sworn personnel as well?
We used it. We used a modified version of it with our firefighter candidate assessment, where we actually had an outside contractor that administered the prerequisite to our firefighter exam at different locations. So right now we're primarily looking at it for open, entry-level civilian exams. We're looking to pilot at least 2 exams with at least 1,000 candidates and really see how this process works. We do think that this will help hiring departments be able to get people on the list more quickly. And again, it will. We hope that it will improve the candidate experience as well and allow you to draw from a wider pool, a wider geographic pool, and hopefully improve the quality of the candidates as well.
Okay. Yeah, I just have some concern over sworn on this. If and when you decide to go back to sworn, if you could report back to the Public Safety Committee on that, so we could actually go through an in-depth analysis. I am not asking for a report back right now. I'm asking that if and when you go back to, and just put it out on the record, sworn for something like this, if you can report to the Public Safety Committee so we can flush it out and have a detailed conversation, which would be more appropriate there. Thanks. Do you have an updated metric on where we're at with how long it takes to process for sworn, both police and fire, from entry to offer or disqualification?
I'll let Aram Kayumjan respond
with
to
a
that.
historical, going back at least the last several years of where we're at and hitting that or not hitting that target?
So, Council Member, that has a complicated answer because we have adopted a new system of working the sworn candidates, and so we prioritize the most promising candidates, and they move through the process a lot faster.
What does prioritizing the most promising candidates mean? How do you rate those up front somehow?
They're tiered, correct?
Okay, I'll tell you what. Give me a report back on that in detail, if you would. And then if you could provide, as close as possible, a historical analysis of how long it's taking to process. But I really want to hone in on what you just said, too, and give me a breakdown for all of us on a prioritization and how you do that. And also, man, make sure we're not exposing ourselves to any liability, but more importantly, how long is it taking to get people hired? Because I still hear a lot of issues. So I want to see, I don't want to see averages, I want to see actual numbers. If you could please report back with very specific data and how long it's taking to process for both police and fire.
Sure, but I just want to assure you that we're not exposing ourselves to anything. It's just that certain candidates are motivated to take their various test parts a lot faster than others. So we make sure that they are monitored very closely and that we're not doing anything to impede or delay their progress. And so we can process those candidates in as few as 90 to 105 days.
Well, if you can give it all back to us in that report, and then also want to make sure to include laterals in there as well. So anybody coming from another agency, for those who are listening at home. So a lateral, anybody coming from another agency that isn't going a fresh boot, if you will, for sworn. Because what I'm hearing, those are the easiest and fastest to hire, and often what I'm hearing is they take the longest. And they're not prioritized. And so I want to see all the numbers on that if we could. Okay. That'd be really helpful. And I'm only asking this information so we can help work with you to make sure, is it a lack of funding? Is it something else? Is it other departments you're waiting on? What can we do to help? So it's not to hold you accountable to it as much as getting the information to help because we're hearing some problems. So, all right. So on that, outside of all the departmental requests, I also had a question on the restoration of... the lack of advertising for sworn? I guess that was wiped in this year's budget. Is that correct?
Correct. All of the additional money that the council gave us last year, and the amount of $445,000, a combination for both LAPD and LAFD recruitment, has not been proposed for renewal. So that's the amount that we're asking back.
Okay. So a couple questions on that. I'm always perplexed on this and never sure. They say in advertising, 50 cents is effective, but you got to spend the entire dollar. You just don't know which 50 cents. The problem with that, though, too, is this is the Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles Fire Department. Where last time we looked at this, in the fire department, we had 17,000 pending applications. People know and have heard of us, and people that want to be police officers or firefighters, one of their first considerations is the city of Los Angeles. Because we do have the best and the brightest. So I always wonder, do we really need to advertise? Sort of like we don't advertise move to Los Angeles. The Rose Parade does that for us, right? But so I'm always perplexed on. Now that's one part of it. So I guess what I'd like to see is how many candidates are applying right now, and what is the historical perspective on that going back a few years as well, both police and fire for sworn, to see. Now I know. Well, let's just look at that and how many are sitting in the pool right now for that. The second part of that is a lot of this is not only the second most expensive media market in the country. There's a lot of public-private partnerships that people are looking for to help and work with police and fire. They love doing it, whether it's bus bench folks, billboard companies, and the like. All like to do PSAs, public service announcements, for free. And they love doing it for sworn and being partners. The major media outlets here often will do it. We can get celebrities to help. They've done it in the past. It doesn't hurt that both our police chief and fire chief both look like movie stars. So I think we should look at deploying more PSAs. The reserve officers for the police department just reached out to a couple media outlets for their PSAs to get more reserves, and both or three major media outlets said yes, we'll run them, we love it, it's great, how do we partner? So for $400,000, I mean, I don't want to talk too long about, we always talk the longest about the smallest amounts in the budget, I get it, but that's just my 2 cents on that. The background investigators, though, I think are critically important, and that's where we get sort of a backlog. And your restoration on that, when it comes through on the departmental request from the GMs, I'll focus on that to make sure that we can fund that as well. So with that, I'm done. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ingledur. I want to ask first about the targeted local hiring working group and where we are on that. My office has been involved in this group, so I kind of know, but it seems to me that it's taking much longer to get people in seats on this program than it needs to have, and I'm not sure why, but this is a extremely high priority, I think, because we've been talking about restoring services for so long. We've been talking about reaching out to underrepresented and difficult to hire people for at least a year now. And where are we with actually getting people in seats through that program, number one? And number two, how does talk a little bit about how that effort relates to the Strategic Workforce Development Task Force and how those are working together and what the different responsibilities of those two efforts are.
So I'll kind of answer the second part of your question first. The Strategic Workforce Development Task Force has been tasked really looking, as the name implies, strategically at all our workforce needs. It's been focused on succession planning. We've undertaken a major effort to work with all of our city departments that they all were required to submit a succession plan, and that was considered as part of the budget process. That allows us to look at different workforce trends across departments to identify where the needs exist, both in terms of hiring, but also in terms of knowledge transfer, knowledge capture. So that effort is well underway. We have all the succession plans. They are available to the public online on our website, and that's all transparent to the public. We're due now for another of our quarterly meetings with that group to again, have in a public forum the results of that effort. And that's looking at, again, the broad sort of hiring trends of the city overall. The Targeted Local Hire Program is a specific initiative which looks at creating an alternative pathway to civil service, particularly reaching out to certain disadvantaged populations and giving them an advantage where they are able to come into the city, eventually get into a civil service job without having to take the traditional paper and pencil test. So many of your staffs and others, the CAO's office, our labor partners, our staff have been hard at work in developing that program. Ms. Jackie Goldberg has been done tremendous work in helping us, and we reached out to all council offices. We've talked to dozens of community-based organizations, and they are identifying candidates that are now being filtered through our WorkSource systems. They all get an orientation into our program, and then they are able to be put into the target local hire pool that departments can choose from if they're looking for a vocational worker or a trainee. Those are the two sort of feeder classifications that we're using. The vocational workers can do a number of different things, assisted gardener, mainly street services, sanitation, harbor, LAWA, certain departments. Office trainees are in virtually every city department. So on the other side of the coin, I know the mayor's office and so forth have been really, and we've been trying to ask departments whenever they're making any of these, filling these important entry-level positions, please consider target local hire. We have two in our own office that are just doing wonderfully. We're very, very happy with them. And we are now getting a number of requests. So we now have several hundred candidates that are in our pool, and we now are getting, I would say, probably in the Raul, you can correct me, but I believe we've got now dozens of requests from departments looking for candidates. So that process is now underway. The reason why you may not perceive it as being as quick as you might hope is we're really at this point focusing on those community-based organizations or city departments or WorkSource centers that we have had a historical relationship with in the past. And then because we don't want to overwhelm the system, but what we hope to do then is to have a full launch and then have candidates come in from all of the different organizations. And there is a whole process we've been setting in place about preparing our departments to have some of these trainees come into their workforce. We've purchased a training in our Cornerstone management system on dealing with diversity, which we think is very helpful for departments. We've been trying to set up a database to track the progress of the candidates, and we want a continual loop back so that we can go back to the CBOs and say, hey, look, these candidates are doing great. Maybe these need because they're supposed to be job ready, to be ready to enter the city workforce. So they've worked really hard. There's been just a lot of behind-the-scenes work in order to make sure that this is a successful program that will last, where we can have people that will come in for decades to come.
Yeah, I think it's a game-changing program, and it has the potential to take people, off of our sidewalks and get them busy fixing our sidewalks. It's such a win-win-win for the workforce, for our constituent services, for our homeless and other hard-to-hire population. And it sounds to me like if there's a remaining roadblock, it's getting our departments to get with the program. And there's so many departments that have, in my view, as an outside observer, great opportunities to employ these people, tremendous entry-level opportunities. And the sidewalk repair program is notable among them. And I guess I would just want to make sure that we're doing more than going hat in hand to department general managers and saying, could you please consider this program? I would hope that our general managers understand this is an important priority for the mayor and for the city council, and we want these people in positions. So anyway, that's more of a soapbox than a question, so excuse me. I want to talk a little bit about workers' comp, because this has been a frustration of mine citywide for a long time, both in terms of preventive measures that we should be taking and our response to workers' comp claims when they come in, because it's frustrating when I see people trying to manage a department who may not understand the nuances of reasonable accommodation, who try to jerry-rig something for an injured employee and end up with a claim that we didn't reasonably accommodate or even that we retaliated, and then the cost of the thing goes through the roof. And so I want to understand first, how can we do a better job of ensuring that our departments and our managers are utilizing your expertise fully in responding to claims, and what are some of the steps that we should be taking that we haven't to do risk reduction, to reduce the number of workers' comp claims from arising in the first place? So those are the two substantive questions. And then on the budget itself, your letter indicates that there could be a projected deficit for workers' comp in the coming year, and I'd like to understand why that is, and I'd like the CAO to address whether he concurs with that assessment as well.
So first, just as when you were discussing earlier with the city attorney's office, how there are things that we're dealing with that may have occurred years ago, similarly, workers' compensation, there's a long tail in their claims. So sometimes we're paying out payments on claims that were incurred long ago. So that's one thing that just want to put in the back of our head. But certainly there are a lot of things that we're attempting to do to address workers' compensation claims, both in the area of prevention and then also in streamlining the way claims are handled once they arise. So your risk management committee, I think, has been very helpful. I think there's been a renewed emphasis on safety. We want to thank the mayor's office and the CAO for regularizing 2 safety engineer positions. We think that will go a long ways in terms of helping us in our preventative mode to prevent injuries from occurring on the job. We would actually like to have an industrial hygiene function as well in-house, which we think would also mitigate claims from occurring. Safety is of course the number one thing that you can do to prevent claims from occurring. So that again, that renewed emphasis on risk management, on safety, on claims prevention is the just even the visibility that the risk management steering committee and the mayor's committee is bringing to that. The executive director brings to that is a big step in the right direction. It may not manifest in a reduction in costs immediately, because what may happen with safety is sometimes things get reported more frequently because it becomes more visible, but in the long run, it does save money for the city. We are also involved in 2 negotiated efforts for alternative dispute resolution procedures for workers' compensation claims. We've had one with SEIU for a number of years. We're in the process of doing negotiations with the coalition as well as with the Police Protective League on the sworn claims. And this is basically a carve-out from the workers' compensation. Jody's looking at me, so I think she probably wants to speak more. But it's basically a carve-out from the system where we immediately have a joint labor management benefits committee get involved, similarly as we do with our civilian health benefits. Have an ombudsperson, an advocate to come and basically try to reduce the potential adversarialness of a workers' compensation claim, which we hope will then allow our employees to get back to work more quickly, get them the medical attention that they need more quickly, prevent them from feeling the need to hire an outside attorney, and so forth. So these are some measures that we're thinking will impact our workers' compensation liabilities, and then I'll let the CAO address the shortfall.
Mr. Chair, in many ways, it's the workers' comp issue is very similar to the liability claims. We just don't know what it's going to be. Typically, what occurs is we get a range from the actuary of a low to an expected to a high. What's funded in there is within that range. Okay. Is it at the high? No, it's not. And it may not even be at the expected, but it is within the range that is provided by the actuary. It is an increase from what was provided in the current year. As you recall, through the mid-year, we addressed a shortfall that was about a $14 million shortfall to the workers' comp. It was addressed. There is an increase going into next fiscal year. So again, it's just one of these situations where we hope it's where it's at, but it is there's a possibility that it could be more than what was budgeted.
Okay, great. Now, Ms. Macy, within your office, when workers' comp claims come in and are being processed, do you still have is it still the practice to rotate those claims around among analysts, or did somebody handle it from the time it comes in the door until the time it's finished?
Jody Oxheimer. We have in-house staff who handle civilian claims, and they're assigned basically by department. Okay. We also have third-party administrators who assist with sworn police, sworn fire, and some civilian claims.
Okay. And does a single person handle that claim from start to finish, or do they move off their desk after a certain amount of time and go to somebody else?
I believe the same person handles the claim from start to finish.
Okay. I don't need a report back on this because it's not directly relevant to the budget right now, but I would like to just make a note, if I could, Mr. Hale, that I want to have a follow-up conversation about some of the best practices for claim handling and compare those to what we're currently doing, as well as the outside
TPAs?
Yes, thank you.
Third-party administrators.
Third-party administrators.
Third-party administrators. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that's it for me. Ms. Martinez.
I have one quick question. Regarding your Anytime, Anywhere testing program, why haven't you submitted a request to the Innovation Fund to help fund for this? Because I think this would be something that would be up their alley, especially, it's not only a technology program, but it would actually help us modernize our methods. I believe that they would actually fund you for up to $100,000. Maybe you can refine your request, but I think this would be an option for you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been asked and answered, but I wanted to dig a little bit on the workers' comp. When you look at the numbers, it's pretty staggering. 756 full-time employees absent from work per year. And I'm thinking about that in terms of officers. That's potentially a third of that percent of the total is police sworn, which means potentially 250 officers out on the street that are on workers' comp per year. Seems like a staggering number. Help me put that in context. How does it compare to other cities, comparable cities?
That's a really good question, Councilmember. We can look into that and get back to you.
Okay. I'd like a report back on that to try to figure out what are the other... I mean, it sounds like you're doing some innovative things. The 8-hour program, and I know that this has been a focus, but it's still a glaring problem, and I want to understand the context and how do we get our workers back in the field, both in terms of legit and pay the claims, the legitimate ones, and also figure out the ones that are not legitimate. The Anytime, Anywhere testing pilot is very exciting to me. Are there metrics that you have for success on that?
Yes, we're going to measure, again, there's different satisfaction measures that we want to measure. We want to see if we're going to be able to get more candidates taking our exams. We're going to understand one of the issues that we face in a traditional testing environment is what we call a lapse rate or a no-show rate. And so one of the ways that we can measure our success is presumably if it's more convenient to the candidate, they're less likely not to show up for the test. So that's one way that we can definitely measure its success. We also plan to survey our departments that are using the exams, the results of these exams, and see if they have a better experience with the candidates that come through an interview and get hired by their departments. And we're also going to check with the candidates themselves and see whether this experience in applying for a city job, if they have any comparisons, how that related to other experiences they may have had in the private sector or other experiences they may have had applying for other city jobs through the traditional methods. So those are some ways that we hope that we can get real savings, real time savings, real quality improvements that we want to measure this. And I think Ms. Martinez had an excellent suggestion that our hope is this came out of a Google Innovation Lab idea. It came out of a lot of different departments. We worked with Google. Having some private investment or innovation investment, if we can show some sort of proof of concept with this, then maybe we can get some additional funding elsewhere to run with this and expand it. So we are very, very keen on wanting to make sure that this works. We're cognizant of some of the security things that Councilmember Englander was keenly aware of, and so we want to make sure that that's accounted for too. But once we work out those particular items, we think that this could be a total game changer for the city.
Yeah, there's a lot of innovation in the online learning space. I did some legislation a number of years ago on that, where they're using biometrics and other ways to verify the folks. So I'm sure you're looking at that, but that's another area you might not think of where they've actually done some innovation on this kind of testing, or learning and testing, I guess. we're talking about the advertising, the outreach, and the biggest purpose of the outreach is to try to get more diversity into our workforce and in particular fire department. How is our diversity going with the outreach for fire department?
Yeah, I'll let Aram respond to that as well.
Tremendously well. When the council gave us the additional funds for diversity outreach last year, the firefighter exam was scheduled to close relatively soon, but we wanted to use the money well and strategically, so we actually extended the testing period by 5 months. And during the course of those 5 months, we were able to add approximately 2,650 additional diverse candidates into the applicant pool. And so far this year, the drill towers that we've been able to hire for with firefighter candidates have been trending over 50% diverse. And the way we used that money was not for general advertising, it was for mini targeted advertising catering to Hispanic candidates, Asian, African American, and women in such publications as La Opinion to reach Hispanic Americans, or LA Focus for African Americans, and then ESPN for women, and a deal with the Sparks basketball team in order to reach and recruit female candidates. And I just want to explain that not all of the recruitment money goes for advertising. Some of it just goes for promotional materials. Some of it goes for simple, basic announcements just to let people know when the testing is occurring, where it's occurring. And then it also allows us to innovate. So for the police department, what we're looking into right now is virtual reality as a recruitment tool, and we've just completed an RFP for that. And we're also looking to create an online portal called Virtual Mentor in order to guide candidates through the process more efficiently through electronic notifications, reminders, tips for success, and prep videos.
And I'm assuming the anytime, anywhere stuff can also help with diversity.
Indeed. So as Ms. Macy indicated earlier, the firefighter test you could take pretty much all around the country, schedule at your own convenience, as long as you did it during the indicated time period. And in the case of that test, since it wasn't, it had to do with a lot of video interaction and it had multiple modalities, you couldn't really cheat. It's not like you were going to walk away with the questions.
Right. And overall, the demand for exams, has that gone down or up this last year?
It's been going up. It's been going up consistently over the last few years. And so, like I think I mentioned earlier, we've done at least 400 lists that when we anticipate this year, we're doing just as many. And that's many more than we had in the past. We're seeing increased numbers of applications. We're screening increased numbers of applications. So down the line in the process, we see the demand going up. And while we appreciate sort of the fiscal prudence of this budget, when we do an exam, whether 2 people are appointed from the list or 100 people are appointed from the list, there's still that same amount of workload that goes into generating those lists. What we need to do from our department's end is to make sure that the departments constantly have a list ready and available to them. That's another way that Anytime, Anywhere will help, because it allows us to refresh our lists more frequently as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez?
I forgot to ask another question. Just remembered. So I've also noticed that in the Blue Book, under footnotes, page 187, footnote number 1, under fire notes, there's a request for fire chief to designate $450,000 within LAFD Special Training Fund 40J for recruitment, training, and expense costs related to firefighter hiring and training. We've really worked on increasing our diversity of our candidates and recruits, and that's really important to me. We've made tremendous strides, and also reaching out to women so that they can apply, complete the academy, and actually graduate. So we've made tremendous efforts on these 2 categories, and I would hate to lose the momentum. So, Chair, I would like to ask for a report back on whether we could use this source of funding for LAFD diversity recruitment campaign. I meant to mention it earlier, and I just flagged it. That's why I asked to speak again.
Sure, that'd be great. And then maybe it can encompass how those appropriations differ or overlap between what the department is requesting and what's in the fire department. Thank you. I had one other thing, and I've forgotten what it is. Members, anything else for personnel? I guess I'll have to come back to it when I remember. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here, and thank you to your staff as well for their continuing good work. Okay, that will bring up next the Department on Disability. Mr. Simon, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Member.
Good morning. We've received your letter. Thank you. Feel free to open up, and we'll dive right in.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we've had a great process working with the mayor's budget team and CAO budget team, and had a lot of thoughtful conversations about the best ways to fund and support our core functions. I believe that is included in the budget. We had some suggestions we made that are incorporated in the budget letter. I'll just highlight a couple of I'll highlight them categorically, which is the first couple of them are dealing with mandated ADA services we provide to city constituents or city employees, like sign language interpreting, captioning services, video remote interpreting, that we are simply doing more business in these days. So I'm anticipating a shortfall. We actually had a shortfall this year in that funding. ADA assistant contracts, we do very few of them. We actually underutilized that funding this year, so I understand the urge to recapture some of that money going into next year's planning. But I always want to make sure we have enough funding in our contractual services to provide these services when they're requested quickly and effectively. Outside of that, there were a couple of honestly left field things like the Blue Curb program that we're still figuring out exactly how we'll implement. There's a report back coming up next month, so there's sort of a tentative administrative support funding ask in here. And everything else, for the most part, is either related to the AIDS coordinator's office or staff adjustments in my department. So I think I would actually leave it at that and answer questions if that's more appropriate.
Great, thank you. I did actually want to ask you about the Blue Curb program and whether how you're interacting with DOT in administering that, and whether there might be technology solutions that you've seen applied elsewhere, perhaps, that we might be able to implement to increase some efficiency in the administration of the program.
Sure. I mean, I think this is mostly a policy question more than anything. We've been meeting regularly with DOT. My staff, 2 or 3 of them, are very invested in this because we have the sort of physical decisions around how to implement the Blue Curbs themselves, and then really how we take the requests. So there are more than 800 legacy requests. We get some 1,200 requests, some duplicates that are coming in on an annual basis. The main model, I think, is what we're doing with sidewalks, right? We created a website that I think is quite functional. It's quite accessible. It captures a lot of detail. And provides the kind of data that street services or DOT or engineering or my department can use to go out and get these things in place. So that said, the only reason there was a really budget ask here for me was if DOT is going to absorb the administrative process of inputting them into the computer system, then we're fine with that, actually. If my department has to do it, I only have 3 admin staff and literally would overwhelm them to do so. So these are literally administrative assistant positions. Outside of that, it really is around building out that website. That cost is not a cost to my department, and it's moving forward actually quite well. So I think the report back in June, while we don't have a lot of Blue Curbs that will have been painted by next month, the process is in place to move on them pretty quickly after that.
And as we're moving forward with Vision Zero and pedestrian safety issues, and as we're moving forward with the sidewalk repair program, frequently I guess I would say, a delaying factor in implementing some of those measures has been delays in completing curb cut ramps. And I think most of that work is either taken on by engineering or transportation or street services rather than your department. But are there, to the extent that your department is advising them in those areas, do you have the resources that you need to be able to support what they're doing there? Because all over the city we're having delays that are resulting from not getting that done. And we have money to spend on sidewalk repair. We have money to spend on Vision Zero and other safety measures that's not being spent in part because of this. So talk to me a little bit about how your department interfaces with them in that regard.
Sure. The curb ramps, for the most part, are actually working independently. My department, outside of what comes in through the sidewalk program itself, where we simply validate that the constituent that makes the request has an appropriate disability to make the request and use that expedited program. Outside of that, it's a matter of really getting crews out on the street. So I didn't confer with my partners at Street Services or Engineering but I would support any request they have, to be honest with you, to get more crews on the street to build them out. We have so many requests backlogged at this point that, again, it's mostly an administrative function to literally get them into the system and get the crew out there. What will come up, which I think is probably second, third quarter this year, is the extent to which my certified access specialists need to be out there actually looking at the path of travel and the accessibility. For the most part, I believe Street Services and Engineering can do it, but we have some folks that are extremely well trained in going out there and making sure that we don't start some construction that we have to come back and revisit a year or so later. So we cover the entire block, we cover the sidewalk, we cover the curb ramp. So I do expect, in great part because of a motion from Mr. Blumenfield, when we will be addressing the city's transition plan, that I will be looking for more certified access specialists on staff, so we don't have to, quite frankly, pay more trying to contract out for that service. And they will also help the Blue Curb program and the sidewalk program.
Great, thank you. You and I, for many years, have discussed my frustration with misuse of handicapped parking and abuse of disabled placards by those who are not entitled to use them. All those concerns have been, recently validated by the state audit. It was Caltrans or Highway Patrol, I forget, but it produced an audit showing just the rampant abuse of disabled placards by people who have no entitlement to them whatsoever. Are there steps that we can be taking locally that you can recommend to try to address some of this problem, both in terms of making space more available for those who actually need it and also generating revenues as we lay appropriate penalties on those who have the gall to abuse this by parking in spaces that are reserved for people who actually have mobility restrictions?
Yeah, you're hitting all the near and dear to me items. So Salida, the general manager of the Department of Transportation, and I just chaired a committee that was created to review that issue. Okay, so it was a state auditor report that looked at DMV and their enforcement roles. We really looked at what we can do here within the city, and that included everything from greater enforcement to figuring out who is issued a placard in the first place. And of course, my concern is making sure in that process we're stopping the bad actors in this who are cheating without putting the burden on legitimate requesters in the disability community. That set of recommendations, I think, will be coming your direction in about 60 days. Some of it does include more penalties. A lot of it includes items that we're going to have to go into we would recommend to go into the city's legislative packet because they require state law change, which several of you are quite familiar with. So we look forward to getting that in front of you. I don't believe there's a budget ask attached to it at this point because most of it is legislative, but it's going to be a significant change for Angelenos, and we should start seeing the impacts of it, honestly, within a year at most if we can get it in place.
Well, that's good to hear, and I know that those recommendations will probably go to the Transportation Committee. They might likely go to the Rules Committee as well because of the legislative aspect. But I would like to ask for a special study report back to this committee so that we can consider those policy decisions that will, over the long term, impact revenues as well, fines and penalty revenues, as well as there might be cost implications as well. So I would like to see that in this committee as well. Okay.
And sir, if I could add a quick footnote to that, one of the costs that I think DOT may discuss with you at some point would be considering making our physical meters or machines that are replacing meters as accessible as possible, and that's a significant change. So that will have some cost, but again, it's through DOT.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Martinez. Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. Appreciate all the great work that you do. In some ways, your department has two roles. You provide legally mandated services, and you're ensuring compliance as well with providing social services, education, valuable things. Of your budget requests, which ones are legally mandated, are in the legally mandated category, and which ones are more in the educational category? And related to that, and maybe this is more of a CAO question, if we need to have common look licenses to make our ADA documents compliant, what is the legal risk to the city if we don't have that funded? Mm-hmm. It seems like it's one of those things that if it really is a legal requirement, we better fund it. Otherwise, we may be in some trouble. So I kind of throw that out as and something to think about, and also to get your answer to the question on your request.
Absolutely. I think the quickest way I could do it is make quick reference in the numbers following the budget letter. So item 1 is direct ADA mandated services, period. It's our contractual services for sign language interpreting, captioning, video remote interpreting. So to me, unquestionable there. It's a conservative ask based on this year's numbers, assuming our usage doesn't keep increasing the way it has last year. I've not compensated for that in this, nor have I asked for specific funding for video remote interpreting, which we expect to pick up. So that's a mandate. 2 is something we feel is a mandate. We've talked at length with the city attorney's office on our policy for ADA assistance. Again, it was underused this current year. We never know what's going to happen. It's like those other discussions, just don't know how many people will access it. The common look licenses, this is the Section 508 and ADA computer and digital document accessibility piece. It's huge. It's a requirement. There's no question to us. We have lawsuits back east, including the seminal one we look at is Harvard and MIT were sued because of their online training not being accessible. And it's very clear that major universities, education systems, cities and counties need to make these documents accessible. So I think I may have said before this body last year, I consider that after sidewalks and housing our next biggest issue in terms of scale and accessibility in this city. So the common look licenses to me are a requirement. They've been funded 2 years through the mayor's office, public safety folk, and we're sort of shifted over to DOD this last year. We funded it in the current fiscal year with some salary savings, but that will run short. Going down. So everything else in here, my staff training, I can't say it's legally mandated, but it is not sort of this social service education piece. It's making sure that my staff who had not had that kind of training for the several years preceding my coming on board understand how to make the city compliant and are the city's ultimate experts in doing so. They did not have that training up to par, and we asked for a very small amount of money, I believe, to get that training in place. There's some AIDS office funding in here, which again we of course think is vital. It is not an ADA mandate, I suppose, is how your question was asked. And I've got 2 items on minor staffing changes.
All right, thank you for that. That's helpful. Sure. On the AIDS funding, I mean, this is the HIV prevention money. This is money that was traditionally the federal government paid for through CDBG money, and then they've been ratcheting that down the last couple of years, and we've had this back and forth on a number of these items, and we have backfilled it last year through the council, this year through the mayor's office. But we're backfilling essentially a federal function, and we're in a sense taking it on as a general fund, which is a very important function. So I support that, but at the same time, it's definitely a mission creep for our city in some ways. Is there any way that we can, with Measure H or some of these other measures that are out there, be able to share that burden? When I say the burden, I mean the burden of the federal cuts. Let's be clear, that have been affecting our budget for the last couple of years. The CDBG money. If the president's proposal comes through with complete elimination of the CDBG money, we're going to have a $56 million issue. But this is one that's been continuing a ratchet down ever since all those programs were block granted a couple dozen years ago. So I guess my question is, it's very important. I agree with the priority. I see it in our budget, though, as something that we're taking on that we never have taken on officially in the past. It's just kind of creeping in. And I'm asking if there's a way that we can find another source of funding to carry this on, especially with Measure H, which there's probably a fair amount of overlap.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I'm going to start the answer, and then I'm going to also turn it over to my the City AIDS Coordinator, Ricky Rosales, sitting to my left. It's interesting. While the city has chosen to use federal funds, in this case block grant funds, for several years to fund this program, primarily actually was a county responsibility to address the public health aspect. So it's federal money that the county often used, or sometimes state money. And this program, that's I think a little more than 30 years old. Where did Ricky go? Oh, he's to my right. I'm sorry. The city, we were the first city with an AIDS anti-discrimination law. We had the first full-time, civil servant, if you will, at the city attorney's office who addressed HIV and AIDS issues. This has been sort of near and dear to the city for a long time, where we play a role to fill all the gaps that county misses, quite frankly. So we target very hard-to-treat populations. So that said, I don't know that the mission creep is a creep into our budget, but for a change of source of funds. I do think Measure H funds are an appropriate place to look. Homeless clients, if you will, are something that I think Ricky's providers see a lot. That's some of the metrics we do have and can provide, the number of folks who identify as homeless or at risk of homelessness that they serve. We serve hard-to-reach populations like injection drug users, and we help get them into treatments, but we're getting folks off the street. So we are glad to explore any other option for that funding. As you pointed out, those options are drying up, unfortunately, but I do feel it's a core mission of the city. I don't know, Ricky, if you want to add anything to that, or are you okay? Okay. I stole his thunder, sorry.
No, I appreciate that, and maybe we get a special report, not necessarily a budget report, but on how to access potentially county funds for this. It started out as county money, went federal, cities backfilling. Maybe there's a way to get full circle and get the county back on the hook for some of that. But it's to share with you the importance of the mission. Lastly, I wanted to ask you, you referenced it before, I'm trying to get through the motion, all the agencies compliant with our ADA for all the right reasons, but also for the liability reasons. So how are departments coming along in compliance? Have you received updates on the transition plan? And what do you need to ensure that what do you need from us to ensure that all the departments are complying? Have each department designated an individual to work with you on this issue, or give us a little bit of an update of what you need, and if there's particularly if there's a budget relevancy.
Sure. The motion that we'll probably be heading to mental health over the next month or so that you authored addresses having every city department update its ADA transition plan. That plan is, I should know that number top of my head, I want to say 15 years old at this point. So departments update it regularly in practice. Do they update it enough, quickly enough? I don't know. And I think it's important that we address that and have DOD review and work and partner with each department to do that. I didn't put a budget ask in here because, quite frankly, the motion hasn't passed through yet. We haven't worked out what the plan to implement it will be. I will suggest that will probably be at least a full year to 18 months that we take the time to really update all those transition plans well. The budget implications for doing that from my department would probably be 2 staff positions literally for the entire city, which would be certified access specialists, which are extremely hard to find. And actually the biggest issue is getting the exemption for them. There are a couple folks within the city who have that skill set and certification, and we can, it's tough for us to compete with other big departments where they work. So that said, there might be 2 budget asks. I wouldn't know what that looks like probably until 3 to 6 months, depending on where that motion goes and exactly what it looks like when it's done. At that point, what I think the city is going to have to address then is when these transition plans are done, how do we fund significant recommendations about what is required to bring city program services and facilities up to full compliance. That can be spread over many years, just like the sidewalks plan, but it needs to be in motion. So there will be some consideration, I think, and I think it was Mr. Krikorian who raised the issue of a budget stabilization fund around sort of liability expenses. I would ask you to consider ensuring that accessibility is a big piece of that, because that's one of your biggest costs around court liability currently. And I don't know that's going to change much. The more we can get ahead of the game, the more we can reduce that liability, but the city needs to have a mechanism to fund those accessibility changes, and we don't currently have one.
Even just having that plan in place and actually making motion toward it will help inoculate us from some of this.
To a certain extent, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, anything else for disability? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. Appreciate your work. Thank you for your time. And that brings up the Department of Aging. Ms. Trejo, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have your letter. Thank you very much for submitting it. Please feel free to open up and we'll dive right in.
I do have a few comments. I want to start by letting you know who is with me today. I have James Donner, Assistant General Manager, and Dale Osborne, who helps with our budgets. I have a couple of comments for you. In the July 4th, 2016 issue of Time magazine, the city of Los Angeles was recognized among the reasons to celebrate America because of the mayor and city council's leadership in addressing the issues of an aging population, and because, in addition to our regular services and programs supporting older persons and their family caregivers, in the last year we began implementation of Purposeful Aging Los Angeles in collaboration with LA County. This initiative over the next 5 years will engage government, non-governmental, and communities, non-governmental agencies and communities in creating age-friendly, livable communities for the good of older adults and people of all ages. In the last year, the Department of Aging has also become more involved in becoming better educated and also advocating on behalf of homeless older adults and older adults at high risk of homelessness. Through the budget last year, you approved a pilot project to provide paid on-the-job training to older adults who are homeless. As council members may recall, at that time you asked what was the anticipated impact of the project, and I could only share with you my aspirations that it would have an impact on the lives of older people, and you approved our request, and I am delighted now to share with you some of our outcomes. The Older Workers Employment Program has already served 65 older adults, exceeding our annual target of 40. We have successfully transitioned 4 of those participants onto unsubsidized work. We have assisted 11 of our participants to secure permanent housing. 4 of them are currently approved and searching. All of them became eligible for temporary housing. If those were the only measures by which you judged the impact of this pilot project, I would hope you would feel that it was a tremendous investment and return on that risk that you took with us last year. But the true impact of our work is harder to quantify. It's in the 65 lives that we've touched. I want to share one quote with you from one of our clients we received in a recent email. And I quote, "I have seen firsthand the remarkable change that can happen when people's lives are treated with dignity, respect, and given the opportunity for personal growth. I can speak for myself as a homeless individual. It raises one's self-esteem and confidence. It provides a platform of hope and stability, giving the strength to step back in life." She is currently going back to college full-time. This was her going away note to us. This work is more than just about a paid traineeship placement in a social service agency for older people. It's allowing them to reconnect. I have provided you, and I have an updated description of some of the outcomes of our older adult employment program for your information. I am asking for your continued support of the Older Workers Program and for support of our requests to roll over this year's unspent funds to help us build a program that I know will become a model for how to provide skills, support, and give older persons a chance to reengage. Older adults currently represent 1/3 of the homeless population in our communities, and their numbers, regrettably, are growing. This program is the only one of its kind, and it is working. In addition, the department would also request your support in restoring $192,000 for our direct social services and $83,726 for our evidence-based health programs. Our department works every day with thousands of older people to make sure that they can stay independent, that they can be contributing members of our community, and at the end of the day, they really do improve the quality of life for all Angelenos. I want to thank the Mayor's Office, the CAO, for considering our budget request this year, and I would welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. On the, well, I'm sorry. Let me go first with, no, it's all right. I'll go first to Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay. I appreciate what you're saying on the older workers program. But I'm also trying to make sense of the metrics and the numbers because I guess maybe it depends on how hard to secure these folks are. Because my first glance at the numbers, I see 4 secured employment for $300,000. If that were the only metric, I'd say, well, we could have paid them each $75,000 for and employed them directly and had them do things for the city. So it's got to be more than that. But maybe it's because it's a hard-to-serve population. Help me understand the context of these numbers compared to other programs. Because just looking straight at the numbers and doing some quick math, it doesn't seem as much of a success as I know it is. So
I appreciate that.
So help me understand it.
These are chronically homeless older adults that we reached out to. Most of the organizations serving homeless adults actually try to educate us that very few, if any, older people would participate in this program. We actually had the opposite effect. There was tremendous interest among homeless older persons to participate. They want to regain their lives. Many of these people have had tremendous challenges for much of their life in accessing work environments. Part of what we do is teach a lot about skills of how to be an employee, how to work in an employment environment, which is very difficult if you've never really done that for the last 20 or 30 years. We're also working, a significant number of our participants are coming out of long-term incarceration and they are homeless. And what we're finding is, again, these are folks who are prepared and ready to engage with us. The problem is that there are no other resources. There is nothing else for them that is equivalent to this. I can tell you our experience with older workers re-entering the workplace is extremely challenging. Employers are not necessarily open to considering older people. They have various ageist stereotypes about what it means to hire older adults, and usually that is not their first choice. We do a lot of cultivation, a lot of education with potential employers to let them see what we see in our clients, in our participants, in terms of their capacity to be of service and to be engaged fully in a work environment. So I can tell you, in my office, 4 is remarkable that we were able to achieve, because this is extremely difficult work.
And is there Measure H funding, that might be available that we could apply for this type of continued program?
Thank you for bringing that up, because I will ask council members to support our continuing advocacy with various homeless initiatives. I can tell you part of my concern is that older adults are not specifically mentioned anywhere by anyone's plans. And so that makes my work a lot harder, because I literally have to kind of kick in doors, if it were, to get inside to have folks hear me. I'm very fortunate in that I have a lot of relationships with county staff. For example, I've had met with Phil Ansel and other folks at the county, educating them about the importance of older people, also educating them about the fact that we expect reasonable funding to be appropriated to support programs that will serve older adults. But I can tell you, intuitively, it's not on any of the documents. And so we will have to have very strong advocacy, and I hope to reach back to the council when and if it's necessary, because I believe that my main concern is that they are very invisible in this process, and that most folks think they're just adults who are just older, and they are not. They're extremely difficult and very different populations to serve, and most of them are not engaging with the current service environment. That's why there's a sense of we don't know what to do with them. So folks have been very, very generous with us, because they're just excited that the city is taking this level of leadership. So they've been supportive of our work. But a lot of the challenges these clients present, they could not solve. We had to figure out how to do that on our own. So these are very challenging clients to work with. And I can tell you the success we've had transition them into permanent housing. Even our colleagues in the homeless organizations have been kind of taken aback by how well we have been able to do that. But that's because we understand that with older adults, we have to provide a lot of instrumental support. We have to do a lot of, we'll do it with you. You just can't rely that the person has the capacity or capability of doing it all by themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander, any questions? Okay. I think you've covered my issues as well. This is a very minor clarification, but the Older Workers Employment Program in your report, you indicate that it was based on the Senior Community Service Employment Program.
Yeah.
Does it in fact replace it, or is
No.
that just two different versions?
It's a parallel program that the criteria for the Senior Employment Program really would not accommodate this population. That's why they haven't been recruited into that program. We actually modified, because we could, under the city's funding, we could modify the criteria and the way that clients could participate. And so we've done all that modification, but if we could readily transfer people, we would do that. We haven't found that to be the case. In addition, the Senior Employment Program, like many other federally funded programs, is currently slated to be eliminated.
Okay.
So we are watching that also very carefully, because we could end up losing that program as well.
So the $450,000 that had been budgeted for that program is being
exclusive,
moved
just
to this.
Not moving. It's exclusively for homeless older adults.
Right. And this program would not be as vulnerable to a potential
correct.
federal funding cut.
Correct. Yes.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and your service. All right. So, members, that brings us to the end of the morning session. It's 12:15 now. We will take our lunch break until 1:20, and I'd like to resume here again at 1:20. And when we come back, for the public who are here or watching at home, we'll be taking up first the police department, followed by emergency management, the Board of Public Works, the Bureau of Engineering, the Bureau of Street Services, the Bureau of Street Lighting, the Bureau of Contract Administration, and the Bureau of Sanitation. And we continue to hold out high hopes of completing all of that prior to 7 o'clock tonight. So with that, we will take a lunch break, and we'll be back here at 1:20. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for 2017-2018. We are set to begin consideration of the Police Department, but before we do that, without objection, members, unless members have concerns, although we had closed public comment earlier this morning, we do have a few cards relating to the police budget and also some of our public works budgets, and I'd like to go ahead and take those before we commence consideration. So if there's anybody else here who would like to speak about this afternoon's departments who haven't already turned in a card, please bring it on forward, because this is the time that we're going to do it. We're not going to wait until the departments come up. So bring them up right now, and we'll go ahead and take the cards. So if there's no objection to proceeding like that, I'd like to begin the comment with Elizabeth Silver, followed by Doretta Sandoz, followed by Robert Harris. Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Elizabeth Silver. I'm the General Counsel for the Los Angeles Police Protective League, and I participate in the contract negotiations on their behalf. In particular, I'd like to address that our most recent contract calls for a $100 million minimum in overtime for police safety, and this year's budget has a $20 million shortfall due to the $41 million that must be allocated to the MTA contract that has been unlawfully commingled with our contractual $100 million. The budget proposal would slash the $20 million and have a crippling impact on a police officer's ability to try to reduce the 69% increase in violent crime since 2013. This budget proposal makes little sense. It violates our contract. It violates the language of the MTA contract, and we request that the committee rethink it, withdraw that line, restore the $100 million.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doretta Sandoz, followed by Robert Harris.
Hello, everyone. I'm Doretta Sandoz, Vice President of the Los Angeles Police Protective League. I've been in the department for 23 years, and I'm currently a sergeant. The shenanigans that are cooked into the mayor's proposed budget will put neighborhood safety at risk and break the promise that the MTA security contract for the city is awarded and will not raid patrol officers in Los Angeles neighborhoods. But looking at the budget, it's just the opposite. This budget does just that by cutting 328,000 police officer hours and diverting those funds to pay for MTA contract. The mayor's budget chooses to keep transit lines safe, but not the neighborhoods. The MTA contract is to pay for security services provided for off-duty LAPD officers. So why is the mayor's budget proposal allocating $41 million in sworn overtime money to go to MTA? This is a direct violation of the MTA provision that states the deployment strategy does not impact current deployment levels of police service. So we urge you to look into that budget and go back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Harris, followed by Hans Russo.
Good morning, council members. I'm Robert Harris, and I am a director with the Los Angeles Police Protective League. We were extremely dismayed when we discovered this budgetary sleight of hand that will cut 328,000 police officer hours from our already thinly staffed police department. That 328,000 police officer hours equates to 75 12-hour shifts per day for an entire year. This will devastate the police department's ability to stem the 69% increase in violent crime that the residents of Los Angeles are currently suffering. This budget is a sneaky and disingenuous affront to every resident that wants safer neighborhoods, swifter response times, and more community policing. The 9,800 Los Angeles police officers that we represent are strongly urging the Budget and Finance Committee to reject this budget proposal and demand answers as to how cutting 328,000 police officer hours will do anything other than plunge our cities into city safety into chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hans Russo, and right now that's the last card. Oh, I see some more coming up. Okay. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Okay. Mr. Russo, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I should say good afternoon. This is just an overview. We have 4 treatment plants in the city of Los Angeles, the biggest one being Hyperion Treatment Plant. I want to go over the staffing conditions that we're dealing with right now. So Hyperion Wastewater Treatment Plant is divided into 2 sides, the liquids and the solids. Plant operations is a 24-hour work situation, 3 work shifts per day, so that's daytime, swing, and graveyard. Each position is in an assigned post that must be filled to comply with state of California regulations and permit for operating a wastewater facility. Due to the public health concern of the wastewater material involved, the plant must remain operational at all times. So on the solid side, the scheduled staffing for the day shift is 12 operators and 4 senior or leads of the operators. Can I continue, or
just wrap it? But try to wrap it up.
Okay. As of right now, there is only 65% of the operations staff that is being filled. The overtime rate is all the way up to, I'm going through my notes, 5,000. I lost it.
Okay. Well, maybe.
Oh, here it is. So, for an example, from July 1st to April 15th, there was 5,600 hours worth of overtime to make up for these vacancies. In a historical perspective, in 1990, the plant had a total of...
I'm sorry, sir. We have to kind of keep it a little bit more limited than that, but thank you.
So the last question would be, what is the department going to do to fill the vacancies?
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Hernandez, followed by Rudy Guevara.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel Hernandez. I've been with Street Services now for 28 years. My concern and topic is, in the next year or two, we are going to have 6 people out of Street Maintenance Tree Division retiring. We haven't had any replacements to replace the bodies that we need to keep the city at a high standard and to pass on the city ethics and codes and just to keep our level of performance where it needs to be. I've worked with Mr. Bonnet out in his area a few times, and I just want to make sure that we get new people coming in at the right time so we can pass on the knowledge and experience that we have so we can keep our city where it needs to be. That's my concern I'd like to bring to attention to everybody here today.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And the last card that I have, so far, I think, the last card that I have, Erica? Okay, is Rudy Guevara.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thanks. Rudy Guevara, SEIU Local 721 Worksite Organizer for Wastewater and Street Services. My message is basically we want to continue the safety and health reasons as to why we fund these departments. We need to continue this. If we don't, that does affect us economically too, because obviously if our streets are not beautified, if our neighborhoods are not, clean or kept clean, that affects the property value, businesses. We need to continue to do this. So with wastewater and street services, please continue to fund them, but continue to fund them and not take away money from them. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you very much, sir. So with that, again, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll invite up Chief Beck and the Los Angeles Police Department to come on forward. And Chief, we have received your letter. Thank you very much for sending that in advance. But I'd like to invite you to open up with any introductory comments. And as you do, if you or your team could specifically address the MTA overtime issues, I think everyone is very concerned about that, as well as some of the other comments that were made during public comment.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to make an introductory statement, and thank you for the committee's indulgence in this. A couple of things I think are important to note here. First of all, the police department will stay within what the budget that is given us, and you know that to be true because we've done it for the last decade. This budget has some strengths, and I think before I talk about the things that I think are its weaknesses, I have to emphasize its strengths. One is that it allows us to continue sworn hiring, actually past attrition. The Los Angeles Police Department by the end of this budget should grow to the size of 10,052, which will make it the highest in my tenure as chief, and will give us ample addition or some additional resources with which to perform our public safety duties. It also obviously adds the MTA contract. The MTA contract is really important to public safety, to overall public safety in Los Angeles, because it puts Los Angeles police officers where they belong, on the streets of Los Angeles, either in buses or on trains, and on the platforms doing the work of public safety in coordination with the Los Angeles Police Department's traditional resources. So that's really important. Also, this budget allows incremental continuation of what we did pretty well in last year's budget, which is the hiring of public safety civilian classes of employees. Those would be detention officers, PSRs, our property officers, and our security officers. Many of these classes will still remain a little short over what they're allocated, but we come much closer to the time when police officers won't have to do these very, very important duties. And so that's a very positive thing. The downside of the budget, as was noted, on the overtime side, even though the amount is much higher, at $120.9 million versus $90 last year, over $40 million of that is MTA overtime, which is already earmarked for MTA use, and to be fair, was provided by MTA or will be provided by MTA to the city. So it's not a reallocation of city resources. It is an application of MTA resources towards public safety in this city. However, minus that 120, minus that allocation of 41, puts us at an $80 million mark for general overtime, and that includes much of our prepaid overtime that's paid by people like the airports and other entities, which is about a $10 million reduction from last year's level. So last year we were at $90 million. This year we'll be at $80. $10 million reduction. So your question, the obvious question is, well, what's that impact? What will that do, Chief? And what that will do is that will, if we spend at the same rate that we spent this year, and that rate is influenced by things largely out of the direct control of the police department, is caused by things like court, is caused by extended watch overtime due to arrests or ongoing investigations. It's caused by a number of things that that require police officers to stay beyond their normal shift duration. So what that will cause is, given that if we have the same level of overtime, for us to go back to CTO time, which is, as the council well knows, is putting police resources on the city's credit card. And we've done a good job of reducing that credit card balance of the city over the last several years, and thanks to the budgets that you've given us. But we are likely to incur an increase by the end of the year. And I would predict that by this time next year, given the same spend of policing, and of course that's absent, significant demonstration funds, that's absent natural disaster, absent all of those things that can drive police overtime, that will be at CTO time in about May. So that's a downside, and that's something that the council has to think about, whether you're willing to incur that debt. The other thing that it does is it reduces our administrative civilian hiring. So even though I talked about some of our public safety civilians, we depend on our administrative civilians too, our clerical staff, our management analyst staff, our crime analysts, all of those folks, and it will reduce them given projected attrition of around 100 positions. So that will impact policing in that we may have to pull police officers off to do those tasks, some of which are things like monitoring in-car video and monitoring body-worn video and things like that, where we had requested civilian positions, but we'll have to supplement with sworn. The other piece that it will do is there's about a little over a $5 million deficit in our technologies applications. One is the records management system, which we've been working diligently on. The city's invested about $5.5 million in this system up until this time. We had asked for an additional $1 million to bring it online. It's the system that coordinates all our records management, that allows people in Los Angeles to make some online reports. It allows detectives to search databases. It ties a very, very aging set of systems together and creates a much more rigorous public safety platform for us. So that will be severely impacted and will no doubt cause us to return to some systems that are unreliable and ineffective. Other issues that will happen is our Microsoft services contract is unfunded. That's one of the things that we use to maintain the security of our information within our systems. That's a difficult thing. Our Teams 2 system and our Palantir system will be unfunded. Teams 2, as you all know, is our officer behavior tracking system, mandated by the consent decree, something we were very proud of, and the maintenance contract and the licensing contract of that will lapse. Palantir is something that I think the entire city is looking at and for a use as collating all the disparate database systems. We use it in investigations, and we without the service contract and the licensing contract, that will be impacted. And then there's also a maintenance issue with our in-car video, our oldest in-car video systems in South Bureau, and they will start to fall into disrepair, and their repair will be off the warranty contract if that is not filled. So a lot of these things I bring up because I know the city is tasked with a very difficult set of options here. What do you pay for now, and what do you pay for later? And I think that's the balance that I want to put forward here, is that some of these things if they go unfunded this year, will cost us more in the long term. And I respect the committee's judgment on this, but I just want to make sure that where this road leads us. And I think that all of us have to go into this eyes wide open. This is a good budget on some points. We're able to bring back one of our signature youth programs. At the behest of the mayor. Where we'll have youth interns that that work not only in our police stations, but also hopefully create a pathway for themselves to becoming police officers. But there are also some downsides to it, and we all have to recognize what they are, and I will try to chart them out in our conversations as best as I can so that you can make strong decisions based on fact.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. I'm going to have questions in a number of areas, but before I start us off with Mr. Bonin, just on this one point of the MTA issue, Mr. Bonin and I both wear two hats today because we're on both sides of this contract, in a sense, being MTA board members. And we both were as crystal clear, I think, as we could be in asking questions during the MTA process. Specifically, will entering into this contract by the Los Angeles Police Department risk a reduction in personnel assigned to our district on patrol and otherwise? And we were clearly guaranteed that would not happen, that in fact it would be an enhancement of visibility because of the presence throughout the MTA system. So now that we've a few months have passed, we have a budget before us, is it your view that with this budget that commitment can still be met?
Well, I made that commitment to you, and I still make it to you. This changes the way we refund officers for overtime worked. I mean, if we stay at the same levels that we had this year. So, you know, even if we have to go to compensatory overtime towards the end of the year to meet our obligation to officers that work overtime, that doesn't take them off the street. It defers their payment. It defers the city's liability, but it doesn't remove their boots from the ground. So, you know, it's always better to address these things up front, in my opinion, because as you well know, a dollar overtime bank now is often $2 when it's paid. So this is this is a significant obligation to the city. So I think that MTA is still a benefit to public safety. It will, at the end of the day, will put more Los Angeles police officers on the streets of Los Angeles than we've had in any prior year during my tenure as chief. And that can't be overstated. Whether they're riding a train, standing on a platform, or riding on a bus, or following a bus, you know, they're on the streets of Los Angeles. And I know their primary duty is to you as MTA board members, but they also are police officers for the city of Los Angeles and will act as such.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Bonin, can you start us off?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for coming before us today with your team. I've got several questions regarding the MTA contract, the civilian hiring, the overtime issue. All of them sort of come to me through the prism that I look at this budget through, which is patrol deployment. As you know, I've been particularly focused on that over the past few months with Mr. Buscaino and Mr. Englander, and I've been concerned about the number of officers that we have in our neighborhoods. A lot of that discussion doesn't need to happen today. It'll happen in the next few months in Public Safety Committee. Some of it is on us about giving you the resources to do sufficient civilian hiring. That's for discussion today. And some of it is about elected officials micromanaging how you do deployment and trying to get more officers out in our neighborhoods. So I want to ask first about civilian deployment, because you said something that concerned me. You said that there may be a need to augment civilian duties with and supplement them with sworn. Under what specific circumstances would we need to be doing that?
Well, there's a couple of specifics that come to mind. You know, the technology advancements in policing don't come without a human back end, and the back end is for monitoring The back end is for investigations. Our investigations, our use of force investigations have become much more time consuming than they ever were because of having to watch hours and hours of video. Our personnel investigations are much more complicated than they ever were because we have to watch hours and hours of video. And so that takes people to do. We don't have, the kind of analytical systems that I would like to have that do that without human intervention. So it takes people, and so there were civilians requested in the budget for that, and that job won't get done without somebody, and that somebody will probably end up being a Los Angeles police officer. And this is a there's no free lunch in anything we do. You all know that. This is what you're dealing with today. And as important as advanced technology is, it puts a significant burden on us. One of the things that we were talking about on the way over here is our risk management folks, the ones that do discovery requests and the like. They're half-staffed right now because of our inability to hire civilians, and we request, and I know the city has has to deal with the money that it has. I get that. I try to be a good steward of the city's money with the police department, and I understand your obligation. But, if we get too far behind in that, then I have to bring somebody in, and that somebody comes from my big pool, which all wear uniforms just like me.
Can you predict or quantify at all if this budget is approved exactly as it is, if the Metro contract is approved exactly as it is, and nothing else changes, to what extent you would need to pull patrol resources or sworn resources to augment civilian positions?
I would. So we'll go down. We will be down about 100 admin clerical folks. Many of those jobs can't be done by sworn, and I wouldn't do by sworn. All of us have to increase our clerical burden. And luckily technology allows us to do that. So. We'll also, at the end of this budget, by the end of this budget, I should be close to relieving the jails of police officers, so I'll be able to shift those resources. Or, in other words, there are benefits to this budget, but I think in the end, we're going to end up still having more cops doing these jobs than you want, and certainly than I want. I hesitate to give you an exact number. I would estimate. For the changes in this versus the benefits in it, it will probably be pretty close to even. But the frustrating thing is we made a lot of progress last year. At the height of police officers in the jail, we had over 90 cops working in the jail, and now we're down to 38. And and depending on retirements and all that number fluctuates. But we made a lot of progress this past budget, and I see that slipping. And I know that may or may not be outside the control of anybody. But it's my job to tell you what I think is going to happen.
So let me ask a question then about the Metro contract, and then circle back to this. Under the Metro contract, they would be paying us, I'm going to simplify this, and correct me if I'm off on this. For the first year, they'd be paying us for basically 69 full-time officers, and then giving us like $40 million or so to pay for overtime.
Isn't it? I think it's 52.
52.
But anyway, it's some number, and then the majority is on overtime, and then we increase over time the number of full-time folks assigned there, and I think that probably in the next year it gets up to 69.
Okay, so they're paying us for those 52 to 69 full-time officers.
Full-time officers, and that so that adds to the deployment of Los Angeles Police Department. We go from 10,000 to 1052.
We actually have the ability to hire an additional 52 to 69 bodies?
I think we can. Our last 3 classes have been pretty robust.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of this is about how we budget the hiring, and I think that it is a smart thing to do for the city to do the opposite of what we've done my entire tenure as chief. My entire tenure as chief, we hire slowly at the beginning of the year, and then increase hiring towards the end, so the city doesn't carry the full load of those salaries. So it makes the budget. It makes the budget smaller, but gives you the same end result, even though it might be on day 364. So I think that because we're going to have to initially staff MTA with existing resources, that we should do this the opposite. We should hire strong in the beginning half of the year to supplement, to return to the divisions, or it won't be directly the divisions, to the other entities within the department, those individuals.
Let me ask what's a bit of a philosophical question. If we used the money that Metro is giving us that pays for those officers, and use that amount of money to hire civilians, wouldn't we wind up getting more sworn bodies available for patrol and other duties than we would if we simply hired 59 sworn personnel?
Well, I think you see this is probably a better question for the CAO. I think that I don't think they're giving us the money up front. I think it's coming in incrementally. I'm not sure. I would imagine it's coming in incrementally. So I don't know that we would have that option. I mean, I have to, you know, our contract with MTA is day one, turn on the lights. So, you know, I need to do that, and you know, I think that all of us want to keep the department sworn at the level that they're at now, and if we were to use it for civilians, then we would drop down to your staffing and your divisions would be impacted by this.
Well, so I'd like to ask then for a fiscal impact study for this budget from the CAO's office on whether or not there is merit to the suggestion that I said about using some of the savings from the Metro payment, what is additional money to the department, for civilian hiring. Maybe it's not all of it, maybe it's some of it, so that we then are able to move sworn officers who are on civilian desk duty now out on to patrol.
We're happy to write the report, but just for a little clarity, Metro is reimbursing us for the costs of the people working on the contract, as well as the expenses like vehicles and equipment and so on. So I'm not entirely sure what savings you're talking about. We do get more than just the direct costs because they are also paying us for the indirect costs, but we incur those indirect costs, such as pensions and workers' comp and all of those things. So it is supposed to be paying us for the costs that we incur to provide service to Metro, and there's not really extra money.
Councilmember, also to add, I believe the value of civilians versus sworn is a difficult concept, but in the Metro context, they have actually, in their contract, they've designated the mix of civilian and sworn. So I don't believe in that contract we could say, oh, you should give 2 more civilians and a different sworn civilian ratio, because that is a contract that's been negotiated with a certain number of sworn positions, a certain number of civilian positions, and a certain number of sworn overtime hours. So the mix is already set forth in the contract that's before your council.
I'm not talking about who we assign to be on the buses or on the platforms. What I'm saying is that Metro is giving us a sum of money to provide a service. From day one, we have to give them sworn personnel to do that. The chief has said his intention is to use the money they pay us so that we don't lose number of bodies who are patrolling our streets by hiring above attrition. That's the pot of money I'm talking about. Could some of that above attrition be used for hiring more civilians so that we get more cops on patrol as opposed to on the payroll?
Sure, I'm sure the chief would want to weigh in on that as well.
Yeah, so
mixing the
CAO and
versus sworn.
LAPD could do that report.
Well, I think that's an interesting way of looking at it, and I think not having thought about it in this way before, I think that would be a good report back from us. I don't want to, my knee-jerk reaction is always to say no. I mean, that's why you love having me here. So but I think that we could certainly look at different ways. But we have to look. What I don't want to do is, because I have a fiduciary responsibility to both of you and the rest of the board members. I don't want to violate that by abusing the contract in a way that it wasn't intended.
No, I get that. Your letter outlined civilian hiring as a problem, and I thought, maybe this is potentially a way to address it. So I'll look forward to that report back. Thank you. I do the same thing with my 3-year-old. My first answer is always no, and then sometimes I cave. So,
Councilman, I don't think of you as a 3-year-old.
I'm glad to hear that.
3-year-olds are tough negotiators.
They're tough negotiators.
Yeah, my kid is more relentless than I am. Question on the Metro contract: If we might need to dip into our credit card, doesn't that indicate that in order to cover the overtime, doesn't that indicate that maybe the Metro contract isn't sweet enough?
Well, we won't have to put any of the Metro contract on quote unquote the credit card. It will be the regular overtime. I mean, I'm trying to, the city's budget carries all this overtime in one big pot, right? But in my mind, the way I look at it is, I have an obligation which I made to you to police Metro for X amount of dollars, and we will keep that obligation, and that is funds that come from Metro, so that makes sense. And then we have the city's money that comes directly from the city that pays for traditional overtime, all the overtime we've talked about every year I've sat here, and that is the amount that is less than last year. So that's where, if we use the same amount of overtime, we will do our best to limit overtime, and we may be successful. We've certainly been able to limit it before. We'll do our best, but if we can't, if I'm at the same level I am this year, then that's the kind of overtime that will go on the credit. It'll be people going to court. It'll be extended watch arrests. It'll be all the other dozens of applications that create that giant pool of overtime that we use.
Okay. Who, CAO, Mayor's Office, Chief, would like to respond to the letter and the comments from PPL about the overtime issue?
Well, I can respond. Yes, there is a reduction. As I've been saying, there is a reduction in the amount of overtime allocated for traditional police overtime. I don't. PPL conjoins the two overtimes, and I don't. I think that the money from Metro is the money from Metro and should be used for that, and that money is new money for a new task, and then will be spent to do that task, and the additional money has been reduced from what we used last year. So the kind of overtime that accrued last year or this year actually, is the kind of overtime that's affected by that money, and that's reduced by $10 million, which is significant in that budget.
Does someone want to respond to the legality of it? That probably would be.
That's probably not.
You.
I mean, I can. That's. I know the CAO has looked at that. I know they wouldn't have done this without that, and we've talked about it. And he might be better to respond than me.
Councilmembers, we believe the MOU requirement is satisfied.
Okay. Maybe I didn't quite understand the chief's initial comments about this. if we weren't getting, let me ask it this way, if we weren't getting the money from Metro, if we weren't doing the Metro contract at all, would you be coming here and saying, I'm short overtime and this isn't going to be enough?
Yes, I would be coming here telling you that this is less than we were allocated last year, and if we spend it, and because we are right at spending the money allocated last year, we should end up right on budget by the end of the year. So if we spend at that rate, then we will be $10 million short, and that's the way I look at it. I look at it exactly the way you explained it. This is new money, new task, completely separate, and not provided directly by the city. It is the city's funds that pay for traditional overtime, not MTA related, that have been reduced, and so those are the types of overtime that will end up going to CTO time should we spend at the same rate.
And I don't recall the particulars of the MOU or why it was crafted, but I seem to remember it was done not just so that there would be a certain amount of overtime available for officers to accrue, but that so it would prevent the phenomenon of putting more of the overtime payments on our credit card. So if we're reducing overtime in the regular overtime in this year's budget, aren't we at least challenging or butting up against the spirit of that MOU by putting at risk the idea that we could be doing more CTO?
Well, I mean, now we're switching chairs. So CTO time came to being because the city didn't have any funds, and so that is the reason for it. I mean, if the city doesn't have the funds and we need, policing is not an option. I mean, the city needs to be policed, and I try to do it as responsibly as possible and not be wasteful about overtime. But if we police at the same rate we did last year, then we will be in the negative.
All right, I'll let some of my colleagues continue pursuing that line. Just a couple real quick things. We have not reevaluated what the basic car lines, jurisdictional lines are in Los Angeles since the mid-'90s. It's been about 20 years. I'm interested in us doing that again. We've put in some motions to talk about that. I know I've had whole new communities that have sprung up. Playa Vista didn't exist last time we did this. Downtown Los Angeles certainly looked very different. Population has shifted around the city, so I'm interested in seeing the department restudy what the line should be and what the number of basic cars should be. So I'd like a fiscal impact report from LAPD and CAO on what it would cost to do one of those studies this year. In the 90s, it only cost $40,000, so I don't know how much more it would cost now, but I don't think it would be in the millions, certainly. So I'd like to get a fiscal impact report back on that.
And we have done, when we opened the two newest divisions, we did a study on basic cars and reallocated them in those regions. So, maybe I would suggest that if we were to do that we just evaluate the parts of the city that haven't been recently done. And that might, we'll present it to you both ways. I'll give you, this was what it would cost. Well, we'll give you, this is what it would cost if we do the whole city. This is what would cost if we don't do, Olympics area because it's just been done.
Great. And then I'd also ask the department and CEO to report back with the PSR staffing requirements necessary to comply with the October 2017 text to 911 state mandated implementation timeline.
Yeah.
I think that's something we need to look at. That's all I got for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonin. And just to follow up on Mr. Bonin's suggestion, because I want to make sure we're all on the same page on this regarding civilian hiring as a way to fulfill the MTA contract, because I think there was a disconnect in the conversation. What I gathered you meant, Mike, and let's make sure we're clear on this, is that, well, the MTA contract is currently intended to be fulfilled entirely with overtime. When the sheriff's department had the contract, one of the severe criticisms was that there was an over-reliance on overtime by the sheriff. So I think both Mr. Bonin and I are thinking that it would be a good idea would be to have, rather than have this paid for by overtime, to fund civilian hiring, which would free up additional resources so that there could be full-time assignment to the MTA fulfillment that wouldn't require as much overtime. Was that what you meant to ask for? So this isn't a question of reappropriating civilian versus sworn for MTA contract fulfillment. It's about expanding the availability of police resources that could be assigned assigned to MTA contract fulfillment.
And we'll be glad to do that. I just point out a couple of things. That one for one, the hours on overtime are cheaper than the full load that MTA pays for the full-time employees. So remember, they do all. When on overtime, they don't pay a significant piece of the city's burden, which is benefits and pensions. On overtime, they don't pay that, but on the full-time employees, they do. So if we were to adjust the number of, as we adjust the number of full-time employees, we add to the financial burden for MTA, and so the other thing is, I know the sheriff took a lot of criticism about that, but the sheriff relies heavily on overtime staffing for the jail, for contract cities, for day-to-day activities the Los Angeles Police Department doesn't use overtime for. And so, they would do what they call drafting, which would cause people to work double shifts and things like that. We have specific rules in place that will prevent that from happening. And so I think that, and I think a study's good, but absent the symptoms of over reliance on overtime, I would recommend that we at least look to see what happens.
Sure, and I'm not making a value judgment on which is the better approach. It's just that I think it's a dollars and cents matter, and if as you've laid it out, it ends up being more costly to do it this way, then that gives us our answer. But if there's cost efficiency to be realized by achieving our two objectives of civilian hiring and fulfilling our obligations under the contract at the same time, that's certainly at least worth digging in to evaluate.
I would also say, to the extent that your approach changes the way the contract costs are laid out for MTA, we might have to go back and renegotiate with them, because they were expecting certain amounts of costs over the 5-year term, and this increase in full-time versus overtime to gradually ramp up, it does change their year-to-year costs that they may have.
Makes sense.
With.
We're not trying to spitball a solution. We're just trying to get the body of issues so that we can resolve it. Okay. On PSRs, Mr. Bonin asked for a report back. The other thing that I'd like to add on to that report is just a trend line of call response times and how it's changed over the last 2 or 3 years, and what we need to do to bring it back down to where the baseline, whatever the baseline might have been a few years ago, and I understand it was less. If there's maybe you can address that, Chief, because someone earlier, one of the PSRs was speaking to us earlier about that. Maybe you can address that if you know.
Well, and I've got Mike Moore here that can talk about it in great detail. But our calls for service time have remained pretty constant. One of the issues that we've had is to get enough available time for officers, but I don't think we're at a panic point with that at this point.
Okay, very good. Federal funding. I think probably your department is the most vulnerable of all departments to an elimination of federal funding for the city of Los Angeles, would be my guess.
I don't think that's legal.
Well, I don't either. But there are many things I think that the current administration has done already that I don't believe to be legal either, but that doesn't mean it may not happen. Yeah. And one of the things that I've asked for is kind of the plan B in case that happens, to have the department's report about what will be the ramifications of a loss of federal funding. And can you quantify that for us at all, Chief, yet, or do we need to address that later?
Our federal funding is about $20 million a year. So in the $1.6 billion budget, it's certainly not the end of the world, and it's certainly not a reason to change something that is one of our core values. You know, and so I mean that's my. There is no money. There is no monetary amount that would make me and I believe everybody on this panel do that. But I could tell you a little bit about some of the things that are federally funded. You know, we have a DNA backlog reduction program. About 15% of our DNA cases that we currently have no backlog in are reviewed with federal money. There's some Cops Listen program. It's a mediation program that between members of the community and LAPD. That's a federally funded piece. You know, I know something that is very near and dear to your heart. There's a human trafficking grant that could be affected. Port security grant, Project Safe Neighborhood. One of the other things that I believe we've mostly already spent, but federal grant is body-worn video. We have about $1 million federal grant that has augmented our body-worn video, not only purchase but analysis. We have a gun crime initiative, technology innovation program, and then one of the things that I had talked about earlier is the risk management system, and the federal government has given us $1 million to look at what is the implementation of a new crime evaluation system that will replace the way that we look at crime now. When I talk to all of you about Part 1 crime, that's a series of crimes that have been designated within the Universal Crime Reporting System by the federal government that was created in a long time ago, 1930s. So I've talked directly to Comey about this, Director Comey, and he wants us to be the pilot for that, for translating California penal codes into the national information system, the NIBRS system. And so they are willing to fund us for $1 million to do that. But if we don't have the RMS system, which isn't funded in this budget, we won't be able to do that.
Okay. I think you addressed the civilian jailers issue. Progress is being made, not quite finished, but you expect that trajectory to continue so that we can get all civilian jailers within the foreseeable future. Hopefully by the end of this budget year.
Hopefully by the end of this budget year, we'll still be a little bit short. But I want to caution the council on this: is that doesn't restore all the city jails. That just pulls the cops out of the jails that we're running now. That doesn't mean I can reopen some of the closed jails unless I was to do it with police officers, which kind of is not what I've been promising you. So.
Right. Okay. In terms of civilian hiring in crime analysis, I'd like to get a report back with your proposals for enhancing our firearms analysis so that we are able to analyze all of the crime guns that come into the crime lab. And if you can give me a range of options of if you added X number of additional hires, you'd be able to do Y number of additional crime critical analyses. It's an area, obviously, a strong area of interest for many of us, and I'd like to have some options for what we can do there.
And if I could recommend, if we could include with that, in that analysis, unless you want us to do it separate, latent prints. You know, that's a big deal. We're short on the latent print side. I know that one of you is going to ask me about that. So
let's go ahead and
so let's get ahead of it,
and
we'll do your report back on that. We're about 16 positions short. Can't analyze a lot of property crime that we would like to analyze, and maybe we could do that as a report back also. And we'll do them both combined. And we could, and I think our DNA side is pretty strong. But if we were to lose a federal grant, that we would be impacted because a lot of it's done on overtime. So we could even address that too, and if you like.
Very good. Thank you. This is probably a question more suited for DOT than for LAPD, but because your proposed budget includes some money for the sworn overtime account for traffic and speed enforcement detail increases in the amount of $1.5 million. What I'm told by Valley Traffic is that right now they don't have sufficient numbers of streets to do speed enforcement on because of the tremendous lag that we've had in updating our speed surveys and reposting our speed limits. And it's, in my view, outrageous that we have people racing through the streets of Los Angeles and we can't enforce effectively because we haven't updated those speed surveys. So with that enhancement, will we continue to face that problem, or?
Well, we don't do this. Yeah, we don't do this.
I know you don't. I know you don't. But given that reality, is this money that you will still be able to spend in reducing the number of traffic deaths that we have from speeding?
Yes. Matter of fact, yesterday, I put on my motor officer's outfit and I went and I worked Valley Traffic, and made a number of stops, many of them speed related. Worked with a team of motors, and the street surveys are great because then you can use radar, and it's a much more effective way than trying to do it the old-fashioned way with pacing and observation. So, and I've been assured that we're getting on track with getting the surveys done, and so that and the application of this of the money within the budget should make a difference. Vision Zero is we certainly have stumbled on it, or I have stumbled on it over the last year. But I think that the mayor's budget reflects his desire that it get back on track, and my desire also. It's we had our 46th pedestrian killed so far this year, yesterday, in the Valley. And, that's not only tragic, but it's unacceptable. This year, homicides and traffic deaths are within 10 of each other, which is unprecedented. I mean, it's a good thing because our homicide rate is lower, but it's a bad thing because our traffic fatality rate is higher. So, I look forward to using some of these funds to affect that, and we can do that through traditional means.
Yeah, I certainly look forward to having
and the chief's free when he does
that traffic enforcement, because, as you say, the families of those who are dead because they've been killed by a speeding driver grieve no less than the person who dies because of a homicide. So it's vitally important. Okay, the budget calls for debt financing a number of vehicles, and I'd like you to speak to that a little bit, because we've had over the years quite a lot of discussion and controversy about the propriety of debt financing, particularly black and whites. So I'd like the CAO and yourself to weigh in on that, please. And specifically, for example, of the $25 million expenditure over the next 5 years, how much of that would be devoted to interest, for example, that had we paid it up front, we wouldn't bear?
Sir, the plan on the table is to spend $25 million for debt financing. And then there's $5 million set aside for payments of the debt. This approach is being used to try and catch the department's fleet up, because there have been multiple years where we were not able to cash purchase enough cars. So the idea is to use debt financing this year, $25 million, and then start to shift to cash financing in future years. So it's just a one-year approach to try and catch the fleet up.
Okay. And Chief, what's the usual life expectancy for a black and white?
Depending on the size of the fleet, we run them to various mileage rates before we get rid of them. It's not really a timeline. George, what's the number right now?
It's about 120,000 miles that we're putting on the cars now before we replace them. But last year we weren't able to purchase vehicles, so that their out-of-service rate is beginning to increase.
And the out-of-service rate is really important, because the out-of-service rate is what stops us from putting cops on the street. This past year, the out-of-service rate was 11.5%, and the projection for this additional group of vehicles will be that next year is going to be 13%. So a little bit of an increase. 13% is right at the border where it's going to start affecting us. We want to keep it closer to 10. We want to keep away from 13. That's in police math. That's getting towards the edge. I would just caution about reducing these any further because we're right at the place where it's going to start affecting patrol.
Okay, very good. The last point I want to raise is liability, and department has been very engaged with the risk management work that we've been doing. The department remains by far the largest source of liability for the city, and some of that, of course, is the nature of police work, and there's nothing we're going to be able to do about certain aspects of that. But I do think it's worth noting that we're averaging about $40 million a year in police liability over the last 5 years, which is, equivalent to about a 6 or 7% increase in the cost in the fire department's budget, by way of example. So this is real money that would be able to really provide substantial services if we can reduce this amount. And I continue to be especially concerned about labor and employment liability. It seems like we have a cottage industry of lawyers who have targeted this department to file labor and employment related claims, and we have far too many of them, and more often than not there ends up being a retaliation claim that gets added onto that, and then the person who is being accused of actually doing the discrimination or the harassment or whatever other wrongdoing they do, they end up suing because they've been retaliated. So we get it on both ends, and I have to have a stronger comfort level that we are doing everything that we can to drive those liabilities down. I'm not going to, I think, belabor it a lot here, but I do think that we're going to have to start moving towards having some sort of a performance metric within the budget to emphasize how important this is. Labor and employment and perhaps traffic liability as well. As I say, much of that's the cost of doing business. When you have 10,000 sworn officers out on the street, there's going to be a significant amount of liability. But as a management level, as a management matter, to drive that liability down to the best degree we can is, I think, vitally important just because of the amount of money that's involved. So I don't need a report or anything on that. We have all the reports we need on liability right now, but I am going to work a little bit on a performance metric on that, I think. So I think that's all I have for now. Ms. Martinez?
Going back to this civilian hiring, of the 99 positions that the budget allows you for, of the remaining 21, what kinds of duties would be impacted by these vacancies?
Well, the duties that police officers can perform that are clerical are fairly limited, but there are things like timekeeping, court liaison, these kind of things. I think we have a fixed number of folks that are light duty and we can put in those positions, but I think the ones that you worry about are the ones that are full duty and that could be doing something different. And there's about 200 of those in the department right now that we could allocate.
And are those 99 positions currently filled or almost filled?
Say again, please?
Of the 99 positions, are they all filled or almost filled?
I think that those are real bodies, right?
Yeah, no, those are real bodies. I think that in terms
of... Those are real bodies?
Yeah,
they're real people. Yeah.
Okay. Then going back to the Metro contract, of the 69 positions, how many are sworn or civilian?
52 are sworn, and the others are civilian.
And where are you pulling these resources from?
You know, they come from various places. We will. My commitment is to make sure that it doesn't impact the areas. In other words, a specific individual may come from an area, but that position will be replaced.
We don't have any. Do we have any idea of where they're actually coming from now? Have you allocated the 69 positions?
I don't know that people have been
pulled them
selected.
yet?
I don't know that some of the people have been selected, but not all.
Yeah, they have not been selected yet, not all of them.
I mean, some of them have. Obviously, Chief Green and
Yes,
some of his
thank you for
command
that,
staff.
yeah.
You're welcome. You have an excellent chief in.
He's an amazing
Chief
guy.
Sherman.
You know, he's in the audience. I do want to make two. I want to ask for 2 reports back on the human trafficking issue for me. I would like to ask a report back from the department with the support of the CAO's office on what resources we need to develop a plan to address human trafficking in each of the bureaus. I would like to know how many number of arrests are in each of the bureaus, with the crime stats for the areas in which the crime has been taking place. And I'd like for us to work with the vice coordinators of each of the bureaus. And the second report back I'd like is I'd like to get a report back on what the cost would be and any funding options so that we can train all of our vice officers and eventually every officer on a victim-centered approach when we encounter human trafficking victims. Okay.
We can do
That's all
that.
I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield?
First, again, appreciate all the good work that you're doing, Chief, and I wanted to start by following up on some of the issues that have been raised and raise a couple of additional ones. You know, in terms of the civilian hiring, I'm with everyone else. The more we can maximize that, whether it's sort of with the Metro contract or whether it's just in our hiring, the better. And I think we all share that belief. The street surveys, I was just confused because I was under the impression in last year's budget that we fully funded all the street surveys and that within a few months, by the end of this fiscal year, we would have all of our streets surveyed and you'd be able to use radar on every street.
My understanding is that, and I don't know how far they are on it.
Right.
Is that and I've been told that we should be done by the end of this fiscal year. And I think I said that we're catching up. It has impacted us over this last year because there's many streets that still are unsurveyed.
Right. It's a big issue in all of our districts, but people are always complaining about it. And I just want to make sure I'm accurate because I'm telling everyone, no, by the end of this year, it should be done. We have fully funded that. So that's good to hear that we're still on the same page. Following up on the overtime issue, I know we've talked a lot about it, but I was handed a copy of the MOU, and I just wanted to square it. In the MOU with PPL, I guess it says it's a minimum of $100 million in fiscal year 17-18 is what it appears to be agreed upon. So if we don't have that number, are we in any legal liability, or how do we square that number with the MOU?
Council members, the budget provides $121 million in overtime, paid overtime, and we believe that satisfies the MOU.
Okay, well then, I see where we talk about it as two different pots, and then I guess the real question then is how it affects officers on the street. And you're saying, well, it doesn't really necessarily, because if we have to get for that extra 10 million, we'll use the CTO. So that assumes kind of that it is what it is, and that it's not. If there's a smaller number in overtime, does that not mean that there's going to be fewer cops on the beat? Or you're saying the number, the cops on the beat is what it is, whether we use overtime or the credit card, that number is pretty much not that flexible.
If we use CTO time, it'll be the same. Now, you know, it is a deferred cost for the city, as I said.
Right.
You know, it is the officers don't like it. I mean, they you know, you can tell by the unions the way the union feels that cops don't like it, and I don't blame them. You know, we had hoped that there would be an increased allotment of overtime based on that MOU that you have in front of you for this year. But we also realize the fiscal realities of the city, and I have to rely on the mayor and the CAO for that. I find them to be honest brokers with me. I was clear in our letter that it would be advantageous from where I sit to fund the department's overtime. But you and I don't have the same responsibility. My responsibility is public safety, and that's why I will use compensatory overtime to fill the gap. It's not ideal, but it will keep the same amount of officers on the street. And then I would add, we don't fund patrol through overtime. I mean, there's very rarely, except for in some of the carved out instances in the budget, are officers that you see working when they come to your house, hand a 911 call. They're not on overtime. They may incur overtime during their shift because they can't finish in time, but that's not one of our deployment strategies. Unlike other businesses or other police departments, sheriff's department specifically, we don't fund regular shifts generally on overtime. Some rare instances, but it's not a big piece.
You bring up deployment. Let's talk for a minute about that. It's been a big issue in my district. We had a great town hall about public safety. The issue of deployment comes up, and it's constantly coming up because we've had a bit of a crime spike in certain areas, and folks are worried about having the right number of officers on the street. And when people raise the issue with me, and I try to figure it out, I'm told that it's driven by crime stats, but it's also the deployment issue. But it's also by this formula that we've adopted 20 years ago with 25 different factors that
Patrol plan, yeah.
What's that?
Patrol plan, yeah.
The patrol plan, which includes, as I understand it, calls for service. But are those factors, do they include actual crime or just calls for service? It's been unclear to me, and I'm trying to explain it to folks in my district.
Well, we use crime to augment patrol plan, and crime is not specifically one of the factors, but we use crime all the time. We don't strictly stick to patrol plan. There are many of the districts that are represented here have more officers than patrol plan would allot.
So the additional officers there's the deployment generally, which is handled by the 25 factors, including calls for service and geography and those kinds of things. And then there's crime stats, which can create an augmented temporary or permanent addition.
Oftentimes it becomes permanent, such as beach detail or entertainment district or any of the extra details in Central are all there because of crime and quality of life issues. So. We flex as best we can according to needs. One of the reasons we have a robust metropolitan division is to do just that. And those resources are under the direct control of your bureau chiefs. Through Office of Operations and through Chief Grimala's shop. And so those are the many of the resources that get deployed towards crime spikes, and such as the things that are going on in your district.
Well, I was going to talk about Metro. I'll do that real quick now and then come back to this formula. For the benefit of a lot of my constituents, and I've been through this with you and some other folks, but folks are still convinced that Metro Division is taking officers away from West Valley and other folks, other areas. Could you explain what the impact is on deployment in areas like the West Valley and throughout the city with Metro Division?
Well, Metro Division is the resource that the city uses, that I use, to meet crime spikes and to meet the various needs and shifting needs of the city. It's also the resource that I use for response to major incidents, demonstrations, terrorist incidents, large investigative efforts. It is the resource that is easily and quickly flexed, that can respond from home. Should we suffer another earthquake? Should we suffer another riot? should we suffer civil unrest.
But in terms of the net number of officers patrolling any particular area,
Well, there's
is it
five-
a wash after the end, or is it?
Well, it is a washout in the end, in that Metro works almost every division, depending on the crime problem, but they're more likely to work divisions that are having a very difficult time with crime. So, everybody in today's environment is seeing levels of crime that are up from 2013, which is the lowest level of crime that we've had in my lifetime, frankly, which is a long time. So everybody sees a difference and a need, but some are seeing I've seen a higher increase, and so especially of violent crime. So Metro flexes for that. So there's about 500 officers and supervisors assigned to Metropolitan Division. Should Metropolitan Division vanish tomorrow, that would be about 25 officers per command that could be deployed. I think this is a smarter way to use our limited resources. If I added another 25 officers per command and we had an earthquake tomorrow, I would have nobody to call from home. If we added 25 officers per command and I had a SWAT call out tonight, there'd be nobody to respond from home. If we have a large terrorism incident that requires specialized resources, I wouldn't have that. I mean, these are, policing is very much a balance. You try to find the right number, and Metro had a tremendous impact on violent crime over the past summer. We are at a record number of guns taken off the streets, which in my belief system, every gun off the street is a life saved. So I think it's an important asset.
Okay. Back to the formula, the patrol formula. Do you think that it needs to be updated in any way, or do you think it's working?
We've looked at updating it. It's an additional cost to do that. We've talked about getting funding for it. If I could find the funding to do it, it's also a contract that we have. So and it does get incrementally updated. I think no matter when you have a police department that is fundamentally a little too small, when the shirt's a little too tight, it's always going to be too tight.
Right.
I'm never going to be able to give you all the resources in every district that you want, because we don't have enough. And I'm having all of the offices. We have three big offices. Administrative service and special services, and then Office of Operations, which is the office that you're concerned about in this conversation. And so we're having all those offices do what they did in 2010, which is look at the people that they have and identify 10% that could come back to Office of Operations. And so we're doing that right now. We are also I've also frozen all the exits from Office of Operations, so people won't be leaving in the short term, recognizing that's an important piece of what we do. It's not the only piece of what we do, but it's an important piece. I want to make sure that we have adequate resources to do it.
And in terms of the formula, I know the inputs get updated quarterly, or many of them do, in terms of the crime numbers. Does the population, which is a big input on that deployment, get updated more regularly than every 10 years on the census, or is that a 10-year update?
I don't think that it's not updated as regularly as crime and response. Well, one of the things that is a huge driver, though, is the part of the population that really applies to policing, and that's call load. How many folks are requesting police service,
right?
And so call load drives a lot of that. And so and I think call load is a fairly accurate representation. Rather than that just straight population. I mean, there are many divisions, not many, but we have some divisions that have large populations and very, very low service requests.
I guess I ask the question every time a new building goes up, and my area is growing particularly fast, probably faster than most, except for maybe downtown in the Warner Center area in particular. Folks say, well, are we going to get public safety services to go along with this growth? And I talk about, well, there's this formula out there, and it's related, but it's related to population. But what I'm hearing is it's more related to calls for service, and then the population is maybe not.
Well, it's calls for service, it's response time, it's a number of things, and they all affect how many resources you have, and then it's a lot of it's affected by the fact that the pie is too small, and I sympathize that when a building goes up, we would like to have more firefighters for that building and more police officers for that building and more building inspectors for that building. But I get that. But to move them from another place that has their set of needs because a building goes up is probably not what you want me to do. Because if I did it for one of the other 14 districts, I know that you wouldn't appreciate that.
I appreciate that. It's the ongoing issue. How do you balance those resources? And along with that is the response time question. We've talked a little bit about it. We previously were based on a 7-minute response time for emergency calls, and that sometimes wanes, I guess, in the larger geographic areas. Is that still a standard that we're using?
Well, let's see. I got Valley Bureau stuff right here, and I didn't bring the one that has response time on it. You guys are definitely under 7 minutes, so in the 6-minute range.
Okay. Other thing, the mobile field-based reporting. You're looking at funding again this year. Can you put in dollar and cents that or quantify the office hours lost or that would be lost if we didn't have this? This seems to make a lot of sense to me.
It does make a lot of sense.
And I'm trying to quantify it in terms of the savings that come from this kind of investment. Has there been that kind of analysis done?
It's difficult. George, you know of one?
I'm not aware of a study that we've done to specifically quantify that, but anecdotally, it's just faster and quicker if the use of technology. It's kind of like going from typewriters to computers. There's really not a study that determined that computers are faster in terms of word processing. It just is.
And you can populate numbers of systems too. So
you're keeping the officers in the field. It's a win-win on some levels. I'd love to see maybe not for this budget, but a study on that, because I do think quantifying that will help with getting the resources for that and for other measures that keep those officers in the field where we all want them. So I guess I'll put a report back. And speaking of keeping them in the field, another issue, we talked about this a little bit during personnel, is the workers' comp. There is, looking at the book, some 756 full-time employees are absent from work in the entire city. About a third of those are sworn officers. So 250 officers in time in a year. Is that... how can we bring that down, and how does that compare to other similar departments?
We're working with working with the mayor's office. We're also working with personnel department, and the league is also participating and driving to try and make changes to the workers' compensation process and system in terms of doctors, et cetera, so that we can improve that ratio, trying to get medical assistance to personnel at a much rapid rate, ensure that they have approvals. We often have employees that very simply have a broken collarbone or something that's easily diagnosed, and there's a recommendation for surgery for it, yet it takes a number of weeks and in some cases months to receive approval. So we're working through that process now to try and make sure that we can expedite that process, because if that is expedited, then the rehabilitation is expedited, and then the employee can return back to the workforce quicker.
Do you have any sense of how we compare to the other major departments?
You guys had that study, no?
Yeah, I don't have that data or that information now, but we can provide that.
Yeah, and we did a study. My recollection is we're similar, but not quite as good as the sheriff's department. It's hard. small places, it's there's only a few places you can compare to us. I think the Highway Patrol has a higher rate. Well,
I asked for a report back overall from personnel on the city, and so included in that, if you'd work with them to make sure we get that information there. Another issue is the with Prop 64 passing, we're going to have more people who are driving, while under the influence or drug influence. And I know that we have 32 drug recognition or DRE experts. I've talked with some folks who think that number should be, they talk about increasing that number to 300 DREs and 100 DRE instructors. We're trying to get some federal grants for some of that as well. I wanted to get your sense of the cost benefit of that, if you think that number needs to be increased, or some of the other issues there in terms of creating incentives for DREs, so that more folks would end up.
Well, of course, we would love to have more DREs. It's a great program. It requires a significant amount of training. Any program that has large numbers of participants and long hours of training pulls officers off the street. So you're trying to balance, what is the right number. I think 300 is a little optimistic. I would like to definitely see more. Unfortunately, with changes in state law regarding possession of narcotics, under the influence of narcotics, it's become less useful. But as you say, when we are faced with the results of 64 and we see where that goes, and then we also, we're assuming that there'll be no reliable test. And right now, I know that I've had discussions with Highway Patrol. They are working on a reliable test for the under the influence of marijuana, similar to a blood alcohol test. So, should that be forthcoming, then it reduces the need for DREs. So, a lot of this is about science. Some of it's about training. All of it's about, trying to find the right numbers for this.
Do you think there should be a bonus for DRE certification? And I've heard the suggestion of like a 5K bonus or something to that effect that would push more folks into the DRE.
Well, it isn't a matter. I don't know that I have a lack of applicants. It's about putting forth the school and doing the training, and our training load is huge, council member. I mean, huge. We're doing de-escalation training, mental health intervention training. We have a mandate from Post to do annual training. When you talk about the things that affect how many cops are on the street, training is a huge piece of that number. So a bonus, is always a nice thing. We could talk about that during the contract negotiations, because that's where it would come through.
But you don't think that's the limiting factor? You think there's plenty of people?
I think that there would be ample people, especially if it comes to pass that is a needed skill because of Prop 64. But we can, because there is a benefit to it. I mean, the increase in court time and all the other applications, your promotability, your status within the organization, all those increase as you gain an ability. So there are incentives. Now, whether it should be a financial incentive, I don't know that is the driver.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
I'll be Mr. Englander here next.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Just waiting for the mic. Okay. Thank you. Well, most of what I was going to go over has been asked and answered, although I don't know that it's been asked to everyone. But let me start off by saying I think you're doing a good job. I think the department's doing a good job. And I also think there are a lot of elements that are beyond our control, and things that change and evolve in legislation that we've inherited. I won't go off on a rant about AB 109 and Prop 47 particularly, but I think that's a big driving force behind property crimes and the waves we see coming. I and it's a conversation we've got to continue to have. Now, having said that, since most of what I was going to go over has been asked, I do want to dive back into the MTA contract for a moment. But as a chair of public safety, we actually haven't heard that item yet in public safety, although it's coming at the next meeting where we will dissect it and put it back together. So I look forward to that conversation. I've had numerous conversations already with our new head of transit, Bob Green. I think is doing a phenomenal job. I, for one, am in favor of the contract. I think it's been well bid. My concern is also about the overtime. But I will say that there's a visible value, there's a force value to be put on as we have these officers out throughout the city of Los Angeles on transit. And I also believe the concern that the league brought up. I did have one question for you, Chief. Where do you expect us to end up at the end of this fiscal year for overtime on our budget this year? What's projected?
I think we'll be right at $90 million.
About $90 million? Okay. So my question is so I think the question's been asked by every member of this panel, except it just hasn't been asked to the mayor's office. So I'd like to call up the mayor's office. Matt here? All right. Before we do a dive into that and ask you the exact same way, I'm going to ask a couple things. One, see, one thing, I believe we've met the MOU. I'm on EERC. It's part of those discussions. As our CAO said, we've met the letter of the law. And I believe that to be true. I don't believe we've hit the spirit of the law. And if we're looking at about $90 million just this year, and crime's going up, then we need to be funded to that. So we are $10 million short, as the chief has said. For one, the one thing that I'm going to be asking for back first, just so you know before you answer the question, is I'd like to separate in this year's budget the overtime for what I'll call the departmental overtime, if you will, and track completely and separately the overtime that's used for transit. I'd like to have two separate line items continuously so we don't have to ask the question every single month or at every FSR, well, can you go ahead and bifurcate and tell us what you've spent so far on transit? Now, I realize MTA will be paying us back those portions. We'll have to divide them out and ask for reports back, but this way we won't have to do that. So I'd like to separate it out and say, what are we funding the department and what is going into the budget? Now, the MOU calls for $90 million this year, correct? We funded 80. Now,
Councilman, it's 100.
100 million this year.
Yes.
Okay, we funded 80. It ratchets it up. It was 90 this year. It's 100 next year. Correct. So with that, the MOU, from my recollection, does not specify where the officers go. It does not specify what they do. It does not specify where the revenue or financial stream that pays for that 100 million comes from. So I believe we're meeting it. And even by line-iteming those two things out, by bifurcating them and having two separate sworn accounts for that, for tracking purposes, I still believe we meet it. But now we're short. So why was it shortened by $10 million? Or actually $20 million? If we're at 100 and it's 80 out of the general fund, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So now we're stuck with that here today. Why?
It was a decision that was made to fulfill our obligation to the MOU, understanding that the Metro contract would, as the chief said earlier, put significant new resources out in the community.
So what would you put the value at having those resources in the community? What's the value of overtime on the city streets looking at patrol functions, looking at some of those overtime functions, knowing full well we're at $90 million this year, according to the chief. And it puts the chief in an awkward position because every single member of this committee has asked him, yet he doesn't set his budget. He's got to live within his means. Is that value $20 million? Or he talked about, and this is a real concern of mine, and I quote, if I go back, by May, we could be looking at compensatory overtime again. That's a problem.
We would agree with that. And, as we were putting the budget together in the midst of having to make a number of very difficult choices, as you've heard from every general manager that has come before this committee, we had to make some significant and difficult choices. Now, the way that we proposed the overtime budget allows for the full funding under the MOU of the overtime, and it allows the department to manage. If we find ourselves in that situation, as the chief said, it would not require...
I actually said we will by May.
It would not require necessarily a reduction of officers in the field. And we fully understand that it is not the most ideal situation, but the entire budget presented a less than ideal situation. So we did have to make choices.
I just don't. I agree, and I don't believe that we've lived up to the spirit of it. I do believe we've lived up to the letter of it, because the money is there, but it's not for what they'll be doing. So I think it's been asked and answered, and I appreciate that. So I'm not going to continue to go down this road, but I would like to see it separated out in this budget, and I'd like to see it come back that way in the form of a memo and how we would do it and track it separately. And I don't think it's appropriate to continue asking the chief why when he didn't present his own budget or prepare his own budget. He's accepting a budget. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And thank you for your honesty. On the civilian hiring side, I absolutely agree. On the crime analyst, the fingerprint, firearms, all those things need to be done. Including the public safety PSRs, detention officers, security officers, and property officers. So I'd like to make sure that those are all included. PSRs, the detention officers, security officers, and property officers. And I also want to make sure that we're on track with actually getting the jailers out, because I'm reading it a little differently, where we've got 38 officers in the jail. And with attrition, if we didn't continue the hiring plan according to the budget, we could end up at the year's end with actually 78, roughly. So I'd like to see a memo back delineating specifically a plan on how we're going to have those 38 and civilian hires to replace those. So I'd like to see that come back in this budget. I'd also like to address...
Bring it back, but that's, just to correct the record.
Yes, Chief.
By the end of the fiscal year, we should have 280 detention officers, and currently today we have 242. That's 38 additional. We should be right at the point where, without opening new jails, or the old jails have been closed, we should be close to moving officers out of there. Now, but remember, that training is required before they're full-time, full-service individuals. So some of these are new hires, and it will take a while, but at least we'll have the right number. Maybe there may be still some cops in there as the end of the era, so to speak. But my goal is that we get them out. And as I highlighted, this is it isn't as many as we asked for, because obviously we're trying to optimize what we do for a living. But it is sufficient. It is better. Now the clerical side, the many of the positions that you brought up, well, those are something we should look at. But recognizing the city has many competing interests, and I understand what Mr. Szabo said.
I get that, and I also get Metro's figured this out, and they said, look, if we're going to hire you as a contract, not only do we want your sworn, we want civilian support staff. We know that we need. If you're going to have so much sworn, if every sworn officer, every nth officer is going to need a person supporting them, and we don't have that. And so we've pushed it for years for civilian hiring. It's been cut back in this budget, and this is a growth budget. We have to make it a priority. I want to keep 10,000 at the 1052 as we're at, but we've got to make civilian hiring a priority. In terms of and those report backs are already coming, so a number of members of this committee have already requested those. On the tech concerns that you brought up, Chief, I'd like to make sure that we get a report back on those issues as well, particularly as it pertains as priorities in Teams 2 and Palantir. And in terms of the replacement life cycle for computer workstations at $1.1 million, I'll respectfully say I think that you're grossly underestimated. And I'd like ITA to weigh in perhaps on a special study on that. A lot of these computers, these workstations, with all this modern technology and having to go on and review video, whatever you've got to do, it could take an hour to open up just to get into the system. So we have officers actually sitting at a desk, booting up the computers and trying to get to the various systems for a long period of time. And I think they're beyond life cycle. These are very antiquated, and so I think we need a full replacement analysis and a long-term approach to that. So something I'd like to look at on a special study as well. And my last question is on ADRs. I just want to make sure that that was fully funded for alternative dispute resolutions.
What Blue Book number is that, Councilman Wright? My recollection is that it is, but George.
That was off the top of my head. I don't necessarily always have notes from staff like these all do, so I don't know what page it was on. That's why I was asking to make sure it was in there.
We'll get back to you on that, but I think it's in there. I mean, you delved into a point that I don't remember, so.
Either do I. That's why I was asking. Okay, just want to make sure it was in there.
I will point out that violent crime is down this year, as is homicide. I know that.
On that, since you brought that up, and I appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
I'd like to see some kind of push for an increase in fingerprinting, a metric for that from the department. Right now, I believe we're at, I think it changes every month, we're at about 5 or 6 per division.
10, I think. But anyway, you're right. It changes based on how many people we have trained up and ready to go. We do all violent crime, as you know, and property crime. We do.
I meant on the property side, right? Yeah, I know we're doing all violent, but on the property side, that's a big issue. And
I think it's in the report back that we're doing on the latent print specialist.
So you're going to include that in there as well as how many doing, and then if we could set out for a goal on how many we should, or an objective, what should we be doing? Obviously, we shouldn't be printing them all, but we need to do more. And a lot of these burglaries that are turning violent is a serious concern. So if we could look at that in the report, then just spell out a goal and what that would mean.
Well, I can certainly tell you what we think we'd be able to achieve were we fully staffed, and that would be our goal.
Great. My last question, I didn't think I had a last one, but I am looking at this. I had a math issue or a question on page 460. This I do have, number 9 and number 10. The sworn hiring plan, it says to hire 459 to maintain the 10,000 plus the 53. But the next item, number 10, says the attrition's at 419. There's a 40 differential. And I'm trying to figure out why there's a differential between those two. And it's not the 52 that we're hiring because it's a number of 40.
Unless George knows for sure, my guess would be that that's their attrition rate in the academy.
Yeah, we should be hiring to 471. That should be the number that should be, because based on attrition is.
So that's an error.
Yeah, 419.
Okay,
plus
so
the 52.
So it should be 470. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, 470.
Look, I thought it was an error. I just wanted to point out and see if that was correct. It's an error. It's 470. It's 471.
I believe so. Yeah, 419 and 52. If the attrition holds as we're projecting.
Okay, so that number on 460, number 10 should be 471. That's what I figured. Okay. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Englander. Chief, thank you very much for being so thorough and spending so much of your time here. Members, anything else, or have we covered everything? Terrific. Appreciate it, Chief. Thank you very much. Next up will be the Emergency Management Department.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh.
You got next.
Oh.
But there's a special study and exhibit H on it.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that what it was?
We just didn't move the money to the UV. We'll do that later.
Mr. Sahakian, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for the memo that you've already submitted. We have all had an opportunity to consider that, but go ahead and make any brief opening comments you'd like, and then we'll get right into questions.
Yes. Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you for your time, for your consideration. I also want to thank the mayor's office, CAO's office, city clerk's office, and your staff for assisting us in this budget process. With me today, we have Ellen Lennox. She is the director of our admin and finance division. She joined us less than a month ago, and our acting assistant general manager, Rob Freeman. I want to thank them, and I also want to thank my staff, including our interns, who do an amazing job, and it's been relentless. We've been busy with the storm-related emergencies, the Studio City sinkhole, and the LA Marathon, and prepping for the May Day coming up on Monday, so the list goes on and on. Our success and reputation is based on their hard work. Honorable members, we do understand the fiscal issues that the city is facing, but we are also facing challenges in that Homeland Security grant funding is slowly expiring, and it's becoming more and more challenging with the new administration. It's not a secret. And with that, we come here, I come here to ask you and request that we maintain the minimum level of staffing in our department to perform our mission. And this mission will ensure proper mitigation, response, and recovery if there's a disaster, and it's a matter of when it's going to happen, not if it's going to happen. When I came to the department less than a year ago, the first gap I identified was community preparedness, and I felt there's a disconnect between the department and our communities at the grassroots level. So based on that, we refocused on community preparedness, and our proposal to CAO's office and the mayor's budget was to add 4 additional positions to our community emergency management group, to have 2 coordinators per division, to basically work with your constituency, with our population, because, and let's not make a mistake here and make it very clear that if there's a major emergency, without our communities, without their response and resiliency, we will not recover. It's as simple as that. So that is number 1 on our list. So based on that, we added 4 additional positions and programs. Unfortunately, they didn't get supported, and we find ourselves right now losing 2 positions. And for a good reason. Over the years, we relied on grant funding to fund full-time positions. And Councilman Englander said it right a couple of years ago. He said we're playing with Russian roulette by doing so. And sure enough, these funds are expiring at this time. The proposal in the Blue Book and in front of you is to give resolution authority to one position, general fund to another position, and no funding to two positions. Last year when we came in front of you, a total number of positions that were grant funded was 8. With your assistance, CAO's assistance, and Mayor's Office assistance, you converted 4 to general fund, so the balance is 4. So this year's proposal out of 4 positions is to give resolution authority to 1, general fund 1, and lose 2 positions. That's what we're facing at this time. These 2 positions will come from our community emergency management group. So these are the people that are in the neighborhoods, in the communities, on a day-to-day basis, outreach and community preparedness. So it will have a substantial impact on that program, a program that in the past 8 months, we have gained so much momentum because of the work and the outreach that we've been doing. I personally, this month, was at the Devonshire Division at CPAB. I was on Tuesday in Mar Vista at the Neighborhood Council meeting. We're leveraging all resources around us, civilian resources from the Red Cross to the CERT programs to the neighborhood councils. We also had a combined budget ask with Dunn that didn't make it. So it will have a substantial impact. So we're here to ask you to give us at least the bare minimum to perform our mission. And I just passed out a pie chart. If you take a look at it, on that pie chart, investment and it shows the investment in the public safety agencies in the city, and we're somewhere on there. You can't even see us. We're at 0.12%. In addition to that, Mr. Krikorian, Councilman Krikorian, the memo that I sent you had a chart that compared us to other major cities in the country. Well, we average 6 coordinators per 1 million population. And from there, it jumps to 19, and it goes up to 80, Washington, D.C. So we're behind the curve as is. And it is essential that we maintain this level at least. One other thing is the intern program that I want to touch on is that it's also not supported. Our intern program is nationally recognized. We can hardly keep our interns because they get hired by the private sector or by governments. Our mayor's office has 4 of those interns. As a matter of fact, the director of the grants program came through this intern program. So they work 20 hours a week. These are paid positions. We have 6 of them. They're also grant funded, unfortunately. So it amounts to 3 full-time positions as well. So we're looking at almost 20% of our workforce being nixed with the proposal. I would entertain any question, and thank you for listening.
Very good. Thank you very much. Ms. Martinez, anything for EMD? All right. Mr. Blumenfield?
Well, first, thank you. You've been on board as a GM less than a year, and you've been making a mark already. And I appreciate you talked about community preparedness, and I know you've been working with some of my teams, community action team, and the volunteer group very effectively. So I'm appreciative of that. And it's crazy to me that we're behind the curve when it comes to being this kind of readiness, because this is Los Angeles. We're earthquake central. We're going to have a disaster. As you said, it's not an if, it's a when. And sadly, we're overdue in some ways. And as someone who vividly remembers the earthquake and what that meant, I couldn't be more supportive of that. So I want to figure out a way to get these positions. Now, in the past, they were grant funded, right?
Yes.
Is there, and you didn't get the UASI funding this fiscal year.
Correct.
Are there other grants, or is there other ways to pursue grant funding for these positions?
Unfortunately not. The Alliance Authority, which looks at these grants, at the UASI grants, they make the call and they distribute the money. And out of over $160 million, only $287,000 were allocated to emergency preparedness. And this is money being reinvested back into our communities. And that's combined to the city, the county, and City of Long Beach. They're part of the UASI. And we cannot pay for salaries with that money. It goes to a program, but I was able to make sure that that program is related to community preparedness. As far as other grants, we're constantly looking for other grants. Most of them are law enforcement centric, and when it comes to emergency preparedness, unfortunately, even at the federal level, it is not a priority because we cannot show the benefit to the dollar spent today. We will only realize it after an emergency, but there are studies that show us for each $1 spent, the benefit is $5 to $6.
And tell us a little bit about the services that these positions would, what services would be lost specifically?
They will be working for the Community Emergency Management Group. And what we do, we have a well-recognized program right now, the 5 Steps program, which we take out to the communities and we outreach it and we sit down with them, hold their hands, and ensure that they're putting this plan together. It follows 5 matrices. You need to know who your neighbors are in your community, in your apartment complex. You need to know who's the elderly and who's disabled, if there's any kids, child care centers in the facility, communications plan, a simple evacuation plan, and ensure that you have a kit that contains food and water to drink. So it's a very simple plan. We have simplified it. We work with the Red Cross to use their Map Your Neighborhood also. And we're, by the way, GISing all these communities. They are being prepared, and hopefully we have a huge population, 4 million plus hundreds of thousands of businesses. Our Business Operations Center is following through with the businesses too. But these positions are out there on weekends, on weeknights, on a day-to-day basis, at neighborhood councils, at religious organizations, working with people to make sure that they're getting prepared.
So I guess with that, I'll just ask for a report back to see if possible funding sources for these type of positions.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Thank you. I don't know how you do what you do with what you have.
Yes, sir.
To do it well, you stretch the dollar, man. I would like to ask if somebody hasn't yet for those 2 positions back. So report back on those. And then also for the intern positions. I think you get a lot out of that, and as we all do. Look, my district is the epicenter of disaster. If it happens, it's going to happen in CD12. Last year we had 20,000 people evacuate and move out of their homes. Prior to that, we were doing evacuations for fires, train collisions. We get it all. Earthquakes. So we work very closely with you guys, and I love what you guys do, and we need to do more. So with your department, you're not asking for a lot, and I'm not even sure why you printed this out on a color printer, and there's a lot of color ink that you wasted on the other departments because you're not even on the chart.
I printed on.
Save your money. Don't print it on the color printer. So you got to squeeze those dollars, and those are my requests. But thank you very much, and a shout out to Megan. So, nice haircut.
Thank you for your support.
All right, thanks. Did Mr. Bonin? Yes.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I think Mr. Blumenfield asked for a report back on the neighborhood emergency plans. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Just a quick question. Well, first of all, thank you for the support the testing we've done recently in the canyons in Brentwood. Emergency preparedness, very well received, the kind of thing we need to be doing more of, yes. Particularly in areas, not just in my district, but other areas that are geographically landlocked, where there's one way in and out. I know we have the bureau system. Do the folks from each bureau sort of confer with each other about strategies that we're doing in a place like Palisades or Brentwood versus places in the Hollywood Hills and CD13 or CD4?
Absolutely, absolutely. Even the CPABs right now, we're making sure that the leaders are talking to each other and learning from each other. For example, the Hilltop neighborhood in your community, we found out they're so far ahead of the curve that we want to sit down with them and learn from them. Absolutely.
Great. So we can start replicating that in other areas. Yes. Okay. I noticed in your letter you mentioned City Council Office emergency plan support.
Yes.
Is that something you were hoping to do or something you already do? Because it was...
No, we're already doing. There's 15 of you guys, so we're coming your way. We started with council offices that had submitted a plan to us, has submitted a continuity of operations plan.
Mm-hmm.
We're currently working with information technology to put together an emergency communications plan, because the executive exercise that we had not too long ago, the first question that the mayor asked me, how am I calling my council? And there was no cell phone. That was the scenario. So we will be coming to you. We're working with 3 council offices. We will be coming to you to ensure that you do have a plan together in case of a major emergency. Your staff has a plan. They have a plan how to get to work and all the details.
Okay, good. I'm eager for that, given that I have a district. Mr. Englander may say he gets every disaster, but I've got the risk of wildfire in my district. I've got the risk of tsunami in my district. I've got the risk of a terrorist attack at the airport in my district. And I've got...
Oh, you want to throw down?
God knows what can happen at Venice Beach on any given weekend. So, but...
I got high ground.
Wow. I have a sort of an off-the-wall question I want to ask, and folks may even snicker that I'm asking about it, but we have a madman in the White House who is doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and he's provoking a lot of countries that are run by other madmen. We are a city that is well prepared for earthquakes, natural disasters, and I hope well prepared. We keep learning from each incident for terrorist incidents. North Korea, for instance, is a couple years away, I've heard on the radio recently, from being able to do ICBMs. Are we doing anything to think about the future when, I mean, it's not inconceivable that Trump provokes North Korea into launching an attack. The West Coast would most likely be hit given their first range capability in a few years. Is there anything that we and other West Coast cities are doing to think about or figure out?
Well, it's the all-hazard preparedness approach that we're taking. I had the media call me last week with the same questions. And we are looking and seeing what used to be our bunker program, the mass sheltering program, but are we actively following through on it? No. But it did trigger right now our interest to the point where internally we did form an ad hoc committee to start discussing it.
And is it something we're discussing with, say, San Francisco, San Diego, Seattle?
Well, at my end, I did bring it up to at the Big City Emergency Managers meeting in Miami a month and a half ago. And because not only nuclear, biological, and chemical is also a big concern. Yes, we are. But the reality is that right now we're the target, and we're talking to San Francisco.
Great. All right. So it wasn't an off-the-wall
question?
No,
it is not off the wall. No, it's on the news every day.
Great.
Definitely.
Right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else, members? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sakian. We all feel a lot safer and more secure with you at the helm. So
thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your good work.
Thank you for your time.
And that of your team. All right. Next up is the Board of Public Works. Good afternoon, Mr. James. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, hello, Mr. Llewellyn.
So, Mr. James, we did receive your memo. Thank you very much for submitting it in advance. If you want to make a brief introductory comment or two, and then we'll get right into questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, I would like to thank the honorable council members for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. Thank you for the time your respective offices have spent with us in helping us prepare our portion of the city's budget. Of course, I would also like to thank Mayor Garcetti, Deputy Chief of Staff, and Deputy Mayor Matt Szabo, and Interim CAO Rich Llewellyn and their respective offices for all of the hard work and many meetings and numerous hours that were spent on the budget as a whole, and specifically on our portion that we're here to address this afternoon. I'm here with the board's executive officer, Fernando Campos, who serves as our budget expert. No surprise there. Paul Roch, who heads up our Office of Community Beautification, and Uduak Entuk, our petroleum administrator. They are here to answer questions regarding each of their specific programs. By way of brief summary, we believe the budget helps solidify recently established programs and divisions within the Board of Public Works and also provides for needed growth in existing services. Briefly regarding the existing services, on graffiti abatement in 2016-17, we received a one-time increase in funding of $750,000. That took the total at roughly $8.5 million. It allowed completion of 75% of requests within 48 hours. That's an increase from 65% the year before. The proposed budget continues the $750,000 funding and provides an additional $1.25 million, enabling a goal of completing 90% within 24 hours. The Office of Accounting has made significant progress in catching up with the B permit revenue backlog. That, of course, helps the general fund. $12 million in 2015-16, $12 million anticipated in 16-17. The proposed budget, though, provides $80,000 for one-time supplemental accounting services to help the backlog further and bring it to $14.2 million in deposits for 17-18. Last year, we received positions for implementation of the sidewalk payment program and the sidewalk repair sidewalk repair payment program and the sidewalk repair incentive program. So far in 2016-17, we have received over 640 applications and are now paying out rebates. Over $2 million in contractor payments made to date. And regarding recently established programs and divisions, last year the citywide film industry coordinator was brought over to the board, allowing us to collaborate and work together, attracting and retaining filming in Los Angeles. Her name is Eva Batar. She's also here. The proposed budget reallocates the position to a television and motion picture manager, which more appropriately fits the position and the work that is done in that role. And finally, in the newer programs, the Petroleum Administration Office, as you know, in 2016-17, we received position authority to hire a petroleum administrator. Mr. Entuk was hired. We're thrilled that he's with us now. He started in October. That was, of course, to set up the foundation for the office and to bring the level of expertise that was needed. This proposed budget begins the establishment of that office. It's divided into two sections. The Franchise and Contract Administration section, that's one senior management analyst that is provided in the budget. And under Safety and Compliance, one senior environmental engineer and an environmental compliance inspector. There's 9 months of funding for those positions. That would enable us to begin the work. We'd have to wait until October 1, 2017 for them to begin work. This set of positions is very similar to what was previously the organizational structure at the Department of Transportation, with the addition of the environmental compliance inspector on our side. It does allow continuation of work renewing franchises and collecting payments. Going forward, though, we will still need to do benchmarking and analysis work, to update the franchise rates, the negotiation of updated rates, and oversight and monitoring with audits and enforcement. And as far as we'd like to hire consultants for audits of utility agreements and drill site evaluation and testing, and subject matter expertise for fracking and methane gas. So those are things that are not in the proposed budget, but we will need to deal with in the future. And finally, as you saw in our letter, Mr. Chair, we appreciate the Senior Accountant 1 position for the Measure M, Accounting and Payment Services. We do look forward to collaborating with the necessary city departments to determine the resources that may be needed to implement the numerous projects that will be funded by Measure M, we do anticipate that as the program gears up, we may need one management analyst position to assist in fund management and administration, financial reporting to Metro, and budgetary analysis. Of course, that funding can be determined upon approval of the project plans and various staffing needs. That's not currently in this existing budget. With that, sir, we are happy to take your questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. James. First, I'd like to call on Ms. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you please go over the allocation for the Office of Community Beautification aside from graffiti? It's my understanding that our cleanup efforts is being reduced from $900,000 to $240,000.
Mr. Roch, he heads up the Office of Community Beautification.
So, Council member, that is correct. The current funding level for the OCB contractors for this year, in addition to doing their graffiti abatement, as part of the Clean Streets LA program, cleaning up weeds, litter, loose trash, just doing that general cleanup throughout the city of Los Angeles. This year, they were funded at a level of $900,000 for the year. The proposed budget does have that funding level reduced down to $240,000 for the year, which is a approximately 73% cut to that particular service. Those contractors are really finding their stride. They're doing a huge amount of work as part of the Clean Streets LA program. We're projecting that by the end of the current year, they will have cleaned up over 2,500 locations with weeds, litter, trash, bulky items, collected over 150,000 bags of trash from along the public right-of-way, in addition to having picked up approximately 20,000 bulky items as they're doing that work of cleaning up along the public right-of-way as well. So it's a great program.
Oh, it absolutely is. And in my district, we heavily rely on these resources. So I want to ask that we find a way to increase this amount to at least the 15-16 fiscal year level, $600,000. So if that's in a way of a report back, I would appreciate
on
that.
the $600,000 versus the $900,000 that was
Correct.
16-17. Okay.
And that $600,000, right, that was at a 6-month level. So the 15-16 budget was $600,000 for 6 months worth of service.
So we can go back and figure out how we can do that. The other question I had was under marketing, line item 18 of the budget book talks about a one-time funding for marketing and outreach for 311 and MyLA. Can you talk about a little bit about your marketing approach and what that includes? Is it pamphlets? Are you actually going out and talking to anyone? Are you providing any type of training or classes specifically to the Spanish-speaking community? How are you doing that? What does that involve?
Councilwoman, absolutely a great question. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. The marketing plan that we have for the $30,000 is not only to update the MyLA 311, but also to start bringing in the new offices that were just jointly added to the Board of Public Works, not only the Petroleum Administration, but also the Film Office. So we intend to leverage the 311 system to not only allow constituents to file complaints or even notify our Petroleum Administrator of some issues, but also allow our Film LA and then our Film Coordinator, our liaison, to leverage the system. Most importantly, I think the 311 system can be improved in terms of allowing the system to provide the statistics that we need so that we can come back and inform you with the proper statistics that you need in terms of Clean Streets LA and also graffiti abatement.
So this money is you're only going to use it to add these additional services onto the 311 app, or is it actually to go out and educate people about how to use the 311 app?
It would be both. One is to do the improvements to the 311, and then we would also do some community outreach events. So last year we did, leveraging with the Innovation Productivity Commission, we received a grant to do some Clean Streets grant programs. And so we released this challenge. We not only outreach to the community, but we also provided funding and also a tool, if you will, a tool of kits that we provided the communities in terms of cleaning up and how to do a proper cleanup
So
as
what
well.
do you plan to do this year in terms of, what is your marketing approach this year in terms of educating the public of how to use the 311 app?
One,
Specifically.
Yeah, specifically, one, continue the flyers and continuing the marketing outreach. Two, get out to the community. We do reach out to the communities about 4 or 5 times per year. We take the Board of Public Works on the road. That's an opportunity for us to not only leverage the 311, but also inform constituents of the 311 system. So wherever we can, we will try to promote the 311 when we go out to the communities as well.
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. And I love the 311 system being used for Public Works more and more, working in my own district to help promote it as well. It's one of the most popular things, so kudos on the continued efforts.
It's really changing the way that we deliver city services across the board, and we've seen recent data that indicates that it is one of the most well received new items of city service across the board, whether it's neighborhood council, stakeholders, or others.
Is it? I assume it's. I mean, in a way, it's a cost savings, but it's probably costing us more because we're getting a lot more service requests. Is that right? Which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, each of the bureaus could talk about, kind of what it means for them. I mean, it's interestingly enough. I mean, and this will not surprise you. There's a direct correlation to those, some specific communities that have had training on usage of 311 and how to report and request city services. The request for city services from those communities increases, and in response, they get more city service from the city.
In the budget, we provided separate question. In the budget, we provide about $50,000 for Public Works Trust Fund Nexus study, with another $50K in the UB. Can you provide an update about the status of that project and whether additional funding is needed? Do you have a timeline when the funds would be freed up for city infrastructure projects? It's one of those, we can spend a little and leverage a lot.
No, and we agree, Council, and we appreciate the council's support, the support of the mayor. Last year in the initial funding for the Nexus study for the Public Works Trust Fund, your question is quite timely. In just the last few days, we have update information on our RFP that we had submitted for a contractor to do the work. Mr. Campos has the details as he just received that information back in the last few days.
So about a year ago, we were here before you asking for $150,000 funding. Your committee did grant us $50,000 to move forward so that we can go out there and explore and find out what the market has to say about the proposal. We did develop the scope of work. There was 5 deliverables that we were asking for, not only to review about 1,200 or 12,000 deposits that we have on file. That equates to about $11.6 million that we're trying to debottleneck. But more importantly, we wanted to do a benchmarking or analysis or performance analysis to see what other municipalities are doing with this types of funds that they have, what we call pre-89 funds. And so this arose because of the state legislature, AB 1600 in 1998, so we call it the Mitigation Fee Act. And so in response to that Mitigation Fee Act, we had to figure out how do we treat this money and develop a nexus relationship with the original money versus what we want to use the money for. In addition to that, the RFP scope of services does ask for some sort of recommendation in terms of policy options that the Board of Public Works would have to consider, and then eventually your city council to establish that policy citywide. Last but not least, we did ask for a roadmap and also geocoding along with that scope of service. So to get to your question, Councilmember Blumenfield, we did develop that RFP. We released it in February. Unfortunately, we did not get any responses back. And so we were quite concerned because there was over 200 hits on our BAVN system. And so we extended the RFP. We also made some modifications and we removed the mandatory pre-proposal conference. We also allowed bidders an additional 60 days to propose their bid. We did some outreach. All in all, we did receive one proposal. That proposal came in at $132,000, but that does not include the geocoding deliverable that we would like. And that geocoding deliverable is very important, not only because we need to identify the XY coordinates or the geoplots, if you will, of the deposits, but place those or layer those against existing public works projects so that we can establish that nexus, that reasonable connection, physical connection to the deposits. We believe that deliverable to have a value of anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. So at this point, we're short about $50,000 to $60,000 to continue the program. In hindsight, though, there is an additional $50,000 that's available in the unappropriated balance. We are working with our CAO counterparts to ask for that release of that $50,000 in addition to the $50,000 that we received in the current budget. So we do have $100,000 in total for the Nexus study, but we will be short about $50,000 to $60,000 for next year.
So, and without that $50,000, you can't move forward. Is that right?
We can move forward. The idea behind this is that we would negotiate the contract to have options. So if we wanted to move forward with additional services, it would be subject to funding availability. Also, when we prepared the budget in October, we didn't really know what the market was going to say in terms of what the cost is. The good news is that it came back to about the proposal that we had before you about a year ago, about 150 to 175. So we were right on in terms of what we thought we needed. The challenge was the timing, and then two, the number of vendors that would be interested in this. In our report back to our Board of Public Works, as we recommend an award to this contract, we will share with the board why other vendors did not propose. So we will do some analysis in terms of how can we encourage more competition? How can we encourage other vendors to come in so that we can bring in the best value, best price for the city? However, we do want to move forward with this project. The goal is to debottleneck about $11.6 million in total.
Well, and get that money back to all of you, to your council districts. What's key about the geocode element that is missing is to meet our legal standard for the Nexus to be able to spend that money. Depending on when that money was deposited, we need to know to what projects it was attached to be able to have the Nexus to be able to allocate it.
Is there any way? I mean,
pre-'89 money is less restricted than post-'89 money, but still.
Part of me, I think we ought to just look for the money and find it. It's not that much. But the other part of me wonders, is there a way that we could charge this back or reimburse it down the road from the special funds for the upfront money that we have to pay to unlock that as an administrative or an overhead type of charge? If that were the case, it might be easier to find that money.
Not necessarily charging it back to the depositors, if you will, but there is a concept that we can use, possibly our Public Works Trust Fund interest that's earned. We do earn about $800,000 to almost $1 million a year in interest. So we are more than happy to explore that option, to come back with a report back to this committee in terms of possibly redirecting that money instead of it going to the general fund. At the end of the day, it's general fund money.
So I'd like to ask for a report back on that option and other options. At the end of the day, this is an important thing for us to find the money. Ideally, we find it in a way that's either reimbursable or comes from a fund, a different fund than the general fund. But either way, let's get a report back on the options, because I think it's important that we fund it.
We'd be happy to report
sits
back.
there, yeah.
What's that?
Otherwise, it just sits there.
Otherwise, it's just sitting there, and this is money that can be leveraged into good projects throughout the district. One very narrow thing: the as-needed account. Services on page 498 states that it's anticipated to generate $2.5 million in one-time general fund revenue, and wasn't sure if that revenue was already scored in the budget, or is this another $2.5 million we can score in the budget?
Great question. That $2.5 million is included, so that's part of the $14 million that our President James indicated in his opening speech. So typically we bring in about $11 to $12 million. That additional 2.5 raises it to about $14.2 million. So to answer to your question, yes, it is captured in the budget.
Doesn't hurt to try. So thought there might be a little money there we could score. But,
Happy to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Englander.
I think all the questions. I think you have my notebook. No. So thank you for that. I just have a really quick question. It's on page 496. Both the mayor and the state of the city, and Kevin, you just mentioned this as well, that we would be hitting graffiti within 24 hours 90% of the time.
I indicated that as a goal.
But there's two different goals presented. Well, there's a goal and there's a budget.
The budget
so we're
says...
This is the budget committee, not the goal committee.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding. All right.
The budget says 90% within 48 hours.
Not 24.
I'm sorry?
So we're budgeting 90% within 48 hours.
Right. The question that we had asked in a previous meeting was, could we, if additional funding is provided, could we get to 90% in.
I just want to know what to tell my constituents. So it was because the mayor had said it in the State of the City, and then I know you opened it up with it, that we're funding. And it's not a gotcha moment. I just want to make sure I'm accurate.
It's still our goal.
It's a goal, okay,
yes.
but we're funding 90% within 48 hours.
For 48 hours.
Is what's funded in this budget, period. We'd love to do more, but right now it's okay.
Exactly. And the basis for that is we've got, under Mr. Roch's direction, as you know, council member, we've got a terrific Office of Community Beautification. They work with excellent
I get all that
contractors.
stuff. Right? I wanted to know what we're budgeted this year.
Yeah,
And,
budgeted for 48 hours.
We're good.
We're going to try and get to 24.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, thank
Fair
you.
question.
All right, thanks, brother.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple things. One, didn't see in your letter, just wanted to ask about the office and the staffing of the petroleum administrator.
I'm sorry, Councilman?
Office and staffing of the petroleum
Yes.
administrator. You're okay with that current level?
Look, as I mentioned going forward, we prefer to have the 6 positions that were in our proposed budget, of course. However, we know the funding constraints this year. I'm optimistic that with the 3 additional positions that we're getting, frankly, I was thinking we would end up probably with 2, 1 in each category. We ended up with 3. We're going to be able to do much more this year than we were able to do last year, obviously. I remain concerned, and I think Mr. Intuck could, obviously with his expertise, can dig down a little bit more into the details of what we're going to be unable to do. But one of my largest concerns, of course, relates to our inability to audit some of the utility agreements, as well as some of the testing and expertise around fracking that the council has asked for. There's a methane gas study that I believe is part of a pending motion that is not funded in this budget, so that's something for you all to consider. I would also mention that regarding our on the compliance side, I would say it's pretty close. This is anecdotally based on the reports that I've gotten, but whenever we are inspecting a site or participating in an inspection, it's rare, of course, that there are not violations that end up resulting in fines. And without additional staff, some of that is likely going to be passed on until another year.
So I'd like to get a report back on staffing for the Petroleum Administrator's Office and potential funding that could include fines, could include potential revenue that could be generated when we redo the franchise agreements. Given that there's a number of motions in the works, given that we still have not gotten an ordinance in front of us to make final and formal the fracking moratorium, given that there's the 7-signature motion that might put some distance requirements between oil extraction and fossil fuel production, we may need additional resources. Are you guys having a hard time hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
One of the mics is a problem. So we'll get you exact language on that, but it was basically what Kevin was saying with a little more detail. Wanted to touch on metro projects. As Mr. Krikorian noted, he and I are both members of the board, and we frequently get calls from the CEO's office saying, help. There's a problem. The city of Los Angeles is delaying something. With Measure M now voted on, there are going to be lots and lots of projects. And I just came from the Metro board meeting this morning, and expediting is the key word that everybody is talking about. And I want us to get out of the dynamic where we're holding things up. So what I'm thinking is that we may need a metro project coordinator in the city of Los Angeles, someone to cut all the red tape. So I'd like a report back. This would be a fiscal impact one on where that would be housed. I could see it could be the board, it could be BOE, but it should be Public Works because most of the intersection is Public Works agencies. And potential funding, which I imagine could be Measure M or Measure R or a combination of both.
Right.
That's the part you're going to like. The part you're going to dislike is this, is the accountant position for managing the Measure M funds. I'm really very opposed to that being housed in the Board of Public Works. It's a transportation fund, and like A and C and the other ones, I think it should be housed at DOT, the management of the fund itself. I think that's far more appropriate. And I'd like a report back, I guess, from CLA, CAO on the propriety of moving it over to DOT.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Just two really quick things. One, we talked about graffiti abatement. Obviously, you're not the only agency responsible for graffiti abatement in the city. So when we, Mr. Llewellyn, when we get the reports back on OCB graffiti abatement, I'd also like that to be to include the larger context of graffiti abatement throughout the budget in the other departments as well, so that we can compare the totality of graffiti abatement commitment across departments as well. So regardless of who does it, the point is to continue to move forward in abating graffiti. So, and then, so that's just an addition to the previous report. And then, not a question so much as a statement, Mr. James, that Bureau of Street Services in particular, Bureau of Sanitation, and perhaps other bureaus within the board seem especially opportune places to support the targeted local hire program.
Completely agree.
So I would really just strongly reiterate my sense, and I know you share that. I hope the board will press to make sure that the bureaus are taking on as many new hires as they can through that program, because we're getting up and running, but we got to get these people in positions.
I agree. If I may, Councilman, on that note, we have, and you can hear more about it with when the Bureau of Engineering is here or the Bureau of Contract Administration. We did create a list of contractors that are transitional workers that can be part of bidding on smaller projects that are less than $100,000. You may know about that already. I believe there are 35 contractors on that list. Not all of them were as small as we had ideally hoped. Some of the companies that are on the list are companies that we recognize, but the hope is that they are hiring and providing some of these opportunities to the groups that the city is interested in. And just in the last 10 days, along with Council District 12 and Council District 3, we're looking at potential pilots in the San Fernando Valley, working with Goodwill and others for finding opportunities here that are in some sort of partnership with the sidewalk repair program. And at the risk of saying one sentence too much, and I've learned in many years as a litigator to stop when you are at least even, if not ahead. In response to Councilman Bonin's comment, if I might, Councilman, I want to just take a little bit of responsibility myself here regarding the issue and what could have been some frustration from Metro in working in our public right-of-way on some of the existing projects. Some of the delay, I think, does exist in our city process. Let me assure you, though, that between the Bureau of Engineering and less so the Bureau of Street Services and the Board of Public Works and the Department of Transportation, when that delay exists, it exists because there are elements of public safety and other requirements that we have that we need to meet eye to eye on. And one of the things that I will do is hold an item up before the Board of Public Works until all that is complete. But I will always let them come in that morning with the final documents. So in other words, we will agendize the item. We don't cost them those additional days as long as they can have the item there that morning. So I want to take some of that responsibility. That said, I do believe that such a coordinator would be beneficial in working with the city family and partnering with Metro. As you know, and as you mentioned, these programs, these projects are only going to increase, which we are absolutely thrilled about. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much,
Thank you
President
all.
James. Appreciate it. To you and your staff, thank you very much. Nothing else, members, for Board of Public Works? Great. Thank you very much. That will bring up next the Bureau of Engineering. And members, as Mr. Moore is coming forward, I just want to let you all know that we're running about a half an hour behind the tentative schedule. So I hope we can make that up over the course of the next few hours. Mr. Moore, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, as always, for submitting your memo ahead of time. We've all had a chance to look at that, but feel free to make your usual succinct opening remarks before we go right into questions.
Thank you, council members. It's great to be here again in front of you. I just want to start off by thanking the tremendous staff at the Bureau of Engineering, the women and men who do the work every day. And as this year we had a lot of storms and a lot of activity, and they rose above any expectations that I had of them. I'm joined today by our Chief Deputy, Deborah Weintraub, Deputy City Engineer Ted Allen, our Chief Management Officer, Robert Katamatsu, Deputy City Engineer Ken Redd, Deputy City Engineer Alfred Mata, and our newest deputy, Julie Souter, who is in charge of our sidewalk program. So we are very pleased to be here, and we just asked for one thing in our budget letter that was a request for an unfunded position. And with that, we'll be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, that's tough to say no to. Mr. Blumenfield.
Certainly want to look at the unfunded position, and I think we're all in agreement there. Wanted to ask you about projects that are front-loaded with Prop C or other sources that are reimbursed by Metro and others. I know we use that all the time for projects, and I'm worried about, as we ramp up with all the Measure M projects, the increased grants, that whether or not we're going to be equipped to front-load those projects and still provide the basic functions and programs that Prop C is intended for. Because as I understand it, and I ask you to speak to it, it's been a little bit stretched just on our normal load in terms of front-loading those Prop C, and then once we go into overdrive, which is exciting with M and SB1, how's that going to work? And is there something else that we need to be doing to make it work?
Yeah, so I'll take the first stab at it, and then I can turn it over to the CAO. But each year, the CAO works with the Department of Transportation on setting up the funding called the Transportation Grant Fund. That's the money that's used to front fund for when we have a grant, very aggressive in the billing portion of that. And then they set aside the appropriations, and we've not seen any problem with that situation. If the CAO has anything else they'd like to add.
Do you think there's going to be a problem once we end up? I mean, what are we going to use to front load projects with Measure M and SB1, and as that gets ramped up?
Councilmember David Toronto with the Office of the CAO. In the Measure M schedule, we took the opportunity in the first year to move a little bit of extra money over into the Transportation Grant Fund to handle exactly what you're referring to. So we believe that there will be sufficient funding in the Transportation Grant Fund to front fund all those positions, and there should be no slowdown in the ability to expedite projects.
Well, that's what I like to hear.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander? Good? Okay. Mr. Bonner?
Thank you. Gary, thank you to you and your team, as always, for everything. Just a couple quick questions, and they are all about bridges. One question I'm being asked on behalf of Mr. Weezer. He asked me to request a report back on the positions requested in your letter to the committee related to the 6th Street Bridge project. As I understand it, the Bureau has no authorized positions for the delivery of the project, and so I'd like to see a report back on that. And then I would like to see a report back with a report on whether or not SB1 is a potential funding source for the needed repairs and infrastructure improvements on the Pacific Ave and Lincoln Ave bridges. As you know, the Pacific Ave bridge, literally, you can look down and see the water underneath. I mean, there literally is a big hole in it, and so and that's a pedestrian bridge, and a lot of kids use it, and it's not a safe thing. And so those are the two requests I have.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, though, I think the only question I have is your department is facing an awful lot of potential retirements, over, I think, 40% of your workforce, and so much of the rest of the city depends upon your work. That's a significant concern. So what can you tell us about what you need to do for appropriate succession planning to be able to deal with that potential wave of retirements?
I think, first I'd like to thank the mayor's proposed budget. This year has continued the opportunity to hire engineering interns into the organization. And that's a real opportunity for them to see us while they're still in their junior and senior year in college, getting them ready and familiarity. So we definitely appreciate that. I think, as we go forward, I definitely like to see the opportunity if we can hire sometimes in the key positions a little bit before we know when the retirement's coming. So there's some time to cross over, share those skill sets. Unfortunately, we usually don't find out somebody's retiring until 30 days, but if they've told us in advance, then it's an opportunity that maybe we could go ahead and get a position earlier, it's technical, but a substitute authority earlier, so that we can have more transition of that skill set. So I think those are some of the things we're doing. Additionally, in our development services program, we're making a large investment in all of the documentation, all the process flows, because one thing we don't want people to do is have to spend time on process, but they can use their energy towards solving the problems. So we're looking throughout the organization on those types of things. We've done a lot in the past of automating items that we do, making it more computer-based. So once again, you're not spending time creating the spreadsheet on every project, but you're using a standard system that we have for managing projects. So once again, getting away from process and really focusing on delivery.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Martinez?
The only question I had is, what's your strategy for hiring more women? How do you plan to close the gender gap in your department?
Well, I'm very pleased to say that this last year we hired engineering schools run between 15, maybe 18% women. Last year we hired 45% women. So I'm very proud of that effort. And I'm using the engineering interns for a real opportunity to even hire more women. We have a very aggressive program. Diversity is something I'm very concerned with also. Once again, African Americans in our schools here on the West Coast, very low in the engineering schools of 2-3%. So last year started going to historically black colleges. This year went again to historically black colleges. Once again, we're very excited about the mayor's support for anytime, anywhere testing. We were able to partner with Wendy Macy to actually do Skype interviews with North Carolina A&T. And so we were able to interview, I believe it was 7 African-American engineers. So we're very excited to try to stretch and push because we want diversity. I love diversity. It's the strength of our organization. And so we're definitely seeing a strong... we have great role models in our executive team, both Deborah Weintraub and Julie. So we're speaking in the executive team also, showing the women that they have a career path. Last thing I'd add is our mentorship program. We have all of us in the executive team are mentors. We have over 40 other mentors that have stepped up, and we have a wonderful recognizing the focus on both diversity and of promoting women. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Mr. Moore. Thank you to you and your entire team. You always do a really magnificent job for this city. Can't say enough good things about the Bureau of Engineering.
Thank you.
So that members will next bring up the Bureau of Street Services. Mr. Saucedo, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've received your letter. Thank you very much for sending it in advance. Everyone has considered it, but please feel free to go ahead and open up before we get into questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Before we start, I would like to introduce my team, my executive team, starting with the Assistant Director, Skid Mose, at the end, Ron Lorenzen. Greg Spots is missing in action, but we'll have him here soon. And of course, my Chief Management Analyst, Victoria Villa Agustin. The Bureau of Street Services is fully aware of the fiscal realities of the City of Los Angeles. So we're very supportive of the mayor's budget. So in saying this and following your instructions, Mr. Chair, we're going to highlight only some of the most relevant items or points of our 17-18 proposed budget. The fiscal year 17-18 proposed budget basically represents a net decrease of approximately 9% when we compare this proposed budget, versus last year's budget, meaning the 16-17 fiscal year. Of the $19 million of total reduction, approximately $17.1 million are in the pavement preservation program. The $17.1 million reduction is equivalent to 200 lane miles of resurfacing. As a result of this reduction, the Bureau will place a special emphasis on maintaining the average pavement condition index of the network on 66 while completing the 2,200 lane miles for which we are being budgeted. Funding in the amount of $6.1 million is provided for tree trimming. That represents approximately 30,000 trees that will be trimmed during the fiscal year 17-18 using both contractors and city forces. There is $500,000 in the unappropriated balance, and we could trim an additional 3,000 trees if that money becomes available to the Bureau. So we could increase the total number of trees being trimmed in 17-18 to a grand total of 33,000 if we get the $500,000 that is in the UB. Also, the maintenance of landscape median islands is funded at $1 million in the proposed budget. The recent bids received for this contracted work require approximately $2.7 million to provide the desired biweekly frequency. We know that there is $1 million in funding within the Measure R, and same thing, $1.1 million within Measure M. So we would like those $2 million to be transferred to the Bureau so we could have the right amount of money to perform the maintenance of the landscape medians at a frequency of twice a month. That is biweekly. There's also some money set aside for alley paving. Apparently we have $1 million in Measure M and $500,000 in the UB. If that money is made available to the Bureau, we can subdivide that $1.5 million for alley into 15 smaller pieces, right? And each council district would get approximately $100,000 for alley paving. So again, we encourage you to transfer that money or make that money available to us for alley resurfacing. Lastly, the Bureau, as part of our proposed budget, we made a request for a bike lane maintenance program. We know very well that the condition of some of the bike lanes in the city of LA is less than optimum. And we made that request for $1.2 million to properly sweep, inspect, and maintain, that is, performing asphalt repairs on bike lanes that require repair before liability becomes a reality. We know for a fact that liability is becoming an issue in terms of bike lanes. So we ask you for your consideration for those two crews that will be maintaining the bike lanes that we have in the city of LA. So with that, my team and myself are ready for questions.
Very good. Thank you. We're going to open up with Mr. Englander.
Great. Thank you very much. Before I start off and going into the department, I heard that, Ron, that you're going to be, are you retiring soon? Is that what we heard?
Councilman, that is correct. It's on.
So I'd like a memo back to keep Ron Lorenzen and double his salary.
Thank you,
Councilman.
Thank you very much.
This cannot be replaced.
Well,
It's
thank you very much. I'm
Not
humbled.
possible.
I'm humbled.
Not possible. All right. Well, I don't know that we'll dedicate the budget to you, but maybe this year. Maybe you don't want that. No, when I'm done, you may not want that. All right. But I wanted to give you a special shout out, Ron. How much money are you giving back this year?
It is a total of $19 million.
$19 million. And the bulk of that was for pavement preservation?
That is correct, 17.1.
Why?
Perhaps, this is a question that we should ask the mayors or the CAO team.
Why do you have the money in the budget, in your budget?
Well, I feel, again, that as a team, working together with the mayor's office and the CAO, we understand that there's a need, of course, for to balance the budget.
Yeah, but why do you have the money left over at the end of the year in your budget? Why wasn't it all spent?
No. You're talking about reversions, right? You're talking about how much money I returned in 15-16? Is that what you're referring?
Correct.
Yeah, in 15-16, the Bureau reverted approximately $23 million, of which $16 million were salaries. Salaries and associated costs, and associated expenditures, right?
And those salaries, what would they be doing?
They would be doing weed abatement. They would be doing street maintenance. Remember, we had approximately 300 vacancies last year, vacancies that we have filled in the last 12 months. So, yes, we returned $16 million approximately of monies related to salaries.
So, and this is what's frustrating. In an audit of 2014, so 3 years ago now, the department was scrutinized for that very issue. The whole theme and concept behind budgeting your department, we don't fund dollars to your department, from my perspective. We fund miles, and that's been a big mistake. And we've caught that mistake in the audit of 2014, saying, we're giving you money, not miles. So you come back with, well, here's how many miles I can accomplish if you give me this much money. The audit, number 4, talked about, and number 2, direct labor utilization rates, and number 4, the budgeted funding utilization. In other words, the department it's not a matter of if you've done such a great job and you got the work done early and you hit the amount of miles you're supposed to hit, continue working. We have a $4 billion budget or street deficit in failed streets. Failed streets which cause dangerous conditions, they're expensive to drive on, they're bad for the environment, they cause traffic, and they cause accidents. Literally, people are dying on our streets for a number of reasons, and this is one of many. You know how passionate I am about fixing our infrastructure.
Right.
And you know how seriously I take it. I brought this, I wasn't going to open it up, but my first prop of the day. In all seriousness, this is a real problem. And we're looking at going into next year's budget, my district alone losing 19 miles because of this lack of, there's no other word for it, lack of management. If we give the department money, we should not expect a dime back because there's so much more work to be done. Now we have some Measure M money. And I went back and watched every single campaign ad, every video, and looked at every piece of mail, including the ballot language that the voters passed it on, saying we're going to have street repair. I understand we're going to have the discussion about Vision Zero, and I think the mayor's done a good job of splitting the funds based on what the voters paid or voted for and wanted to see where the money went. Are we going to be able to do it? We're finally putting some money into failed streets, which we haven't done. And we are the most expensive place to own an automobile and drive and maintenance. And again, with traffic congestion, what it's doing to the environment and causing accidents, we've got a major problem. Because when we repair a failed street, we get a double benefit. The benefit of not just having a clean road, a paved road, a reconstructed road, and the safety that comes along with it, but it's also re-engineered. Left and right turn pockets, it's made safer. And we now have an opportunity, and I have little faith that we can get it done. Because every year, the department has money left over that comes back to the general fund. We shouldn't have it. You should be begging us that you've completed and hit the goal of how many miles for the pavement preservation, and now we've got failed street money for more money. Not saying we've got salary savings because we didn't spend it all. And this is not something new. Mm-hmm. This is one of the most core functions, back to basics things that we can possibly do is to repair our infrastructure, and we're not doing it.
Well, Councilman, if you allow me, let me assure you that not even $1 of what we returned in the last 2 years was pavement preservation money. The money...
You just got done telling me 16 million was, 17 million was.
Yeah, those salary savings...
$17 million to me is a lot of money.
Right, but it was
how many miles of lane preservation or failed streets could we have fixed with $17 million?
But the money has a label, Councilman, and that money was not assigned to pavement preservation.
Mm-hmm. But the money was sitting in the account within the department, and we have a need for it. So did you ever come back once and ask, we have these funds, let's go ahead and fix more streets, let's fix some of our infrastructure? Because when you've got a C street, and it falls into a D street, exponentially it costs that much more to repair a street once it gets into a failed condition. Is that correct? In fact, how much more is it once it goes from a C street to a D street to an F street?
Right. It can go as high as 5 or 7 times, yes. The reason why we did not do that is because in 2015-16, finally the hiring freeze was released, right? We were in the process of hiring hundreds of positions. The hiring process takes a significant amount of time. And as a result, we were trying to hire hundreds of people in the areas of weed abatement, investigation, street sweeping, maintaining streets.
But we still haven't done it. The audit called for that 3 years ago. The audit also suggested the idea of public-private partnerships, at least with some surplus funds, or utilizing some of those funds for overtime. And I'm trying to figure out why we're scratching our heads 3 years later and it hasn't been done.
We are at full capacity, Councilman, so we didn't have the ability to spend more than what we could do. So, and again, once again, let me assure you that the monies related to pavement preservation were expended. You know, the other monies, part of the money that we return, for example, is your grant-funded projects. A lot of that money was grant-funded projects that we couldn't complete within 1 year. Your discretionary funds, for example, all council members transfer money to the Bureau of Street Services to do special jobs, right?
And we don't get those done either in the same calendar year.
No, not all of them get done because we have certain capacity only.
Okay, but you know the capacity in terms of workload indicators and what we can do with personnel, then you've got to be asking for more people.
We have asked for more people.
Okay, but to whom?
To the budget during the last 3 or 4 years.
Oh.
But again...
But we've given you the funds to do it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to keep going around on this. I'd like to see
us actually meeting our goals and objectives with the budget we give you instead of getting any money back in salary savings, because I think the voters of Los Angeles deserve and respect that they've paid into it, they expect it to be done, and now we're watching it accumulate and get more. When we wrote SOS-LA, we were at roughly $3 billion in backload. 2 years later, it's up to now another billion and $4 billion. We've got to do something to make a dent. So with that, I would like to see a report back from you on specifically a timeline for the new Measure M dollars for those failed streets. And I want to see a timeline on the full budget of what we're authorizing for the department on the pavement preservation program, and a timeline, not how many miles, but how long is it going to take to spend it. And if there's more months left at the end of the money, then we need to add more miles.
Okay. Is that it? If I can just add to that. If I can just add to that request, if we can distinguish in that report between resurfacing and slurry sealing and preservation, because we've lumped them together in our metrics in the past, and I don't think that serves us well. So,
good point.
So if we could distinguish in miles resurfaced and miles slurry sealed as well. Okay. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can make this easier for you, Nazario. I don't think you should get the money. I think we should be using it for Vision Zero. So you want to come back and say we won't do it, that'll make it easier. I actually am very concerned about the amount of money going into reconstruction, particularly concerned given that the points Mr. Englander has just made about money being returned. So I'm interested in the report back that you're doing, and I think the way Mr. Krikorian described it and Mr. Englander described it covers it, but I specifically want to know, of the 17 or 20 million in Measure M funds that you're getting, is how much could you actually spend in the next year on road reconstruction? I have nothing against road reconstruction. I'm eager to see it, and I'm glad we have the Senate bill, which will help us get there. I am very familiar with all the ads that folks saw too, and the top promise that I think that people saw when they saw Measure M ads is that congestion relief and a first-class transportation system. And I would argue that the definition of a first-class transportation system is not having so many people killed on our roadways that our traffic fatality rate is higher than our homicide rate. And I think we really need to be looking at how we can save lives. And if repaving or reconstructing a street can help us save a life, that's great. I don't know that that's always the first and highest priority project. Anyway, this is my rant for tomorrow, not for today. Just a question on stagnant water concerns and West Nile migration issues. I imagine I'm not the only district that is encountering this problem. We have some curb and gutter repairs that just haven't been able to be done for a very long time. I'd like to know if there's a potential of SB1 being a funding source to help us address some of that. Some of these would be in DNF streets, I imagine, but I know that some of the ones in my district are not DNF streets, so this isn't just about a reconstruction budget. This is about a specific project, or a specific problem, drainage and irrigation. So I'd like to get a report back on that, if I could.
Sure.
And that's all I got at the moment. I got lost with my Vision Zero rant, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. I'm interested in the status of sidewalk repair, and similar to the situation with street services, we've been funding the Sidewalk Repair Trust Fund now. I think we're on our 4th year now, and each of those years, I tell everybody who will listen, please spend the money, please spend the money. And I I fully recognize this is a different situation because we've had to develop policy and there's been a lot of other barriers getting in the way. But I would like to know where we stand on certainly at least the city-owned property adjacent sidewalks, which in my view should be completed by now, or certainly this year. And then also, I don't know if you've had an opportunity yet to assess the cost efficiency of contracted services versus city crews and compare among contractors for the contracted services that we're using. Because as we move forward and this program becomes much more robust, that ratio is going to become a much bigger issue for this committee. And I'd like to, whatever data you can compile, I'm not going to put you to separate work over the next few days to do that. This will be a special study kind of report. But I assume that by now you already have a lot of that information coming back, and I'd like to be able to make that assessment as we go forward in future months. I think I will ask you for also for a report back on the Bureau's participation in the targeted local hire program, and what positions have already been designated for that, what other opportunities there may be as well. And then actually, I think that's it. So, Ms. Martinez.
Can you tell me how many requests does the department receive for alley paving?
I'm sorry, for what?
Alley paving?
Well, we typically get a lot of requests, and I'm going to say it's difficult to say how many because a lot of times they come directly, not through our 311 system, but they come directly to us as we are.
But do you have any way of
out there in the
tracking how
street.
many requests you get a year?
A year, or we can find out that. I mean, I don't have a number right now, but it's probably in the neighborhood of 100 or something like that.
Okay, can I get a report back on
Yes.
how many requests you get, does the department receive for alley paveway?
Yeah.
Can you break that down by districts as well?
Right.
My next question is regarding your median island landscape.
Right.
Can you explain the allocation for the median maintenance? And the reason I'm asking is, are these truly sufficient funds, or are we going to find ourselves in the same place next year?
Well, what we have is approximately 10.5 million square feet of landscape medians throughout the city. 10.5 million square feet. Just so you get an idea, Councilwoman, that's equivalent to about 250 football fields. That our goal is to provide maintenance of those medians once every 2 weeks. In order to perform that work, we need approximately $2.7 million at that particular rate, at that particular frequency. And why once every 2 weeks is the best frequency? Because if you wanted to do this to save money, once every month, when you come back every month, the amount of work that will be required to maintain the median will double or triple simply because the weeds will grow in geometric proportion, right? So our goal is always to maintain those medians, the landscape medians, at a frequency of once every 2 weeks. And we do have, by council district, I can provide to all of you the square footage by council district, and that's how the program works.
I would actually like a report back on the breakdown of the medians to be maintained. How much work is estimated to get back on track, and how long it would take us to actually catch up, and what the costs will be. My next question is, can you tell me how many lanes, miles of slurry sealed we've done versus resurfacing?
Yeah, typically, since we've been doing 2,400 lane miles, through the use of micropaver, which is a sophisticated pavement management system that optimizes the funding, we have done approximately 855 lane miles of resurfacing and 1,545 lane miles of slurry.
Okay. And if the focus is going to be on the streets that are currently on the high injury network, how does your department plan to be able to tackle the workload?
Well, this
moving
is
forward with this funding?
this particular matter about Measure M and SB1 is in the embryonic phase right now. I think we're putting together a team that is comprised, an integrated approach that is comprised by DOT, BOE, Street Services, the Mayor's Office, and several people that is setting right now the parameters as to what do we want to do and how we're going to accomplish it, right? It is a little difficult at this time to determine how things will get done. I know for a fact, for example, if a street needs reconstruction and there's going to be elements that need to be built, elements for Vision Zero, like concrete elements, I mean, we would be the last part of this sequential order because first things have to be designed, have to be constructed, and then ultimately, the Bureau of Street Services will come and reconstruct the street, which is, once again, the last portion of a comprehensive project.
Do you know how much overlap is between the high injury network and the DNF streets that are in the street resurfacing?
We just provided that information to BOE. BOE is working diligently on combining our information, all the Ds and Fs, combining it with DOT's information, the HIN network, and we're overlapping these particular locations to determine where are we touching, where are we intersecting in terms of Ds and Fs and areas that require Vision Zero elements.
Okay,
so we're at that point right now.
Okay, so can I get a report back on what that data looks like by council district
Yes.
as well? That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Building on the conversation about the medians, you're saying that right now we're getting them done every 2 weeks?
Right now, see, earlier this year, as you probably know, we awarded a contract to a company to perform landscape maintenance. Unfortunately, the contractor walked away, and we ended up being in the middle of a situation in which we had to do something about it, but at the same time, we had an issue regarding to litigation, possible litigation from the contractor, right? So we couldn't do a lot. We waited a little longer because of the advice of the city attorney, right? And now we have finally we had the ability to rebid the contract, and now we have a new contractor. Greg, you wanna expand a little bit more about that?
Thank you. Yes. That's it. Okay. Thank you. So the original contractor for this fiscal year walked off the job January 31st. We talked to various other departments to see if they had existing contracts that we could piggyback on, and we brought on a vendor named BMC, who's about in their 5th week now. And they have a limited capacity, so they've performed maintenance on about 2 million square feet of the 10.5. We have borrowed city staff from other functions of ours because we don't have anyone dedicated to this because it was contracted out. And BSS forces have performed maintenance on another 2 million. So about 4 million of the 10.5 million have been maintained over the last 2 months. We opened bids on the comprehensive next round of citywide contracts April 17th or 19th. And the total cost of those, if the low bidder is deemed responsive, would be 2.7 million for next fiscal year. And we're going to award those ASAP.
And that's budgeted or needs to be budgeted?
There's 1 million appropriated to us. There's another 1 million in the Measure R special fund that hasn't yet been appropriated to us, and another 1.1 in Measure R. So we would need those other amounts appropriated to us so we had enough to encumber those contracts.
And when you say appropriated to you, those monies can't be used for anything else, right? They're line item for that purpose?
I think that's the case with everything that's appropriated to us, but sometimes there are placeholders in the budget that are not actually yet in the BSS accounts. So 1 million of the 3 million is in our accounts ready to be spent, but there's another 2.1 as placeholders in other places that would require a subsequent act of council.
Okay. Zia, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah. The monies that Greg is talking about are in special purpose fund appropriations within Measure R and Measure M, and they can be spent directly from there. The Bureau's request to move the money into the contractual services account is a preference, but in the place that they're currently appropriated, they can be spent from there. So it's up to you as to whether you want to honor their request and move the money from the special purpose fund appropriation into their budget or not. But either way, they should be able to spend the money from where it's located.
Well, the last part of that sentence is the kicker. Either way, they can spend them. So what does it matter?
It's a preference that the Bureau has expressed, and it's up to you to decide whether you want to honor that preference or not.
Is there a downside?
Well, there's
Or an
several
upside?
other agencies that help us encumber and award contracts, the Board of Public Works and Bureau of Contract Administration. We just want to work with our partners to make sure that they'll let us award $2.7 million in contracts if we only have $1 million in our contractual account. If they will, that's terrific.
But the way the budget is structured, and granted it may not be the cleanest way, but the way it is structured, the money is currently proposed to be set aside for median island maintenance. If you were to adopt the mayor's budget the way it is, it would be reserved for median island maintenance and would not be used for anything else, absent another action of the council and the mayor. So it really is just a preference as to how you want
it shouldn't matter in terms of, it's like you're going for a credit check to buy a new car, and they're looking at your bank account. You just happen to have 3 bank accounts instead of 1. And you're asking us to move it into 1 bank account. But I guess I don't see why it matters.
Hello. Victoria B. Augustine, Bureau of Street Services. Yeah, the reason why we want it moved all into this one central area is because there's going to be a difficulty in coordinating payments to the contractor, because it's just better to have it in one place rather than having all in these different funding sources, because we have to coordinate with DOT on the Measure R and Measure M funding. And that's why, we are requesting for it to be moved into our operating budget.
I think at the end of the day, Councilman, what happens is it allows us to pay the contractor on a faster way, instead of depending of more people to approve payments. It's basically as simple as that. And you as a contractor, if you were the contractor, you wouldn't like to get 3 checks. You just want 1 check, right? That's what you want, your check. And this would force us to pay the contractor in different ways. So we would that's what we're asking. I think David is right. This is a matter of commodity or feeling, doing things a lot easier, Yes, we can, by all means, we can take the money directly from those 2 accounts, right? But it requires more work. So if we can just transfer the money and make our lives a lot easier, that would be highly appreciated.
It seems like a reasonable request, and I'll ask for a report back on that. And in the report back, I guess the CAO can add if there's any accounting reasons or other reasons that I'm missing that they wouldn't want to do it, because I haven't heard any yet.
No, I think Ms. Fiagostine is probably accurate in stating that the moving, especially the Measure R monies, into their budget would reduce some level of accounting coordination in the payments. I don't know how significant that would be overall, but that is probably an accurate statement. So we will, as you requested, report back on this matter for you.
Okay. And if, as you report back, there's something we're missing, then you'll let us know. I mean, because I imagine you want to keep track of, part of it is you want to keep track of what the Measure R is and what the Measure M is. But I think you could probably do that and still stick it in 1 account. Staying with the median issue, though, and so I hear what you're saying. I'm concerned. I've got a number of medians. I get a lot of complaints recently about medians not being done, in fact, and added some extra money to that from my discretionary accounts. Am I hearing that once this contract is filled, there's no need for council offices to add discretionary money in order to keep the medians maintained at twice or once every 2 weeks?
Yes, that is correct, Councilman. This money, the $2.7 million, will pay for biweekly maintenance of the 10.5 million square feet of landscape maintenance.
Okay. And then sticking with me, I would imagine that the more planting we can do with drought-resistant and different kinds of medians, we probably could cut that time down substantially. And so there's got to be there's a trade-off as you start investing a little bit more into different types of plantings, you can pull back on some of the maintenance. Is there a schedule for doing that, and how are we rolling that out as both a green thing to do, but also a cost savings?
The Bureau has done that for over a decade now. I mean, we plant succulents and drought-resistant plants. What happened this year as a result of the unusual rains, as you may remember, we were under a state mandate not to water the lawns, the turf on medians, right? And the turf was dying. You may remember that last summer.
Oh, very well.
Yeah, it was dying, right? As a result of the rains, we had a resurrection of all these weeds and all this turf. And as a result, I mean, all things aligned at that time. At that time, the contractor walked away, and we got into the mess we're in right now. So, but again, once again, the $2.7 million that we're requesting should take care of everything.
Okay. Moving away from medians back to the bigger issue of being prepared for all of these new street services that are coming. I worry, and I know in one of your supplemental requests, it has to do with grant funding and the mobility plan. I want to make sure that we're prepared to maximize those, the ATP program, the state, the cap and trade. There's a lot of money out there, even beyond M and SB1, of which if we're not prepared here, we're going to miss out on major opportunities. And I've seen, we've all seen it happen before, but with the ARA and the federal stimulus package that went forward, we sort of get so into that we miss opportunities here and there. So what can we do to ensure that we are ready to maximize while everybody else is reeling from SB1 and trying to adapt to it? We're not only adapting to it, but we're also maximizing ATP, cap and trade, Measure M, and all of the things that are unique to us.
Yeah, every year the Bureau and other agencies within the City of LA apply for grants, the grants that you just described. And we're very successful. The City of LA has a great reputation on delivering, projects, grant-funded projects. So every time that we apply, chances are that the city is going to get, that grant. The challenge that we have right now is that the more we apply, the more we have in our backlog. Right now, our capacity in the Bureau of Street Services is delivering approximately $15 million a year of grant-funded projects. 15. That's in addition to our normal programs. $15 million a year in projects. Our backlog right now is probably 6 years. We got 6 years of projects ahead of us. Obviously, we have concerns about the expiration dates of these grants. That's why we have to be extremely prudent when we decide to apply for a grant, because if we know that we're not going to be able to comply with the expiration date of the grant, the city may be penalized, and we don't want to get into that situation. So we're working very hard with the different teams comprised by the CAO, the CLA, DOT, Bureau of Engineering, and Street Services in trying to prioritize, number one. Secondly, coming up with solutions to ensure that the projects that have an expiration date in the near future are addressed accordingly. And of course, we're trying to address possible opportunities to fund more positions for design and construction.
Right. Because, of course, I don't want us to be prudent. I mean, prudence is always good in budgeting, but if we're trying to be so prudent that we're missing out on these opportunities, they're going to go away. So I'd rather you come to us and ask for the increases that you need to make sure that we can handle it all, than being overly prudent. I guess I'll just put that out there. So I want to look into, maybe report back on making sure that we have the funding necessary to respond to all of these opportunities. Now, something very much more narrow, but I always like seeing the technology being used to maximize our services. We gave out the iPads with filling some of the potholes, and that's been great. The mayor had an initiative about the street sweepers and using GPS to maximize the street sweeping and to let folks know about when the parking had expired. How much will that cost us? Is that I don't believe that that's included in this budget. How much would it cost us to include something like that?
Thank you for that question. There's a multi-departmental effort going on right now. Street Services, LADOT, who manages everything related to parking, ITA, who manages MyLA 311, and GSD. And we're all developing a report that's going back to Transportation Committee next month, specifying some of those costs for a pilot in which a constituent who lives at a given address could enter that in their MyLA 311 app on the smartphone, and then they could get a notification that the sweeper's passed and they can actually park even though we're still in the second half of the no parking window. So we have a detailed proposal that's coming forward. There's a lot of complicated technology in it. ITA has been a terrific partner along with DOT and us developing this, and we hope to be seeking that funding as a group separately for a pilot which could demonstrate the proof of concept.
Okay, so that's rolling, but it's outside of this budget process.
Correct.
Is that through the Innovation Fund or through some other grant?
Right now, there's a project specification, a report coming, a joint report among these agencies I just mentioned that specifies the costs, and then we would all work with you and with the mayor's office to identify a funding source.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do we have the equipment to sweep bike lanes and paths as needed as we build extra bike lanes? We've got problems with the bike lanes over the Sepulveda Basin and other areas, which are not only problematic to the incentivizing people to use the bike lanes, but they also create liabilities, and we've seen that sadly in Budget Committee with recently some cases on liabilities in bike lanes. So, I guess my question is, do we have the funding? What's needed to do that? This may be an issue with the entire LA River, and how do we ensure that we are not creating more liability?
Thank you. That's a very important issue. There's two different kinds of bike lanes, on-street and off-street. BSS only is involved in the on-street ones. Within the larger multi-departmental budget package for Vision Zero, we had a component for about $1.2 million for a new initiative to proactively inspect, motor sweep, and do asphalt repairs on the network of existing bike lanes. And that hasn't been funded in the proposal. I think Mr. Sauceda mentioned that in his opening statements. We'd love to work with all the stakeholders to try to find funding for something like that. There was a case that cost $3 million recently from someone who had brain damage going around a pothole in a bike lane, and another case for $750,000. So I think it's safe to say it's cheaper to spend the money up front and much better for our advancing mobility in the city. Separately from that, you mentioned the protected bike lanes. They're narrow, and there's often an obstacle there. We bought a mini sweeper to start being able to address them, and the place we're using it right now is on the Reseda Great Street, because the Great Streets program has its own dedicated motor sweeper operator. But the bike lanes do not currently have dedicated motor sweeper operators. So in our 7-person team that we've put forward, one of them would be a specialist for the protected bike lanes using the mini sweeper, which gets taken around on a trailer so it can visit anywhere in the city that's where it can fit. There are 1 or 2 protected bike lanes that went in that were even too narrow for that piece of equipment, but presumably we could find an even narrower one if we had the manpower to systematically be sweeping those.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. A couple of questions I forgot to mention, and street sweeping reminded me. First of all, do you know offhand what percentage of potable versus recycled water the sweepers are using? Can you speak to that?
Yes, typically our sweeper operators assigned to the East Valley use recycled water from the DWP facilities in the East Valley. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability yet of fire hydrants everywhere in the city where the sweepers are to use recycled water. But to the best of our abilities, when possible, the City of Los Angeles, in particular the Bureau of Street Services sweeper fleet, uses recycled water. We had numerous conversations with DWP. We know where they're planning to install their purple lines. So we're working diligently with DWP to ensure that we optimize recycled water in our operations.
Terrific. And then I know that there's about twice as much general fund money going into street sweeping compared to stormwater pollution abatement fund money. I'm not clear how that ratio is determined. It seems to me that one of the principal reasons we do street sweeping is to prevent stormwater pollution. Right. So can anybody, CAO or otherwise, tell us how is it that we come to that, and why isn't more of the burden of street sweeping being borne by the special fund?
David Huron with the Office of CAO. The amounts of stormwater monies that are given out to street sweeping are really a function of the limitation of the stormwater fund. So to the extent that there was more revenue or more money in the stormwater fund, we would have an opportunity to look at increasing the contribution to street sweeping, but there are also many other needs that go unfunded because of the lack of revenue in the stormwater fund.
So we're maxing that out. We're not carrying any surpluses there.
And I think when you hear when sanitation comes up here, they can also express some of the needs that are unfunded in their operation as well. But there are several needs across the city that there's just not enough money to go through. So.
Yeah, just that's fine as long as we're not leaving any special fund money on the table.
Correct.
I'm glad to hear about the multi-agency work on the GPS and street sweeping. It reminds me of a small issue, but it's kind of important to me. 2 years ago, I introduced a motion over 2 years ago, asking for the Bureau to look at the potential of changing the no parking times for street sweeping adjacent to elementary schools. Because we have elementary schools throughout this city where parents are dropping their kids off so that they can walk them safely into school, and at 8:01 they're getting a ticket because it's a street sweeping zone. And I just think that's ridiculous when we could start the sweeping at 8:15 instead. Right. So I've waited over 2 years. I still don't have that report back. I would like that report back, and I'd like to request it as a special study report in connection with this budget as well. And then finally, if I can be the sort of, I mean, we've all touched a little bit upon upon the street quality of streets issue versus Vision Zero and so on. If I can mediate that a little bit, they're related issues, and right now the Bureau is responsible for about it's about $6.5 million in liability for dangerous condition of roadways over the last 5 years. Another $6.5 million due to trip and falls from cracked sidewalks. Right. And so it's clear to me that the money that we invest in maintaining the quality of our streets and our sidewalks is also, not all of those people died, but some of them did. Mm-hmm. And all of them were seriously injured in one way or the other. So the money that we spend, as Mr. Englander described at the beginning, is life-saving money as well. And so I just want to make that observation. With that, I'm going to go back to Mr. Englander.
Great. I just wanted to close in the same fashion that I opened. I opened with thanking Ron, and I also want to thank Nazario and Keith and Greg. As you guys know, I'm pretty passionate when it comes down to basic services and public safety and infrastructure, and I know you guys are as well, and I know you take the responsibility very seriously. So it's one of the things that I've dedicated a lot of my time here to, and I know you guys do as well. And I will say you were very, very responsive in working with our offices and our constituents, and I do appreciate that. So as much as, holding you guys accountable to the dollars as well and trying to get as much done is all in all of our best interest, but I truly appreciate the relationship and the friendship, and I want to thank you guys. Thank you.
Very good. Anything else, members? All right. Thank you, Mr. Saucedo. Thank you to you and your team. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your work. And that brings up the Bureau of Contracting. Oh, I'm sorry. No, sorry. Bureau of Street Lighting next. Mr. Abrahamian, welcome. Glad to have you back, and thank you for your very succinct budget letter. I think you got it done within 100 words, which I'm very impressed by. If you'd like to go ahead and open up very briefly, we can go right into questions. We'll be done in no time.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, council members. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me just take a moment and introduce my executive team who are here today. My Assistant General Manager and Acting EXO Executive Officer Norma Isaacian is here with me. Also my newest Assistant General Manager, Megan Hackney, and my Budget Chief, Colleen Marquez. So I also wanted to take a moment and say thank you to the Mayor's Office and CAO and everyone who's worked on this budget. As you can see from my memo, we are mainly happy with the Mayor's proposed budget as written. We have one technical correction that we've included, and we've already distributed the equipment list to the CLA and CAO to be included in the budget. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Well, I'll ask one. How are we doing on replacing the high voltage streetlights?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year we proposed a 5-year plan to basically eliminate all the high voltage streetlight circuits that we have in the city of Los Angeles. I'm happy to report this year we completed the first year, so we are 4 years out to basically get rid of all the high voltage circuits in the city. We have approximately 20,000 streetlights that are still on high voltage. Also, I'm happy to mention that in this budget, and with CIO's help, we were able to secure MICLA funding for the next 2.5 years for the program to continue. So it is my goal to finish all the high voltage circuits in the city in the next 4 years. This is something that we've had in this city for more than 60, 70 years.
And has the fire hydrant conflict portion of that overall project been completed yet, or when will that, if not, when will it be done?
Yes, actually the first year, before our first year, we had a pre-first year, and that's when we addressed the fire hydrant portion of it as much as we could. So we've identified all the locations, and we addressed most of the circuits that are within the fire hydrant.
Great, thank you. How much has the LED conversion of streetlights saved the city in money and in carbon emissions?
Oh, it's amazing. Thank you for asking that question.
That's a hanging curveball.
Well, we have a report that is on our website, and we keep it up to date on a weekly basis. For your information, we have converted 175,000 of our streetlights in the city of Los Angeles. We have 220,000 streetlights, so that's 81% of all of our lights are LED. Conversion is giving us $9.4 million of annual electricity savings every year. Obviously, that money doesn't stay with us because Water and Power has adjusted the rates during the last 6, 7, 8 years, so I'm comparing apples to apples. But the reality is that our electricity bill before we started was about $16 million, $17 million, and today we are saving about $9.4 million. As far as the metric tons, we are at 62,000 metric tons every year.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Martinez?
I want to touch on the copper wire theft replacement program. This is a big problem for the city, but what is the department doing to address the copper theft? It seems to me that having a replacement program seems like it's a waste of manpower, where we're simply just replacing the wire, but we're not doing anything to prevent the theft. So are you working with Department of Sanitation, or what can be done to prevent the copper wire theft as opposed to simply just replacing it?
Yeah, well, thank you, Councilwoman. The copper wire, just to give you a big picture, about 3 years ago we had 5,000 of copper wire incidents. 3 years ago it went to 6,000, then it went to 5,000, then it went to 2,000, and again 2,000. This year we only have about 650 incidents year to date, so we think we're going to be at 1,000, which is a lot less than what was happening before. But what we do when an incident happens, when we go there, we replace the wire, obviously, but also we install lockable pull boxes on the pull boxes so it doesn't happen again. Now, it's really, it will take a lot of resources to be able to go ahead and replace all the pull boxes in the city. We have more than 300,000 pull boxes, so we only go to the areas that we know that the copper wire is happening, and we replace the wire and install the lockable pull boxes. And in 99% of the cases, it stays secure after we install those new lids.
Great. I also noticed that there's a source of funds in the Blue Book, the MECLA funds for the Streetlight Construction Fund at $4.5 million. Is this earmarked for a specific lighting district, or can you tell me what the allocation's for?
Yeah, well, no, it's not for lighting district, but it's for our LED program, the continuation of our LED program.
Okay.
And also there is a big chunk that we just secured with CAO's help that is going to fund the high voltage conversion program that I mentioned. Now, I'm not sure if MECLA funds can be used for lighting districts.
That's why it was
so maybe
gonna be my
CAO
next
can
question.
replace.
Councilwoman David Haran with the Office of CAO, we have basically reserved MECLA funds or gas tax funds, essentially anything that's non-assessment funds for the application towards general benefit lighting, and that's lighting where there is no neighboring property to assess. Mostly those are governmental properties or bridges and tunnels and those kinds of applications.
So what is left in our LED light conversion? And can you tell me where those lights are located?
We have 20% of our street lights that still needs to be converted.
20%?
20%. And it is all over the city. It's spread all over the city mostly. But I can tell you this, a majority of our modern streetlights have already been converted. Actually, 99% of them all completed. What we have left with is our decorative fixtures. And it's a little bit challenging because we have one type of modern streetlight, but we have 400 different styles of decorative fixtures. So it's a little bit challenging, but regardless, in conjunction with the high voltage program, we are going to complete the LED program also. So in 4 years, all of our streetlights in the city of Los Angeles will be LED.
Is the repair process for streetlights that are out, is that 100% complaint-based? Where I know you can go online and report a light that's out and you can go out and fix it. And the reason I ask is because so much of my district, whether people are just not calling in for repairs or they don't have an access to be able to get online and make the report online themselves. So I have my district actually drive our district at night to be able to report some of the outages. So I want to just figure out another proactive way in which we can get to these repairs sooner, because my folks are simply just not picking up the phone or don't have the ability to get online and report that.
That's an excellent question. Actually, we've just started a program where we are installing, we call them remote monitoring units on every street light.
What is
And
it called again?
Remote monitoring units. Our mayor calls them information beacons. So those units basically communicate through cell phone technology and tell us instantaneously if a light is not working. Now, we have 220,000 streetlights in the city. We've only installed about 26,000 of those units to date.
Can you tell me where you've installed them or get me that information?
We will send you that information, of course. So we are addressing on streetlights that are on modern poles throughout the city, because those are easier to install because of these controls. But it's something that we are hoping in the next few years we will not rely on citizens to call us, and actually that will minimize our liabilities also, Mr. Chair, because we will find out about a streetlight outage right away as opposed to waiting for citizens to call. Now, our experience is most of the citizens who live in on local streets, they call us if the light goes out. But on major streets, when you're driving, you never stop and identify the location to call us. So for months, it may happen that a street light is out if no one calls us. But with this new technology, once it's deployed, we will be able to find out right away.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the great work. And building on the LED question, and actually it dovetails right into, you're talking about the remote monitoring, or what did you call it, the beacon of information?
Yes.
When do we head to the next level, which is, smart streetlights that can, when there's a crime in the area, can go brighter or can have a different color, or that communicate with each other? How far off are we from there? And does this remote monitoring set us on the pathway to some of the smart lighting that is obviously the next step?
That's exactly what it is, Councilman. That was a very good question, very good point. The infrastructure will be the remote monitoring that we are deploying. And then with that infrastructure, we can install sensors throughout the city. The sensors can be temperature sensors, CO2 sensors, gunshot detection sensors. Sky's the limit as far as we know. We are exploring all that today. The technology is not quite here. We are testing a couple of beta versions from different manufacturers. But we think in the next year or two, we will be able to deploy these smart city sensors throughout the city that will use the same infrastructure that we're deploying with the information beacons, as our mayor calls it.
So we're being smart and thinking ahead about that.
Yes.
I've seen some of this already deployed in some other countries where they've got some of these smart streetlights already in action, but clearly we're at the nascent start of it. So it's good to know that that's where we're ramping toward.
Yes.
What's the other question I was going to ask you about? Street lighting. Oh, the small cell communication devices that are in some of the street lights. How do we determine those locations? Is it just what the telecommunication companies want, and then we negotiate for it? Is there an opportunity to introduce an equity element where if they put one of those in a financially desirable place, that we also require them to put one somewhere where they wouldn't do that on the natural right away?
Yes. Well, we are working with telecommunication companies as we speak today. They are coming to us to install, they call them small cells, on our street lighting poles. And we have more than, I think, close to 1,000 attachments on our poles and installations. And it is a revenue-generating proposal for us. We work with all the cell phone companies. They pay for the installation of these poles. If we need to replace the pole, they identify the location and they pay for it. And then once they're in place, then we generate a lease from them on an annual basis. Now, as far as the locations, they usually come to us. They say, we want these locations, whether it's T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, all of them. And then we look at it to see whether those are modern poles, and they're not the historic or decorative poles, so we try to stay away from them. We try to stay away from the high voltage in the next 4 years. So we work with them. We do the final approval. Now, as far as installing new poles, it's something in an area that doesn't have any poles. We haven't explored that. That's something brand new. Frankly, today we try to stay away from residential areas when we are deploying all these attachments. Now, I understand at some point, once we saturate all the commercial areas, then they're going to want to go to the residential areas, and that's when maybe we'll explore the opportunity of maybe requesting from them to install a one-block area of streetlights, 5 or 6, in an area that doesn't have any streetlights, and use only one of them for their small cells, but the rest of them for the city. That's something that we are looking at, but we haven't done it yet.
Well, there's that, and then there's also just even the cell technology itself is something that that could be required to be put in other places where they're not getting the high-speed coverage.
Yes.
And one of my goals is to make the whole city
the
most connected city in the nation, and the market will work on part of the city, and parts of the city it's going to take longer. So, in as much as we can leverage that desire, we may be able to make something happen faster. So I would love to. This is more of a conversation maybe for a committee down the road, maybe get a special study to be sent to the IGTCT committee.
Yes.
In terms of building that out in the future, or ways to build on that idea.
We will be happy to continue the conversation, definitely, Councilman.
Great. But continue.
Anything technology, we are completely open to it. So.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Englander. Mr. Englander is good. Mr. Bonin is okay. I think that covers everybody then. Members, anything else? Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Ebrahimi.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your work. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And thank you to your team as well. All right. Next up is Bureau of Contract Administration. Mr. Eamer, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the letter that you submitted ahead of time. Again, I appreciate it being so succinct as well. But if you'd like to offer a few comments before we get started, that'd be fine.
Most certainly. And I do appreciate the time. The day has been long for the committee. So, Mr. Chairman and to the committee members, thank you. Every year, I look forward to this for the sole purpose of being able to pass out some thank yous to the city family for what we have accomplished over the past year and where we are today. And on behalf of the men and women of the Bureau of Contract Administration, I want to thank Mayor Garcetti. I want to thank his budget team, the CAO, all those who have worked tirelessly. And quite frankly, it's been a partnership, a very good partnership. I really believe that we were heard and we had the opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns with respect to where we go forward with the City of Los Angeles as it relates to the Bureau of Contract Administration and its efforts. I have with me this afternoon Angelica Samaria, who is our budget lead, and then Hannah Choi over our Office of Contract Compliance, and then Kimberly Fitzpatrick over our Office of Wage Standards. And lastly, I want to thank all the men and women of the Bureau of Contract Administration. Be it enforcing contract provisions for construction that's done in the public right-of-way, or ensuring opportunities for businesses to work and thrive in the city of Los Angeles, or educating with respect to policy and ordinances that we have, such as our new minimum wage It has been an exciting year, and we are looking forward to this upcoming year. So with that said, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. Perhaps you can start by talking a little bit about minimum wage enforcement and minimum wage outreach as well, given that we're now at the most difficult part of that with the smaller businesses being impacted. How have we handled outreach to those businesses, and what can you tell us about the level of enforcement that we've already engaged in, and what additional efforts might be made to ensure compliance?
As I shared in our discussions leading up to this, I would love to be able to say that I know exactly what's going to take place July 1st, 2017. You accurately alluded to the fact that the small businesses will come online with respect to the minimum wage. We've had discussions with the state of California, and they've shared with us that many of their violations that they find, unfortunately, are housed around small businesses. So we are bracing for the unknown. This past year, what we've done is we've reached out to over 510,000 employers through mailers, emails, our contract services that you funded us with last year to get the word out to as many as we could. 31,000 employees, talking to them and just wanting everyone to understand what the expectations are, how to argue your position and or defend against something that you might feel is inaccurate with respect to what your company has been doing. We've had over 2,100 inquiries, either through electronic means or just people reaching out through other agencies. 109 complaints. And of those complaints, roughly 34% of them turned into violations. We have 17% that are still active. And again, this is not including the small businesses. $225,000 in restitution penalties and or monies captured through wages through the paid sick leave. We've already been given back to employees. And I must admit, the approach that we've taken has been to, again, educate the businesses as well as the employees. We have not had to go down the pathway of a hearing yet. Our team has been very diligent and fair in sharing with the businesses when we find out something. I will tell you, we do have a concern that we have not gotten the word out to as many as we would like to. We have expended over $731,000 through the contractual services and outreach means, and that's media, be it print media, be it advertisements. We've used radio, we've used buses, anything and everything. MyLA 311, we have an app. We've done I won't say as much as we can, but we've tried to exhaust the funds that you've given us as wisely as we could to, again, make sure that all of the businesses and all of the employees in Los Angeles understand what the expectations are. So I would love to be able to tell you we know what's going to happen in July, but I'm not sure. And that's one of the reasons why in our letter we alluded to the monies in the UB. We certainly appreciate an acknowledgement that the need could be there. And we just want to preserve the opportunity as we see things moving in the direction, whichever way it goes, are being able to come back to you and share with you our concerns and our needs, be it for staff itself or to augment, if you will, the contractual services avenue that we currently have.
Yeah, I share your concern because some of our businesses especially our very small businesses, where a business owner is working 14 hours a day just to make rent that month, isn't really paying as much attention as Walmart might be to what their employment obligations are. And so have you utilized DWP bill inserts or Office of Finance?
We have.
BTRC?
We have. We
inserts?
have.
Okay, good. Great. That's it for me. Ms. Martinez?
I think you just asked what I was.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate all the great work you do. I'll start with a low-hanging curveball. Tell me about how the Bavin network has impacted your work over this as we've gotten it up.
A phenomenal tool. You're right, low-hanging curveball, softball. I want to try to knock it way out of the park. The Business Assistance Virtual Network for the City of Los Angeles, I like to refer to it as our electronic marketplace, where it provides an environment for businesses to come into our world and find out what is happening with respect to business opportunities, contract opportunities. All of the departments in the city now utilize it, and it's working tremendously well. It serves as a portal, if you will, for not only our being able to disseminate information, but also for businesses to meet and greet and share information as well. We used it to transition away from the old form of good faith effort as it relates to outreach in those areas where there is a requirement on behalf of the departments to have what we refer to as an anticipated level of participation, where the city has made it very clear that they want to have opportunities for minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses, small businesses, local businesses has definitely been something that everyone has been concerned about. And what the Bavin has done is it has transparently provided this environment in this electronic world for us to see what's going on, but also for subcontractors or subconsultants to also know where the opportunities might exist. So I strongly advocate on behalf of it and would encourage all the funding that we can get for it. We put a new face on it this year, and I do want to give a shout out not just to ITA but to the mayor's office in leading that effort, making sure that it was user friendly, so that the businesses would not be intimidated in coming to the city of LA. And that's what we want. We want those businesses to know that we are a place we want you to come and work. And whatever we can do, as discussions earlier alluded to small businesses and having the opportunity to come, we take great pride in the Department of Public Works in knowing that we can take a very small business and then grow them up, if you will, and remove all of the anxiety that might exist by making sure that they're paid properly and on time, that the red tape that existed is cut. That's the whole notion behind our thought of clear contracting, making sure that we pave a way so that businesses can come here and thrive, and Bavin has been a leading tool in that.
Yeah, I think it's been great, and you mentioned that it also opens up the avenue for diversity, for small businesses, for women-owned businesses, minority. Have we been tracking the improvement on diversity goals as far as Bavin's concerned, and how is that looking?
We are tracking that. That has, and I don't think it's a secret to anyone that has been a challenge in the city of Los Angeles with respect to ensuring that we have a diverse pool and inclusiveness in our contracts. Bavin still needs more robustness placed into it, if I can say it that way, so that we can know the numbers for all of the departments. One of the tools that we have in place is an ordinance known as the Contractor Performance Evaluation Ordinance, which we've attempted to link in with Bavin. That is a document that should be sent to our department at the end of every contract, be it construction or personal services. And inside of that report contains an element that reports on the pledged amount of participation for businesses as it relates to minority and women-owned businesses, and then the actual amount. We're not quite there yet, but we are working more closely than we have before with the many departments. I think the collective effort is a strong one, and it's moving in the right direction.
Okay. One area where I'm hoping to get things to move a little faster is having to do with the PACE program. PACE program, as you know, I did a motion on it back in August, I think, and it's a state bill I did way back in 2009 to try to unlock money for clean and green contractual assessments for homes and businesses. And in order to participate in that, the city needs to do a couple of things. And the motion talked about reviewing the LA County's PACE program, determine the maximum residential commercial participation. It further talked about LA PACE program's consumer protection standards and recommend enhanced consumer standards that are at least as protective as the county. So it's important for us to to follow through on that. Otherwise, we can't take advantage of the PACE program in the way that, that we should be. And especially if these consumer protections are not added in, then I think less people will take advantage of the PACE program, or some people will get exploited who take advantage of it. And to me, this is really important because it unlocks billions of dollars in construction, in green energy, and clean energy. So there's already a motion out there, but I guess I'll add to it by asking for a special report back on the progress of getting that done.
Most certainly. We'll work with we've been working with the CAO and your office on that, and we will continue to have those discussions.
I'm just overeager for that to happen, so I'm raising it here. Another issue, more positive, the department's asking for resolution authority for 10 additional positions to support the LAMP at the airport. Since the department is reimbursed for these positions, can the position authority be added without funding? Could we approve the resolution authority for some of the positions now and others in the mid-year? I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support those positions. So that may be a report back, or maybe that's, you have the answers to some of that right now.
Those positions we had originally suggested that they be removed from our resolution authority number, and as the airport did a reassessment of their capital improvement program, they did request that we keep them in. So there were 10 that were there already. The airport does fully fund both direct and indirect. So I've had discussions with the mayor's office and the CEO. I think we're okay. I just wanted to highlight that and bring it to everyone's attention.
Okay, well, maybe we need a report back just to make sure. We want to, whatever you need on that, we want to make sure you have it. That's all.
I appreciate that.
And so I'll ask for a report back, a budget report back on whether or not that resolution authority is needed. And if it is, I'm sure we want to provide it. So,
thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the great work you do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Englander.
Well, I think everything you had just asked for was okay. This thing broke. So I just wanted to thank you. I was just thinking about it. You do so much. Your department does so much. All your staff. If you consider, most people say the toughest city to do business with, not in but with, is the city of LA, because our contracts are so complicated and complex. Yet you keep us out of all the trouble. I mean, you do a really phenomenal job, and it's incredibly complicated. So I just wanted to thank you and your entire staff.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I got to be nice because Enrique's up next, so I'll get that out of the way and wait for him.
Mr. Bonin?
I'm okay.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your time, and we all echo Mr. Englander's kind thoughts as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Englander. Okay, and that...
They love each other.
Members, that brings us within about 5 minutes of being on time. So great work, and that will bring up our final department, our final manager of the day, Bureau of Sanitation. So I'd like to invite up Mr. Saldivar. Welcome.
Feeling good?
And again, thank you very much for your thoughtful letter that we got ahead of time. We appreciate that. We've reviewed it. But feel free to make a few opening remarks before we dive in, and then we'll get right to it.
Thank you, Councilman Krikorian, members of the committee. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Enrique Zaldivar. I'm the General Manager and Director of LA Sanitation. I think as a strategic move on my part, I'm going to try to take up as much time so that Councilmember Englander doesn't get to pick on me.
There's no rope-a-dope allowed in this committee.
I am joined by my Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Murray, to my left, and my executive team, both here at the table and a couple there in the pew behind us. So as you consider Mayor Garcetti's budget proposal for LA San, I want to very quickly highlight some of our key accomplishments thus far this current year, only as a backdrop to the kinds of things that sanitation does for you that you may not always know about. So we commissioned this year the water purification facility at the Terminal Island Water Reclamation Plant, which doubled the production of recycled water, and it has now made this facility a 100% recycled water facility. We are literally just 2 weeks away from completing the biogas utilization project at Hyperion, known as the Dig Up. Don't ask me what it means, but we know it as Dig Up. That will generate nearly 25 megawatts of renewable energy from the biogas we produce at Hyperion. That's just 2 weeks away. This year, with the leadership of Mayor Garcetti and your support from City Council, we have been able to achieve a response time of 21 days or less for all illegal dumping requests through our Clean Streets program, a response time that seemed untamable just a year ago. In the same livability front, in partnership with LAPD and LASA, we launched the HOPE teams this year that ultimately will be in support of our common goal of placing homeless on a path to restore their lives. We're on track to hit a record low on the number of sewer overflows, roughly at 70 in 1 year, a remarkable accomplishment given the size and complexity of our system. Starting from a point that had us at almost 700 per year, or roughly 2 spills per day every single day, just for comparison. We expect to close this year at 70 spills in 1 year. Yet, we know that from our recent experience at the Laurel Canyon sewer collapse sinkhole, that even one sewer incident is one too many. We have made incredible gains in growing our capacity for capturing, cleaning up, infiltrating, and reusing stormwater as a critical component of the city's water resiliency and stormwater quality compliance strategy. With over 5,000 private development stormwater infrastructure projects that hardly anyone knows about, and we're going to be publishing this fact more prominently. 500 projects that have infrastructure in the private space for groundwater infiltration and capture, and as well all of our own projects in the public space for the same purpose. We have deployed a total of 2,500 street trash receptacles throughout the city through our Clean Streets program, growing the total street inventory to over 10,000 of them. This year, we launched the much-anticipated 24/7 coverage for our customer care and dispatch center year-round. We launched our Clean Up, Green Up program in collaboration with the Green Coalition and you and Council and the Mayor. With your support, we completed the contract award phase of the Solid Waste Franchise Initiative and are looking forward to a successful implementation this coming fiscal year. This year, we have entered in full force and in earnest into the fleet electrification era by bringing in 1 electric solid waste truck and 2 electric shuttle buses to a very exciting Earth Day event celebration this past weekend. So we are entering the electrification era when we just had completed the CNG and clean gas era, now into the electrification. It is always our goal to ensure that we give you a good return on your investment and your trust in us. We appreciate Mayor Garcetti's leadership and support for LA San and his proposed budget. We only have really 3 small requests as outlined in my letter to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we will start with Ms. Martinez.
Is it correct that there was a typo in the board, in the budget document regarding the Arroyo Seco urban runoff project too? Shouldn't it read 685,500 as opposed to 68,500? Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a technical
So that
correction
was a
on our
technical-
memo. Yes, it is correct.
All right. So you talked about this during your presentation, but we've been working closely on the conversion of Hyperion Advanced Water Treatment and the development of Los Angeles being a leader in this issue. We have Terminal Island online. We're working on Hyperion. And in the future, I'd like to also bring Tillman online as well. Your department has so many issues under its purview that I found it really interesting in your letter that you point out trying to add some sort of point person or people that could make sure that we focus on this issue with the intensity that it deserves. How do you envision these environmental engineers' position being used?
The assistant general manager of the water recycling group.
The water recycling
Yes.
engineers.
You-
I think there's two, right? You're asking for a principal environmental engineer
that's correct.
and an environmental engineer.
That's correct. Council Member Martinez, so very much as you indicated, we have an incredible time of opportunity to really make progress on the production of recycled water for the long-term viability and reliability as well as sustainability of the city. Hyperion is the highest potential of all of our facilities with 250 million gallons a day of water that come there every single day. Tillman, we have gotten things off the ground there. Terminal Island, in a way, has already maxed out, but not quite because we can also develop local partnership with other entities there, City of Long Beach as one example, and so forth. So it is a field that requires a great deal of attention, of effort, and for us, we have staff, certainly at all the water reclamation plants, but not anyone dedicated just to be working on water, recycled water production. With all of the complex regulations that are associated with it, as well as the regulations that come with it, we believe that having these two positions will be extremely beneficial to the city.
And you also, in your letter, you identified what special fund you would actually fund this from. Which one is it? What special fund were you referring to?
For these two positions would be the SCM, the Sewer and Construction Maintenance Fund.
Okay. So I'd like a report back reviewing the identified special fund being used to hire the principal environmental engineer and an environmental engineer to serve as the point people for water recycling. In addition, I'd like to also look at potential year-over-year impact of funding these positions through that special fund that you just mentioned, and the sustainability of that, including if there is revenue enhancements, if that fund or anywhere else in the department by further developing our water recycling program.
Thank you.
I know this is outside of the budget discussion, Mr. Chair, but we've also been talking about this for quite some time in my office, this idea of developing the construction service team in the sanitation department. Can you talk a little bit about what that would mean? And the reason I am interested in it is because you're envisioning a construction service team that can potentially be an in-house team, and we wouldn't rely on calling a contractor, especially during on an emergency basis, right? So there might be some benefit in actually hiring our own team that can go out and meet some of these emergency calls. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and in fact, we also have recognized that we have projects that vary in scope. We have the very huge, large projects on which we work with the Bureau of Engineering to bring contractors on board to do the work. And yet we also have a lot of routine small projects in which we need to be more agile and more adaptable to being able to make them a reality, that we can capitalize on existing expertise we have built at our Lopez Canyon and all of our landfills, with many of the folks having some construction trade experience, that by beginning to form more of a formal construction group, we're able to accomplish more on the small-scale type of projects that are more routine in all of our programs, whether it's clean water, whether it's our stormwater, or whether it's our solid waste. This would be of extremely good capacity for us as a department, as well as to be able to always keep our pulse on the cost of construction.
Mm-hmm. I would actually like a report back on this issue as well. So if we can get a report back on how this construction team would be structured within your department, what the cost associated to that would be, and what are some of the financial costs and possible savings and realizing or having a construction team in-house.
Very good.
Okay. I had a quick question for the mayor's office on the HOPE team. So for the HOPE teams that are dedicated to the LA River, have we come up with policy on what constitutes the LA River? Does it only cover certain parts of the LA River, or does it come in? Are you covering the entire LA River, and it's just even the river that goes into the valley and its tributaries? I mean, have we figured out what those boundaries are?
Councilwoman John Chavez with the Office of the Mayor. Yes, it would affect any of the entire LA River.
Okay.
I think one of the
including the tributaries, Tahunga Wash and the Pacoima Wash.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, well, people always forget that there's two tributaries that make up the LA River as well. So I just want to make sure that this whole team that is dedicated to the LA River also takes into consideration that we have two tributaries in the valley that need to also be
to be
paid
clear,
close
and I'm
attention
sorry,
to.
just to clarify, Councilwoman, that is the intent of the team. River, waterways, everything related.
It's watershed-based, so the entire LA River watershed.
Including drainage channels, washes, anything containing homeless encampments. That encompasses part of the HOPE team, LA River team.
That was the intent. That's correct.
Got it. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just to follow on to that point, just to make sure we're clear, though, that would include even paved banks, correct? Like in the San Fernando Valley, much of the river is channelized, and we have bike paths along a lot of the channel, the embankments and so on. Might not necessarily be directly a runoff or stormwater related issue, but we're not going to leave those portions of the river unattended by this HOPE team, correct?
That was the intent, correct.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So, since it was off mic, Mr. Szabo confirmed that yes, that is correct. So, thank you, Mr. Szabo. I'm sorry, Ms. Martinez, were you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, so that then brings us to Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Building on the LA River question, we're all excited about having a HOPE team there. The homeless encampments along the LA River, certainly in my portion of the river, have been a serious problem and an impediment for folks actually taking advantage of the bike paths and that kind of thing. But how does it? The other thing that's not unique to my area, but is present in my area, is you have city, county, city. You have the county interspersed in terms of the portions that they control within within the LA River, certainly within the 3rd District. So how is the HOPE team going to deal with that and coordinating on those cleanups when you've got when you have the area just switching?
Thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield. So as if just the cleanup activity around homeless encampments weren't already complex enough, we've developed pretty good protocols on being able to do it the right way. When we speak of the LA River and all the other waterways in the city, an added layer of complexity plays out. Jurisdictions like the Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife, EPA, any number of other entities and jurisdictions. We've learned a few lessons. We have done Tahunga Wash without necessarily having gotten all of the permits, and then we paid back for it. We recently had a good experience in the Sepulveda Basin with a cleanup of a big homeless encampment there that straddles both CD6 and CD5. And Adele can tell you a little bit more of the kinds of permitting that it required. But we've learned to do it. We have relationships with all of those agencies because of our water business and stormwater business and wastewater business. So we're not new in that regard. We know a heck of a lot more now than we did a year ago. So we believe that we have the expertise to be able to make our way into the LA River and all of its tributaries without stepping on any hiccup from a permitting point of view. Adele?
Adele Hashkhalil, AGM for Sanitation. I think it's critical that we have to revise our protocols to include how to work with these entities. In the Sepulveda Basin, we had to work with the state and with the Corps of Engineers to get the permits. We were able to get emergency permits in 2 days. It doesn't happen often with the Corps of Engineers, but we're able to do it because we all share the same interest and goal. But I think revising the protocols and having them be party to these protocols for these joint areas will be critical. So I think we need to do our homework to go back and develop these things ahead of time, not just deal with it on a case-by-case basis, and that's something we will do.
Okay, because we have issues. People move literally from the city to the county is, 3 steps over, and then they may not get the services that they need when they're sort of gaming the system that way.
And that kind of cross-jurisdictional situation occurs even now with Caltrans underneath bridges or inside of their right-of-way. And we work with your district offices to kind of get past those hurdles. Hurdles they are, for sure. But we work with your district staff to overcome them.
And are there other things that we should be thinking about in terms of, the encampment issue is a big one, and the homeless issue, that from your perspective, better ways to shorten the time for cleanups or other ways that we can help you coordinate for this kind of issue?
We very much appreciate the mayor's proposal to increase our staffing, 2 additional HOPE teams and 1 Clean Streets team. That's going to make an incredible additional difference in our response time and the ability to keep up with the demand. So can we become more efficient? We certainly are going to continue to always do that so that with the same resources you're giving us, we can produce more.
Okay. And, we've talked a lot about the relationship with DWP, and a lot of our departments are paying a lot of money for water and power. But you guys are the flip side of that. You're creating water and power to some extent. And so I guess thinking about that, are there other ways that we could be partnering with DWP in ways almost like a barter system where we can actually be better leveraging the costs that we're paying for the water and power that we're providing?
I think there are many new areas. We have now done more on the organic processing side of solid waste, in which, depending on how we process it, if we use a digestion system that produces biogas, which can then augment the production of power. That's a new growing area for us in our zero waste initiative. And so that definitely is one such.
But when you do that, what do you do with the power? You sell it to DWP. Is it?
Well, we in the case of anything that comes to any of the water reclamation plants, we, like Hyperion, we will now be producing power with it. In the case, if we were to have a separate digestion facility, which is something that we're working on, then we would produce the gas there and also generate power at that same location. So there are many different schemes by which we can still make beneficial use of the biogas. And that's a new area for us under our zero waste that's going to be rolling out along with the franchise system, as well as our other solid waste collection programs. It's an exciting new area, but we know we have the expertise in digestion for sure. And I'm trying to remind Councilmember Englander of the times we visited some of these facilities in Europe 10 years ago, I think it was. And we're finally now making it happen here.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing all sorts of unique ways that we can partner on that as with DWP as we move forward on the water and power side with the great work that you're doing. You mentioned the franchise agreement. How are we doing time-wise? Are we on track?
We're on track. July 1st is the switchover date. We are excited about this public education campaign that soon we will be bringing to you for a preview that will roll out along with the program in the weeks leading up to the switchover. The 7 franchisees have been very cooperative in being able to put measures in place that will minimize any kind of disruptive impact as we make the switchover. Things that are going on right now between them, very collaboratively swapping accounts so that the transition can occur beginning now very smoothly. So I want to tell you that it's going very well. Of course, we haven't publicly rolled it out. There's always the element of the public rollout, but the education campaign that's going to supplement this is pretty exciting. You will see it very soon, and I think we have the confidence to be able to roll this out smoothly over the next 6 months, starting July 1st.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, and appreciate the great work you do.
Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Englander.
Wow, it was a great transition. So rolling it out sooner rather than later. So I'll just jump right in because we're at the end of the day, and your intro took up all of my time. But thank you for reading your annual report. With that, start right with the franchise. As you well know, we've recently experienced with one of the haulers closing their doors unannounced and abandoning accounts in several of our districts, leaving commercial users without pickup and nobody to call, except our offices, of course, your offices, and 311. Fortunately, some of those wrinkles were ironed out quickly, but more of them are coming. And there has not yet been a massive effort or public awareness campaign or an outreach effort to let people know what's happening. And more haulers are going to be pulling out and closing their doors and abandoning accounts as we get closer and closer and closer to July, because a lot of their personnel are either looking for jobs, are being absorbed by some of the franchise companies, are moving out, all different kinds of reasons, and we weren't prepared for that. There was no reason to start getting phone calls for that. We should have anticipated it, and we didn't. What I see coming around the corner is going to be a massive call load akin to what we experienced with the Department of Water and Power and their billing problems. That's exactly what's going to happen, as we all know it. It's going to be for a slew of issues and reasons, and everybody's going to have various problems. Either they're going to be missed on the route, people will pull up early and leave. When July kicks in August, when they start getting their bills, we're going to get a lot of phone calls because the bills are going to be skyrocketed, starting off at a minimum of 40% all the way up to, in some cases, 300%. And so I received the department one-page outreach plan. I think we need to do more, and we need to do it sooner. I think we need to start training staff with one page, at least putting together an FAQ and how to answer questions. I think we need to reach out to all the council offices and make sure they're putting information in their newsletters. We got to reach out to the neighborhood councils and the businesses and the chambers. We got to have a massive outreach plan, and we can't wait till July. I think it needs to be done now. I also think that the department should fund some funds directly to 311 and enhance that
because everybody's telling them to call 311. We don't have enough callers at call takers at 311. So we need to get them up and running and trained, but we need more of them. Already the wait times at 311 are very long, and this is going to be a major issue. So this is extremely serious, and now that you've starting July 1st, you will have, I think, surpassed the police department to become the largest department in the city of Los Angeles. So I know we can do this. In fact, let me just say this, Enrique, if there's anybody that can do a great job in putting this together with the staff that you have, you're it. I mean, you have a phenomenal staff. You've done an incredible job. We go way back. But I'm just talking about this issue. So not my time to be nice, but we'll just talk about how serious this is, and I'm taking it very serious. It's I think Mr. Bonin earlier mentioned that he could have a tsunami in his district. We're seeing the water right now, and it's going back into the ocean. So there's going to be a tidal wave of this. It's going to hit hard. There's going to be a lot of every business, every commercial, every multifamily is going to be impacted. That's unprecedented. And I know there's a rollout, but it's still happening fast. So I'd like to work on that plan. And I don't know if it's appropriate to ask for a special study because we don't have time. I don't know if it's appropriate. It's not a budgetary item, but we need that public relations campaign, an outreach effort, and PSAs done right away. And so we maybe look at some funds you've already got and try to bake it in, and maybe it's during these budget proceedings to get approval, but I think we need to start doing something now.
Well, Councilmember, let me apologize for not making sure that we speak about all of the preparatory work that has been going on behind the scenes as we get closer to the actual public rollout. But one example, 3 weeks ago, we had a very successful rollover of all of the franchisees' telephone system into our own telephone system, so that no matter who calls or from where they call, they will always have access to a live person 24/7. I told you that in my opening remarks, that we this past year were able to roll out and launch our 24/7 dispatch center and customer care center year-round. So that's been in place. The transition and the compatibility and connectivity between all of the 7 private haulers' own system to our system has happened.
I know what's happened. What I'm talking about is the people that are going to have the problems aren't necessarily going to be, for the most part, with the franchisees and the phone numbers they have. They're going to be calling their former haulers who are now gone and not picking up the trash. And we don't have those numbers forwarded, and we can't. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, and what I was simply trying to give you a quick glimpse of the things that we haven't said we've done to ensure that we don't have this tidal effect that could very well happen if we don't do things right. So the idea is that we do things right. The public education, we're hoping that in 2 weeks we will be at your offices previewing, going over a preview of this large, massive public education
Largest ever
campaign.
in the United States.
Well, large for sure. We have brought on board a consultant team and a public education team to help us develop it. They've been at work for the last 2 months.
Well, hopefully we don't have to bring on a crisis team to try to fix it. So,
No.
all right. So if you can make sure that, I think, well, you and I have already had the conversation offline. We're having it now publicly, and I think we'll all feel the same way. It's not about being prepared for and waiting to come. It's start putting it out there now. I mean, that's all I want to say on that. Let's ramp it up.
Very good.
Sooner rather than later, because it's going to be a problem. So with that, thank you for that. And like I said, if there's anybody to have confidence in, it's you guys. And I mean that. So what I would like to look at is what we are doing in creating a massive bureaucracy as well, and just doing a double check to make sure, because these are costs that are being passed on to these ratepayers, the commercial users, is the CAO to report back on line items 568 through 9. And those are lines 35, 36, and 37. And just report back on whether that's a balance of employees. Seems like a lot. It's pretty massive. I know it's a massive job and it's big, but it's bigger than a lot of departments. Just that and those line items. On page 568, I wanted to ask you, Enrique, on the metrics on that. It says citywide recycling diversion rate. I'll wait till you get there.
Yes. I'm on it now.
So we have a citywide recycling diversion rate, correct?
Yes.
So I would suggest that we don't, because we don't want to divert from recycling. We want to divert from landfilling.
Yes.
So hopefully that's
We'll
zero.
make that a technical correction too.
Well, if we can make that correction, make it
It's weird.
landfill diversion rather than recycling diversion. All kidding aside, trash humor. But with that, on the citywide landfill diversion, one of the questions, though, that I did have from that goes to the curbside collection division, and that's on page 572, line 45. And it says there that due to an increasing number of customers converting from 60 or 90 gallon bins to 6 cubic yard dumpsters, so adding 13 positions, and I'm trying to figure out why we have so many customers. That's a lot of positions for a simple one-time conversion, but why are so many curbside collections going to such bigger waste cans?
Well, you're going to like the reason, I think, Councilmember, because we had always, for some time, had been somewhat of the mindset that the customer should adapt to our system. So we would have customers who may have 10, 12 different cans, sometimes not even finding enough curb space between parking and everything else, and us insisting, sorry, you got to use that because that's what we are going to give you. Well, we finally realized we need to adapt to the customer, so let's provide them with things that they can actually store in their property. Therefore, we're switching them over to fewer, larger bins, and that requires, because it's not automated, it requires that we do it separately, that we do it with somebody
manually.
Yeah, you know that. The same would be true of areas in which we had insisted on keeping them on automated collection when, in fact, for safety reasons, they really should be on two-person collection, where a driver, a helper, guides the driver in and out of a very tight space. So we've adapted to the customer needs, and this is an example of it.
Okay. So 13 positions, are these resolution authorities?
No, they're regular.
They're regular?
They're regular.
Okay. If you can just track it internally so when we come back and ask how many of them are we converting over, and is it on a regular basis, and is it next year as well? Okay, and then finally, actually I'm going to go back to, real quick, on that metric for the citywide recycling diversion, which is really landfill, because I was looking at that again. It's actually stayed at 76% since 2012. So I'm wondering if we can update that and really need a new metric for waste reduction.
So I suppose we should credit the state for trying to make things easier. As you would know, and Nicole would know, that the diversion rate now is measured by what goes to a landfill. So that has made it easier. And we have, over the last 2 years, have made our own change in our nomenclature on how we report it. We haven't quite made the full conversion and changeover to the reporting protocol. So it's much easier now to just measure what goes to the landfill.
So would it be appropriate to make that conversion now so we
think
can
we
actually
will.
start having an up-to-date metric?
We will.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most everything has been asked already. Just a couple quick questions. First of all, thank you, as always. Your department rocks. As I think I said last year, I can text Adele at 3:30 in the morning and something will get taken care of. It's just, that's how you guys roll, so thank you. I had a question on the HOPE teams. We've talked a lot about the HOPE teams. I'm just wondering, by what metrics do we determine whether or not they've been successful?
So it's a multi-layer measurement, council member. For our purpose, we measure tons, number of tons that we collect from it. For sure, one metric we have. We add other subcategories such as the type of hazardous waste, bio-waste, things of that nature. We capture all of that data. LASA has a set of metrics. Placement for them is obviously very important. Contact points for outreach and guidance. And then LAPD is there to help us both. So, Adele, any other metric that you...
In the HOPE teams, really what we're trying to do is focus on the chronic streets that have issues with blocking sidewalks, close proximity to schools, elementary schools, close proximity to businesses, and impact to business access. So really what we have is focus on streets that we think are critical based on feedback from LAPD and the council offices. And we want to have repeat visits, one to provide through LASA and PD's services, but also to ensure that they're in compliance with the 5611 and making sure they remember they need to take the tents down and do that. So we are, as we go back and start looking at how responsive the homeless community is in complying with the hours and staying away from blocking sidewalks, that's a success that we can measure. And that's something we are pushing hard on, but also references and connecting folks with services. I think we're seeing a huge success in the HOPE teams, and I think it's just very focused. And we'll continue looking at it. And we started, recently the effort, as you know, in the beginning of January, rolling out our team being attached to PD and LASA working together. So I think with the additional staff and the fifth cleanup team, I think that would also make it a big difference. But really focusing on these streets and measuring the success and what the public is seeing in terms of access, businesses and schools and your offices, I think that would be great feedback for us too.
I'd like to ask for, this would be, I guess, Sanitation, LASA, and LAPD to report back on the metrics that are being used to evaluate how successful HOPE has been. That would be from sanitation, all the stuff you just listed, what you clean up. From LASA, how many people have been connected to services, how many in transitional housing, how many in permanent housing. LAPD obviously would be citations, arrests, stuff like that. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the Clean Streets LA program. I've gotten, first of all, my staff has reminded me to thank you and praise you for how you've gotten this up and running. And then they wanted me to complain about some stuff. But they wanted me to praise you first. But still having problems communicating or getting communications about what the Clean Streets LA teams are doing. We will share our priorities, and then we don't get any feedback done on whether or not those priorities have been addressed, if they were partially addressed, why they weren't completely addressed, or if the department says we're going to be doing it, we don't know when they're going to be doing it. So that's an area that needs, at least from my district staff's perspective, significant improvement. Do you have the personnel and the resources in this budget to improve that and get that fixed?
Let me acknowledge that we have experienced a gap in communication in some of your offices, Councilman Krikorian as well. With regards to all of the logistics that go behind coming up with a set schedule for the month and the days that are allocated based on need, the juxtaposition now of our clean stat data, informing our deployment and everything else. So in this period of increase in sophistication, if you will, we didn't pay enough attention to the human side of it, which led us to this gap in communication with your district staff. So fully acknowledged. We've taken some corrective actions already. And straight to the answer as to whether we believe we're fully resourced at the trench level, frontline level, we are. We're not at the command level, the management perspective. This group, not because we're just seeking to grow because we want to grow, but because we're hopefully providing a good service. The livability group will now be at roughly 110 people. We don't have a manager overseeing, so we borrow managers from all of our other programs to keep it running. That leads to a little bit of the gap in the communication. So in our letter, council member, we asked for 2 positions, a division manager and an assistant division manager to run this program.
Well, I'd ask for a report back then on that. It's not just a matter of, courtesy with the council office. It's a question of finding out if the project actually gets done. We may get a report back from you that something has been done, but the constituent feels like it really doesn't look like it's been done. And so there's not a good quality control when we don't know what's been covered and what hasn't. Or if you've addressed a problem and then 3 days later it's back again, then we need to have a different discussion about something that's a chronic problem as opposed to a one-time cleanup. So a report back on that would be appreciated. And a final question. We, just a few weeks ago, had to give you guys a bunch more money. That was uncomfortable for me. There was a homeless project in my district that became unfunded because of that, and as of now, I'm hoping this will be corrected by the end of this process, is not funded again for next year, and it's a very important storage program that will help you to have that storage program back. That's a separate conversation about how to get that back in this year's budget, but my question is, explain to me what safeguards are in place, what you're going to be doing this year so that we are not faced with what we were faced with in Budget Committee a couple weeks ago, where the year is 3/4 over and we need to give you a bunch more money because you've spent so quickly.
Thank you for your support, by the way. And I know that you had to...
I voted against it, so it's them you want to thank.
That's right. How could I forget you? Yeah, 4-1. But we have a whole financial team in sanitation that keeps everything else and everything on track. We are bringing them more prominently in working with our operations folks. There has to be not only actual tracking, but there has to be intuitive management. That is, that if I am the manager of a program and I know that I'm budgeted for a certain amount of staffing, that intuitively I know how close I'm running to it. The financial reports will have the accuracy and the precision, but there has to be intuition. So we're bringing that up as well so that, yes, we were responding to the needs and trying to meet the demand that we clearly saw in front of us. And judging from some of the earlier hearings, we did not want to be in a position, maybe I shouldn't go there, Chair Krikorian, did not want to be in a position of not spending the money. No. So we were trying to meet the demand.
You could have borrowed some from Nazario.
We wanted to ensure that we met the demand as we were able to best read being in the field, supporting our field managers. But clearly, we never should ever go into deficit spending. The CAO will never forgive us, nor will you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin, and thank you for raising the issue because I just want to reiterate this again. And, honestly, it's hard for us to fault you for this, Mr. Saldivar, because the problem is so great across the entire city, and you have 15 people, well, 16 probably with the mayor, all yammering at you to get my priority done right now. And it's very hard to say no to any of those because they are all real priorities. And so I really want to give you a lot of credit for trying to address that, although, as we mentioned, there have been some particular issues, communication issues that we're going to work out. I have to say, though, that we can't ever be in a position where the squeaky wheel is the one that gets responded to. The council office that raises the biggest ruckus with you is the one that gets the response. We just can't do that. We have a citywide problem. We have to have citywide solutions, and we have a citywide budget. And as I said before, budgets are not suggestions. They're not, general guidelines. They are absolute. And that money that we set aside has to be managed in a way that's going to meet those needs. And if it's not enough, I'm here to tell you I will have your back when you have to tell us no, because we can't overspend what we have budgeted. We just can't do it. So I appreciate that you've recognized that challenge of balancing those two objectives of being responsive but also being fiscally responsible in meeting the objectives. And I think as the program develops in the coming year, we'll have a better handle on managing those conflicting demands, and I'm confident that we won't have that same challenge. I want to talk a little bit about the SPA, because we spoke earlier when we were talking about street sweeping and some other things that there are many stormwater prevention activities that we could be engaging in if the SPA fund were more robust. And I wonder if there are other options that we have not yet pursued for enhancing the SPA. I know it's set by the tax that is already in place, but are there stormwater discharge permit fees, for example, that we might be able to consider for large stormwater dischargers? Have we looked at any of those sorts of options for enhancing that to offset some of the burden that the general fund right now is having to take on as a direct result of those who are discharging stormwater? Especially in light of the fact that we're now in this era of the post-low-impact development era where we're trying to reduce stormwater discharge and keep it on site. Those who are still discharging it, it seems to me, should bear more of the burden rather than the taxpayers of Los Angeles for stormwater prevention. So have we looked at any of those options?
We have, and I think we're pursuing some very interesting possibilities. Clearly not a wholesale type of system opportunity per se, but definitely sort of capitalizing on a market-based approach whereby recognizing, as you said, that dischargers of stormwater need to address it on site but may not have the ability to do so on site. We can come in with an opportunity more at the regional level where, by virtue of building something that is of common purpose to a larger area, we can charge them a equivalent fee for making use of what could very well be a publicly based stormwater greenway, where we are able to take their stormwater. They don't have to compromise their space distribution in the private side, and in turn they pay for us taking their stormwater. Mm-hmm. So that's an interesting model that we're pursuing. Is market-based, not quite like cap and trade, but similar in that regard. So that's one. On the regulatory side of things, we had considered an inspection fee. In fact, we're going to come back to both you and the mayor in proposing a fee structure for inspection that could help us in paying for the inspection cost, if nothing else, for sure that could relieve the general fund as well. So these are not large fixes, but they're nonetheless helpful.
Perhaps working with the regional water quality boards and looking at it outside of the city limits even to have, in addition to the industrial stormwater permit or something like that. It just seems to me there's an opportunity there that we're missing. And so I don't even need a report back on it.
Just so that,
sure.
Because you'll know that it doesn't quite benefit the stormwater program, but it does benefit the clean water program. And that is MTA as an example, and you're on the board. With all of the tunneling projects, sometimes they're deep enough where there's dewatering that needs to be, water has to be pumped out of the construction site. So rather than them discharging it into the storm system, they discharge it into the sewer system where we can reclaim it, but they pay a fee for that. So,
great. So that's something that we can pursue as a policy matter separately. I don't need a report back on this. The Blue Book references $300,000 or so to support the San Fernando Valley groundwater recharge system, and I'd like to know briefly what the status is there and whether we continue to be deterred from recharging groundwater there due to the contamination sites.
very good. So my executive lead on everything recycled water is Tracy Minamidi, and she's the champion behind all of this. Tracy, if you can please.
Yes, we are working with the Department of Water and Power on recycled water at the Tillman Water Reclamation Plant. We do need to meet permit requirements through permits issued by the regional board. Working in conjunction with DWP, they have also embarked upon a groundwater cleanup project, which will work cohesively together. So we understand that there is groundwater cleanup that needs to happen, which will be happening concurrently with the development of advanced treatment and groundwater recharge.
Right. The thing is, it's been happening for about 25 years that I know of. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, are we at a point with that groundwater cleanup where we actually are prepared to begin injecting, start to doing some active recharge there more than we have?
So, Tracy, you can say that we will be bringing the water by 2026. So there better be space in the ground for A to go in there.
Okay. Very good. Just an add-on to Mr. Englander's gloom and doom references to the franchise agreement. I share many of his concerns, as I shared when we were discussing the policy. But one of the things that is going to be one of the things that we made sure to do when we enacted the policy was to have a look-back assessment 2 years in after initiation of the program, to see what economic impacts it's had on businesses and what operational challenges there have been and so on. So I just want to make sure that from day one, you are in a position to be able to capture the necessary data, capture the complaint information, have the personnel that you need in order to be able to make a thorough assessment, a thoughtful assessment 2 years down the road. I don't want to wait 18 months and then say, oh gosh, we have to do an assessment. From day one, we need to be monitoring and assessing and gathering that data. So are you prepared to be able to do that?
If you keep all of our staffing, yes. And we will look at day one. July 1st is the beginning of a transition. And to assure you, Councilmember Krikorian, we have all of the staffing in place now. We are going to hire a contract staff to help us at the Customer Care Center to the point that Councilmember Englander made, just to double ensure that we have the resources up front as opposed to reactively. So, yes, we will be prepared to capture all of the information from baseline to transition to full implementation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I think that's it for me. Members, anything else for sanitation? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your great work. And members, we managed to conclude at 6:35 with our work for today, so our record of finishing before 7 o'clock continues. Before we recess for the evening, I just wanted to look at tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be beginning at 12:30, and we'll be starting with economic and workforce development, followed by housing and community investment, followed by LASA and HACLA, and then we'll consider the planning department, building and safety, and the Department of Transportation. So again, we'll be beginning at 12:30, and until that time, this committee is in recess. Thank you very much, members. Great job.
Matt, can you submit your presentation tomorrow?
United States, food advocates have united to manifest a vision of a food system that guarantees equal access of fresh foods to all people. That vision resulted in the Community Food Security Act passed by Congress in 1996. The federal legislation recognized the need and importance of every individual to have local access to healthy and nutritious food.
Part of what I've been involved in has been building that constituency, is making those linkages between the farmers markets, the community gardens, the anti-hunger, the sustainable agriculture people, everybody who's interested and involved in food and agriculture projects. By themselves, there's not a lot of power, but when people get together and join forces, you can find that they're very powerful. An excellent testament of that is the passage of the Community Food Security Act through Congress, which provides money for community food projects. And that really occurred, at least in my mind, it's because people joined together. You saw farmers along with anti-hunger advocates supporting the same bill because they saw that there's clear benefits to both of them for this kind of legislation.
In Southern California, many residents benefit of having local access to food because of the agriculture within the footprint of the surrounding counties. But even with the many weekly farmers markets and large supermarkets located throughout the Southland, local access for fresh food remains a problem for many people. In fact, in South LA, the ratio of major grocery stores to the population is 1 for every 42,000 people, compared to 1 for every 24,000 people in LA County overall. Every day throughout the nation, community-based food programs attempt to be the reliable safety net for many food insecure people. In Los Angeles, the Center for Food and Justice is one such organization dedicated to bring both policy and programs to the streets and into the homes for the food insecure.
Well, what the Center for Food and Justice really focuses on is trying to increase food access in low-income communities. So, where you go into a community and there's really limited access to grocery stores, the easiest access that people have to food is through independent markets that don't necessarily provide a lot of fresh foods, culturally appropriate foods, affordable foods. The quality is bad. So independent markets, liquor stores. A lot of these neighborhoods don't have a single supermarket. That's really important when these neighborhoods are very transit dependent. They're going to have to take public transportation to get to a grocery store. It's not an easy thing to do. They're surrounded by fast food restaurants. This is how they end up getting their food. So what we've tried to do is come up with programs to bring in local fresh produce into those neighborhoods through the Market Basket program that brings in boxes of produce to community settings where people can actually buy the produce, through programs that link up local farms with schools and school districts, to increase the quality and the amount of fresh food that the kids have access to on school grounds is really important because that's where they spend the majority of their time.
Since we've had the program here, most of our students have been choosing the salad bar. We think it's making an impact on our children as they choose healthy foods. They can learn better, they can study and focus in their classrooms.
I think in terms of their energy level and enthusiasm in the classroom, I think it has shown some progress or some improvement.
We're focusing on the elementary right now. We have 23 elementary schools. So if we continue at the pace that we're going, by March 2006, we'll have all of our elementary schools up and running, and then we do plan to go into the secondary sites.
So we really are focused on trying to improve the quality of food access that people have in these low-income settings.
And we're going to put your tomatoes in. Okay. We're going to put them in the last because we don't want those to get...
Okay.
Got it?
I do. Thank you.
In fact, you know what I can do is I'll put these in a separate bag so that when they're in the car, they don't get...
We've been forming local and regional partnerships with allied organizations and other institutions to actually form like a co-op or a buying club where people can come together and do bulk purchases of fresh fruits and vegetables. The assistant coordinator and I will go to the farmers market and purchase all of the produce and pay the farmers at that time, and then the site, like Crystal Stairs, a participating organization, will send a van or a truck to the market, pick up the produce, and then actually return to their site where they have a volunteer staff that helps assemble the baskets.
We've got some beautiful red grapes, and we've got green beans, carrots, nice big peaches, oranges, bell peppers, and then each basket will also include 1 bag of tomatoes and a watermelon. So it's a pretty nice basket for $7.50.
We have to serve fruit and vegetables 5 times a day, so this helps towards that.
You like getting your vegetables? Yeah, you eat all of them? What's your favorite vegetable?
I think the most of them, they get their best vegetables, fresh vegetable meals are here because the most of them, they're eating fast foods.